British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Submit Proposal. Alan Wilson was well prepared and raised several issues that Newfoundland citizens are very concerned about. In the current world, apart from the civil war in a certain big country and the two wars between India and Pakistan, and Israel and the Arabs, there are of course other things happening. That is, the election results in Italy have come out. After a series of mergers, the Christian Democratic Party has suppressed the Italian Communist Party and has become the ruling party in Italy. It has now joined the Marshall Plan. Commissioners, no matter what state Newfoundland will be in the future, as the current chief executive of Newfoundland, I have the responsibility to remind you that Europe, as the world center of modern society, will never fall into poverty for a long time. Although it has been hit hard by the war, the destruction has also brought demand. Alan Wilson tapped the table lightly. In the next 3 to 5 years, Europe will carry out a lot of reconstruction work, and Newfoundland should seize this opportunity. Blood is thicker than water, and the homeland will help you open up the European market. Of course, Chief Alan, your plan for Newfoundland's work is seen by every citizen. Some commissioners spoke up one after another, saying that Newfoundland would not miss the opportunity to rebuild Europe. That's reassuring. The factors of corporate tax, the import of raw materials from Europe, and Newfoundland's own rich fishing grounds, these three factors will form the future economic foundation of Newfoundland. As the chief executive, I feel very honored for this. Alan Wilson paused here. I hope most of the commissioners will not criticize Mr. Joy. Everyone has the right to speak. Although the speech on merging with Canada may be controversial again, we should not use words like betrayal and conspiracy to accuse him. The future of Newfoundland is ultimately in the hands of the citizens themselves. Alan Wilson lied with a red face. Although he looked down on such referendums, he still gave them superficial respect. I need some representatives to follow me to London and demand a referendum to decide the future of Newfoundland. Restoring the Dominion, becoming a royal territory, or joining Canada can all be options for the referendum. Alan Wilson has always had the habit of talking a lot. Although there are a total of 47 people in the parliament, his own words account for 1/3 of the time. Especially when the voices of merging Canada and those against merging Canada are against each other. He starts to talk a lot, but in the end he doesn't say who is right. The resolution to apply for a referendum in London is the result of this meeting between Alan Wilson and these Newfoundland representatives. After that, the broadcast ended, and the rest was left to the citizens to discuss. After the meeting, Alan Wilson called Savevich and told him, I will take some committee members to London to discuss the referendum. During this period of time, what Newfoundland needs most is stability. You should discuss it with some Chinese labor leaders. It's best not to leave the logging area. It shouldn't be a problem. Everyone is reasonable. I have met Sue and Cheyenne. Both of them are easy to communicate with. Mr. Allen's request should not be a problem. I personally have a question. Savevich said. If you have any questions, just say it. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and smiled. You are not outsiders. I sent you to Africa. If London does not want Newfoundland to be independent, it can just say it directly. While our referendum. Savjevic shook his head and said, what's the point of doing this? There are many meanings, and it's hard to explain to you. But I also happen to hate the tradition of referendums in British politics. Alan Wilson smiled helplessly. If it were other countries, this problem would be easy to solve. Even the United States might not exist. If it were other countries, it would basically end up being suppressed. The more eastward the country is, the less likely it is to let go. It just so happens that Britain is lacking in this aspect. Boris, you have your work to do too. Alan Wilson looked at Boris, who had been quite motivated recently, and said, the referendum in Newfoundland will definitely cause widespread debate. Whether it is joining Canada, maintaining the Dominion, or joining the United States as a very small number of people hope, many citizens will join the discussion. You should pay attention to the situation in this regard. Seeing Boris nod, Alan Wilson looked at the time. Tomorrow we will go to the military base in the north. and take a plane to London from there. The work of keeping Newfoundland stable will be handed over to you. On October 4th, Alan Wilson had arrived in London, bringing with him the Newfoundland delegation that came to London for the second time. He walked out of the airport and took a deep breath of smog. It was still the familiar smell of London. The last time the Newfoundland delegation came to London, they were quite neglected. This time it was different. With Alan Wilson, who had a lot of connections in Whitehall, the previous unpleasantness would never happen again. Alan Wilson brought 4 plans for the Newfoundland referendum, including maintaining colonial status, joining Canada, restoring the Dominion, and transforming into a royal territory. In fact, there was a 5th one, but it needed to be discussed with the head of the cabinet. First, Alan Wilson found Michael Edison, the permanent undersecretary of the Colonial Office, to explain his intentions. Michael, this time I'm here with Newfoundland representatives in London again to discuss the referendum. The minister's suggestion is that you decide everything except joining the United States. Michael Edison repeated his previous attitude. Then I will really decide for myself. Will London accept it after the decision? Seeing Michael Edison's eyes change, Alan Wilson also found his slip of the tongue and explained, "Don't worry, I don't have the idea of joining Newfoundland into the United States. I'm talking about the trade-offs in the plan." "Alan, don't make such a joke." Michael Edison seemed to be startled and said, "Then tell me about Newfoundland's current plan. I will hand it over to the minister. Direct independence, merging with Canada, and the latter two are to restore the Dominion and transform into a royal territory." Alan Wilson introduced the pros and cons of each plan while talking, and time passed bit by bit. Of course, he did not forget to tell Michael Edison that there were indeed a very small number of voices in Newfoundland that wanted to join the United States and become a state, but he had already refuted such remarks. "How do you refute it?" Michael Edison asked curiously. "Americans look down on Newfoundland." "Not really. As we all know, the United States is about to have an election. You know, there are currently 50 states in the United States that adopt the electoral college system. This election model has been finalized, and the addition of Newfoundland will disrupt the balance." Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "Michael, you have to know that countries with electoral systems have this common shortcoming. Nothing is more important than elections." "I quite agree. Because of the Italian Communist Party, the country has been paying close attention to the Italian election some time ago. Sometimes watching foreign elections can also be a pastime after dinner." Michael Edison smiled and said, "Okay, I will give the 4 options to the minister. Thank you very much." Alan Wilson finished his work, stood up happily and said, "Everything is up to you." Alan Wilson still had to meet with the 2 heads of civil servants to discuss Newfoundland. Michael Edison stopped Alan Wilson and whispered, "The relationship between Sir Edward and Sir Norman is quite delicate now. You have to pay attention." "I see. Thank you for reminding me." Alan Wilson was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "Norman Brooke and Edward Bridges are actually different. Norman Brooke maintains close personal relationships with ministers of all major parties, while Edward Bridges tends to keep a distance from politicians. The differences are not just limited to this. The reason why Norman Brooke maintains friendly relations with politicians is to establish the authority of the cabinet office. In other words, Norman Brooke attaches more importance to power. The civil service system under Norman Brooke will enter the most powerful period since the emergence of the cabinet office. For this reason, Norman Brooke has already confronted the Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. With Edward Bridges, who has always maintained a neutral and distant relationship, it seems that the relationship is not as close as it was at the beginning. However, as an expatriate civil servant, Alan Wilson thought that it would not involve his own team. This is the advantage of not being in the country. There is always some freedom. So keep the original plan and meet the 2 heads. You can't neglect it, just because Edward Bridges is not as powerful as before. There is nothing to hide. After reporting to Edward Bridges, Alan Wilson went to see Norman Brooke, the cabinet secretary who was committed to expanding the power of the civil service. Arriving at the cabinet secretary's office, Alan Wilson explained his purpose. On the surface, there was no difference from before, but as his position became more stable, Norman Brooke certainly changed a little. "Alan, considering our interests, which plan do you think is most appropriate?" The Crown Territory Plan, the Dominion Plan. The mainland cannot interfere. Merge with the mainland? The citizens of Newfoundland may not be willing to do so. The same goes for merging with Canada. In fact, only two plans are feasible. One is to restore the Dominion, and the other is the Crown Territory. Alan Wilson explained everything. I personally think that the Crown Territory plan is more feasible. His Majesty's territory? It sounds good. Norman Brooke thought for a while and said, ministers understand politics, but they are not good at economic issues. Many of the decisions they make are made in luxurious residences, attending political rallies organized by the hostess. Under such circumstances, Alan Wilson opened his mouth wide, looking at the cabinet secretary in front of him in shock. The former cabinet secretary would never say such words. It was too belittling the role of ministers. Chapter 452 Visiting Hepburn. Alan, don't be so surprised, it's just a fact. Norman Brooke smiled and brought the topic back to the Newfoundland referendum. But since the claim of the Royal Territory is the most beneficial to us, then I will suggest to the Prime Minister to do this. If a minister opposes, then in principle, if the minister cannot convince the majority, he should choose to resign. Wow. Alan Wilson looked at Norman Brooke with a strange look. Sir Norman, I admire your ideas very much, and have learned a lot. It's not about learning, our responsibility is here. Norman Brooke said calmly. Although the internal committee system was established by his predecessor Edward Bridges, he strengthened this system after taking office, supplemented by the National Defense Committee, the Economic Policy Committee, the Home Affairs Committee, and the Legislative Committee. In this way, a large number of affairs can be implemented directly by these committees without going through the cabinet. Not only that, Norman Brooke also drafted the procedures for ministers to perform their duties, which were approved by the Prime Minister, and issued to various ministries, standardizing the scope of the minister's powers, and for this reason, he had conflicts with the Foreign Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Alan Wilson didn't know that, since he left London at the beginning of the year, in just over half a year, Norman Brooke had actually made large-scale adjustments to the civil service system, and even extended his hand to the ministers. The British civil service system originated from the decline of royal power, and was formally established after the First World War. Now Norman Brooke has gone a step further than his predecessor and greatly expanded the authority of the civil service system. Now Alan Wilson knows why the permanent Under-Secretary of the Colonial Office said that the environment in Whitehall is a bit delicate now. Norman Brooke has only been in office for a dozen months, but he has already gained more powerful authority than the previous two cabinet secretaries. In fact, the main dilemma is that many ministers believe that the relationship with Canada should be maintained. They are willing to give Newfoundland for this. Norman Brooke pondered for a moment and said, should this factor be considered? Dear Sir Norman, in fact, the biggest problem in Canada is the problem of Quebec, not the problem of Newfoundland. Alan Wilson lowered his voice and said, legally, Canada should ask Britain for help, not the other way around, right? Very good. Norman Brooke smiled and nodded. In fact, regarding the situation in Upper and Lower Canada, in principle, it is not convenient for us to talk about it, but if the French have any intention, we can also stop them, right? Alan Wilson nodded. He really remembered that after Charles de Gaulle came to power, France really used the Quebec issue to provoke Canada, which led to the outbreak of the Quebec issue in Canada. When it comes to Quebec nationalism, we have to mention Charles de Gaulle of France. This old man is a genius, and he really looks down on Britain and the British. So when he participated in the Quebec World Expo, he designed a route that would never enter the land of British Canada. In fact, Canada was very nervous about his visit, fearing that he would do something strange. As a result, de Gaulle lived up to expectations. He gave a long-prepared impromptu speech at the Quebec City Hall, telling how France resisted Germany with unyielding perseverance. At the end, he shouted out the historic sentence, "Long live a free Quebec." This sentence has become a golden saying of Quebec independence. Since de Gaulle shouted "Long live a free Quebec," the wave of independence in Quebec has been higher than the other in the next 20 years. De Gaulle's speech was regarded as support for the Quebec independence movement and triggered a diplomatic crisis between France and Canada at the time. In fact, who can predict the future situation? Maybe France and Britain can form a joint force through the Quebec incident to support Canada. to balance the influence of the United States on Canada. If we operate from a different angle, bad things can also turn into good things. Brezhnev. Alan Wilson walked out of the cabinet secretary's office, looking for a politician who could match Norman Brooks' methods in his mind, but after thinking about it, there was no more suitable candidate. Even Brezhnev had to go through a long period of adjustment before he could take sole power in the Soviet Union, but Norman Brooks had already firmly grasped Whitehall in his hands in less than a year and a half. Alan Wilson just wanted to express his loyalty directly and express his willingness to serve the cabinet secretary. Alan Wilson, who returned to London, actually had no private affairs to do. Pamela Mountbatten was traveling with the Crown Prince and his wife. He couldn't ask his sister-in-law Patricia, and her husband didn't want to. After careful and logical consideration, Alan Wilson had something to do and contacted Alim. First, he asked about his good friend, Mir Osman Ali Khan, and the situation in Hyderabad. At present, while India and Pakistan were fighting for Kashmir, Ali Khan was constantly cleaning up the resistance forces. Because 80% of the population of Hyderabad were Hindus, Ali Khan certainly couldn't kill everyone under his rule. But it was also very vigorous and resolute. New Delhi turned a deaf ear to Hyderabad's actions, as if nothing had happened. To conservative. Shouldn't we take the initiative? Alan Wilson frowned and sighed. Many sons of the Maharaja believe that, as long as they can preserve their current power, they can compromise. Alim hesitated and said, of course, what Mr. Allen said makes sense. Even if I have a good relationship with the Maharaja, I dare not compare with his son. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Alan Wilson shook his head. He couldn't say that Ali Khan's sons were wrong. After all, with such a huge fortune, it is really not easy to make the decision to risk everything. In what name did he persuade Ali Khan to fight? People have to think about themselves before things come to a head. How can it be so easy to make the decision to risk everything? Take me to see Audrey. Alan Wilson had no choice but to find a light topic. Mr. Allen, I know where she is. Alim replied immediately. Shall I drive you? You drive. Alan Wilson still had some concerns about driving a vehicle. He was better at another way of driving. Now he wanted to see the treasures of the Dutch automobile industry. It's not accurate to say that. To be precise, it's a joint venture between Britain and the Netherlands. As an imperial civil servant, Alan Wilson was certainly excited. Although the current Audrey Hepburn is not a classic image on the screen, she is definitely not what Alim said, an ordinary country girl. The most admirable thing is that compared to many actresses who get married and divorced, or actresses who are stubborn because of a change, there are a lot of former in Hollywood, and the latter are like Greta Garbo who stays at home for life. Audrey Hepburn is very much like an ordinary woman. Although Audrey Hepburn has been married twice, according to the information, both marriages have been managed seriously. The first marriage lasted for 14 years, and Hepburn was the third wife. The two divorced very unhappily. Hepburn was almost 40 years old at the time. She turned down Hitchcock and West Side Story because of her family. She tried hard to manage her marriage, but she still failed. In the second marriage, after Hepburn got married, she found that her husband was a famous playboy in Rome. Various cheating incidents emerged one after another and became tabloid headlines, making Hepburn tired of serving as a fire captain. In order to manage her second marriage, Hepburn announced her retirement from the film industry and settled in Rome for more than 10 years. She also taught herself her husband's profession, psychiatry, in order to have a common language with her husband. It can be said that she paid a lot. Audrey Hepburn, who is a high quality stock in every aspect, is now within the combat radius of Alan Wilson, and she must come to see him in person no matter what. Before going, Alan Wilson washed his hair and pretended to be a spirited young man before going to Audrey Hepburn's dance school. Mr. Allen, you are back. Audrey Hepburn immediately showed her enthusiasm when she saw the visitor. In fact, this was only the second time they met. Miss Audrey, how is it living in London? Alan Wilson pretended to be a gentleman and greeted her with a friendly smile. Fate is a wonderful thing. We meet again, after parting at the Rhine. Although Europe is not very big, it is not small either. I'm very happy to see the beautiful lady again. Thank you for your help. To have such an opportunity Audrey Hepburn smiled lightly and said excitedly, "Are you here to see me specially?" "Of course, I just returned to London and went to Whitehall to do some things. I have to go back to Newfoundland in a while. They are preparing for a referendum there, and there are still a lot of things to do." Alan Wilson frowned and said with a troubled look, "Of course, out of the pursuit of democracy, I can only provide assistance within a certain scope." In fact, it was a stumbling block, but Alan Wilson's words directly established the image of an enlightened official in front of Audrey Hepburn, who was also young and promising. "How about we go around?" Alan Wilson put his hands in his trouser pockets and said with a bit of ruffian, "I haven't been back to London for a long time. Even walking on the streets of London, I feel a sense of strangeness. Maybe I'm not as familiar with London as you are. Actually, apart from classes, I'm not very familiar with London." Audrey Hepburn was a little embarrassed, but still accepted the invitation and walked around with the very considerate man in front of her. "What for?" Then Audrey Hepburn asked a little confusedly after Alan Wilson handed her a mask. "The air in London is not good at this time of year. For a young lady, you should be protected." Alan Wilson personally put on a mask for Audrey Hepburn and reminded her, "Girls still have to take care of themselves. This schedule must be adjusted." Chapter 453 London Holiday. Alan Wilson has seen Roman Holiday, but he doesn't fit the American country bumpkin persona. And Hepburn, at her age, doesn't fit the princess persona very well, but it doesn't matter. Just take a day trip to London in a relaxed way. There are some places in London where Russians live, just like Paris, the White Russian base. Most of them are descendants of former nobles who collapsed from the Russian Empire. Some are waiters or dishwashers, some drive taxis, a few are gigolos, and some have successfully brought money from the Russian Empire to open car repair shops or dance halls. In general, Russians in London are hardworking and are much better at enduring when luck is not on their side than British people of the same class. Most people living in these places like to subscribe to the Daily Times newspaper. The Daily Times is a conservative newspaper with strong hostility towards the Soviet Union. Of course, from the perspective of Labour Party supporters, what the Daily Times says can be understood in reverse, and it is guaranteed to be correct. The neighborhoods where the descendants of the Russian Empire live will not be less visited by London's intelligence agencies because of their anti-Soviet stance. Such a group will be troubled by two ideas at the same time. On the one hand, blood is thicker than water, and on the other hand, heretics are more hateful than pagans, and they are bullied from both sides. The advantage of coming to the neighborhood where the descendants of the Russian Empire live is that it allows Alan Wilson to show some of his characteristics, such as hypocrisy. You should know that Audrey Hepburn, strictly speaking, does not have British nationality at present. So that's the case. I can help communicate. In fact, this matter is not difficult in principle. Alan Wilson listened to Audrey Hepburn's words about whether it is convenient to live and promised to take it upon himself. Perhaps it was Alan Wilson's layers of disguise that worked. Audrey Hepburn told about the bottleneck in her dance career. Because of her age and height, she had been judged as unsuitable to be a ballet dancer. "Oh, God, that's such sad news." Alan Wilson pretended to be disappointed and said, "Audrey is like an angel fallen to earth, but I believe that all roads lead to Rome. A girl like you will definitely find a stage that suits you. One day, you will be as bright as the sun and penetrate into people's hearts like moonlight. There is no root cause, but I just have this feeling. It's a pleasure to get your help, Alan." Audrey Hepburn seemed to have put down a huge stone in her heart. "For my dream, the financial pressure on my family is very great. I'm thinking about whether to find some other industries. Now I'm in a half work and half study state. It's amazing. This idea is quite admirable." Alan Wilson nodded to himself. This may be the charm of a girl with a dream, which makes people want to help her. Getting the recognition of Alan Wilson obviously made Audrey Hepburn quite happy. She took a sip of the wine that she rarely touched and asked about Alan Wilson's work in Newfoundland. Newfoundland's local problems are just financial issues, which are the aftermath of the World War. Alan Wilson pretended to be serious and mentioned the measures he implemented in Newfoundland, which were of course mainly to shape his own positive image. The most important thing is how to reconcile the relations between different nationalities and try to reach an understanding. find ways to live in harmony. Fortunately, so far, there have been no unsolvable conflicts. Of course, there were also some personal opinions of Alan Wilson himself who was overworked and worried. But these are not all lies. Oh, by the way, the local government of Newfoundland once invited several American actresses to shoot a promotional video, and they did leave some contact information. If you are interested in developing on the screen, maybe I can help. Oh, really? Audrey Hepburn's eyes lit up. Although her cheeks were blocked by the mask, she must be happy at this time, but she immediately shook her head gently and said, "I want to discuss it with my mother." That's right, it is very important to get my mother's understanding. Alan Wilson nodded seriously. Go around, I'll take you back later. Although Audrey Hepburn and her mother lived in London with Alan's care, the place where they lived was quite shabby. Audrey, I'm going to have a dinner with my colleagues in Whitehall. Maybe I can ask for some opportunities. See if I can help you find a good job. Alan Wilson sent Audrey Hepburn home and stopped at the door and said, "Wait for my good news." Then he watched Audrey Hepburn go in, and Alan Wilson turned and left. If his memory was correct, during the cultural exchange with the Soviet Union, he seemed to have helped a lot of young actors who were stuffed in by Whitehall civil servants, participated in the cultural exchange, and made a step forward. Help is mutual, and this kind of thing must be given and given. He was going to have a party with his colleagues in Whitehall when he returned to London, and asking was just a side job. There are two sides to the world. In places where high-end hotels are not seen by people, there are also figures of the working people. The well-dressed waiters may have to work two jobs. Alan Wilson may have been uncomfortable with it. Before his colleagues arrived, he slipped into the back kitchen of this hotel and visited it when the hour manager failed to stop him. Then the personnel manager led Alan Wilson into a narrow basement, actually, a basement below the basement where there was a sink and several gas stoves, so low that you couldn't stand up straight, and the temperature was probably 110 degrees Fahrenheit. The personnel manager explained to Alan Wilson that the job here was to deliver meals to the senior staff of the hotel, who ate in a small restaurant above, and the waiters also cleaned and washed their dishes. Except for a half-hour break, the people here usually worked from 7 in the morning until 9:15 at night. First, they washed the dishes, then wiped the tables and floors of the employee cafeteria, polished the glasses and knives, served the meals, and then washed the dishes, then served more meals, and washed more dishes. The work was not difficult, except when they went to the kitchen to serve the meals. The kitchen was like hell, with the firelight shining brightly inside, and the curses and the clashing of pots and pans were deafening. It was so hot inside that all metal utensils were wrapped with cloth except for the stove. The stove was in the middle, and 12 chefs were running around in front of it, sweat dripping down their faces, not caring about the white hats on their heads. There were several tables around them, and a group of waiters and dishwashers were arguing with plates on the side. The cooks were shirtless, poking the stoves, and scrubbing the big copper pots with sand. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry, and had a bad temper. 997. Alan Wilson sighed. The old imperialists in this era were not having a good time either. He did not think that the service here was easier than that of the Chinese workers in Newfoundland. He could only say that the labor was different. Time was here, and there was nothing relaxing and enjoyable. The hour manager, who was shocked by Alan Wilson's bad taste, was sweating all over his forehead. Would this young Whitehall gentleman be dissatisfied with the environment behind the hotel? To be fair, there was a little bit, but Alan Wilson did not dwell on this issue too much. The London catering industry in this era should be similar, right? Alan Wilson, who knew that this situation would have to be rectified sooner or later, left the kitchen and waited for his colleagues to get off work. An hour later, the hall was already full of guests. The well-dressed gentlemen exchanged ideas with each other. The topics ranged from Moscow to Washington, from astronomy to geography. Every Whitehall civil servant was a senior politician. Ministers were just for fun. As long as we governed the country, we had to rely on reliable people. Of course, the topic also involved the current Whitehall head Norman Brooke. It was well known that Norman Brooke had a special hobby. When he was not working, this cabinet secretary was an excellent carpenter. In the mouths of many Whitehall civil servants, Norman Brooke's last adjustment to Whitehall, after taking office, was called building a cabinet. That is, to create a successful display according to one's own ideas. Of course, in front of the heads of various departments, Norman Brooke rarely smiled, which was completely different from when he just took office. Norman Brooke's smile was usually directed at the Prime Minister and ministers. At the same time, while smiling, he also clarified the scope of responsibilities of the government and Whitehall, to avoid ministers from interfering in Whitehall's work. "We respect and fear Sir Norman now," the Secretary General of the Defense Committee sighed. "I think what you mean is introverted and restrained, isn't that right?" Alan Wilson corrected absent-mindedly, while holding a wine glass. "Yes, Macmillan said that our cabinet secretary is a very charming and enthusiastic person." Maggins next to him came over. "We can't just follow the unconfirmed words in the media. Mackins, I have something to ask you for help." Seeing Maggins coming over, Alan Wilson remembered that he was one of the civil servants who were put on the list of people to communicate with the Soviet Union last time, and the other party's duties could really help him. "Please go ahead, Alan." Maggins sat down leisurely. He sat down very gently. In addition to the relationship of being a civil servant, Maggins also has a title, Lord Sheffield. "Our people. Can I trust you?" Alan Wilson asked in a low voice. "Of course, Alan." Maggins seemed to be offended and promised with a serious face, "As long as I can do it." "That's good." Alan Wilson nodded, indicating that if Maggins had any plans for a city promotional film, he had a good candidate. Maggins understood immediately and became more approachable. It seemed that he could write off the request for help from Alan Wilson today. The Royal Domain plan is more practical at the moment. Norman Brooke, the cabinet secretary known for his restraint, was also discussing what he thought was a big deal with Prime Minister Attlee. Chapter 454, a heavy responsibility. "These plans are too many, and the dominions in the Crown territories are similar, aren't they?" Prime Minister Attlee took the plan brought by Norman Brooke, which was the same as the one brought by the Colonial Secretary, which was nothing special. "In fact, my colleagues also think that the Dominion plan is superfluous. It is more appropriate to keep only the Crown Territories plan." Upon hearing this, Norman Brooke went further and said, "This can avoid the Dominion, a name derived from the colonies, and is more conducive to the long-term connection between Newfoundland and the mainland." "Is that so? But Canada's ideas must also be considered." Attlee nodded in understanding, and still mentioned the importance of the relationship between Canada and Britain. After all, after the United States cut off the loan, Canada provided a loan of $1.2 billion to help Britain tide over the difficulties, and he has not forgotten it so quickly. "Dear Prime Minister, in principle, of course, we pay more attention to the relationship with Canada. We can ignore the general colonies, but Newfoundland happens to be an exception. Newfoundland is the first overseas territory of the British Empire and the starting point of the global empire. It has always been on the same level as Canada. As things stand now, the local residents are very disgusted with the merger with Canada." Norman Brooke said with a heavy face, "This is very difficult. If we force it too much and cause the disgust of the citizens of Newfoundland, will they choose to join the United States?" Prime Minister Attlee's expression tightened, and he immediately said, "London has never ever thought of using any coercive means to force Newfoundland and Canada to merge. London respects the public opinion of Newfoundland very much, except for joining the United States." Norman Brooke added after the Prime Minister finished speaking, "Of course, judging from the current situation, the possibility of Newfoundland joining the United States is very low. It mainly lies in the two factions of restoring the Dominion and merging with Canada. The former occupies a major position, but once it is restored as a Dominion, the population of Newfoundland cannot fully bear the foreign affairs, internal affairs and military of the country, so transforming it into a royal territory is a compromise." "Is that so?" Attlee listened to Norman Brooke's words and fell into deep thought. Norman Brooke watched the Prime Minister's thinking calmly. He never thought that the Prime Minister and ministers were superior to others, even if these ruling parties were elected by the people. In fact, the elected government was no different from civil servants, and power came from the monarch. Because in the final analysis, Norman Brooke believed that the establishment of the British civil service system was based on the authorization system. Power is granted by the monarch, and these powers are obtained through granting. In addition, due to the balance of power between the elected government and the political forces of the political parties, the power that originally came from the monarch's authorization still needs the approval of the ministers before it can be implemented. The cabinet secretary is nominally only a councillor position, and his actual power is quite limited, so he can only return to the track of administration. This is why the long-term planning of the cabinet secretary is often not recognized as a leadership plan. For them, the grand undertakings in the eyes of these politicians are just administrative plans with a longer term. However, the historical inheritance of this long-term administrative planning also makes British civil servants have a great sense of identity with the glory of the empire in the past, and local officials who were incorporated into the senior civil service system in the colonies often reflect this. It can be said that the British officials are the ones who miss the imperial era the most. In other words, whoever is a cabinet secretary must find a way to keep as many overseas territories as possible. It is okay not to be a colony, and it is okay to be loyal to His Majesty the King. Anyway, the elected government also comes from the King's authorization. Only when as many overseas territories as possible are attained can civil servants have enough battlefields to fight these elected governments. As for what these overseas territories are called, it is not very important. It can be called anything. There is nothing wrong with calling them royal territories. Unlike his predecessor, Norman Brooke did not just accept the supervision of ministers unilaterally, but also believed that Whitehall also had the power to supervise ministers. The two are checks and balances. When Norman Brooke left 10 Downing Street, the 4 options for the Newfoundland referendum became 3 again. Transformation into a royal territory, merging with Canada, and maintaining a dispatched government, that is, maintaining the status quo, and continuing to maintain the colonial status. Of the 3 options, only 2 are feasible, namely, merging with Canada, and becoming a royal territory. Even Norman Brooke himself did not believe that the Newfoundlanders like to continue to be a colony. Well, Maggins, I'll leave this matter to you. Alan Wilson paused for a moment. Is Lord Sheffield a trustworthy person? Of course, Alan, I understand your difficulties very well. If Maggins were an Oriental, he would have said that it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. However, even in the UK, it is normal for a man to have a lady of the same status as his wife. It's no big deal. Maggins understands very well, just like the distinguished husband of the Crown Prince, Prince Philip, didn't he also have some romantic affairs? Although Alan Wilson could not stay in London for too long, as a person who cherishes time, after handing over the 3 options selected by the cabinet secretary to the Newfoundland representative, he still went to see Audrey Hepburn to watch the opera. Even though he has never been interested in the so-called opera, and it has always been the same. Generally speaking, members who often come to watch operas are a group of ordinary people, most of whom live in the commercial district, stockbrokers, lawyers, auctioneers, and everything else. There are many people who are tough-minded, but have low opinions. These people do not look down on the class they belong to. According to the Soviets, this kind of petty bourgeoisie is weak. Although they are dissatisfied with the status quo, they are not likely to revolutionize. They will only complain about the current situation. At least now Alan Wilson understands one thing. Audrey Hepburn really likes to watch opera. On the surface, she tries her best to pretend that nothing has happened, but you can see that she is very happy. Naturally, Alan Wilson also pretends to be immersed in it, but in fact he is still thinking about how to deal with the Newfoundland referendum. Although he is not very old, he has long stopped believing in all kinds of political propositions under the guise of pleading for the people. He knows better than many people that those political propositions are garbage. But this does not delay. Every time Audrey Hepburn can't help but applaud. He, the king of applause, feels the same. With the applause of the opera house, the curtain fell, and Alan Wilson stood up holding Audrey Hepburn's hand, but immediately seemed to remember something, and put his hand down with a complicated look. It's time for this young generation who is about to rise on the screen, to experience the results of Greta Garbo's teaching by example. At least one thing is not pretended. Alan Wilson can't control his instinctive reaction now, and he doesn't have the protective color of black people. Everyone can see that his blushing face is embarrassed, but he has to keep a straight face as if nothing happened. This also made Audrey Hepburn see it. Although she hasn't experienced it yet, she can feel that the way this man just showed is that he likes her. Wearing a mask, Alan Wilson returned to normal and walked out of the theater slowly with the crowd. Because there were many audiences, it seemed normal to hold Audrey Hepburn's hand. In a short corridor, Audrey Hepburn, who was held by the hand, looked at this man who didn't look away several times, and the man's palms were sweating. I will be returning to Newfoundland in the next few days to handle the referendum, Alan Wilson said in a gentle voice. After leaving the theater, there is an opportunity. I have helped you get it. 1 week later, you will go to London City Hall to find Mackins. He will arrange a video for you to audition. The theme is a day in the life of a London girl. It will be published in a magazine. Of course, this is not a long-term job. My friend has found a place in the chorus of a West End choir. If you are interested, you can give it a try. It is not very tiring and will not delay your own planning. Alan, you are leaving so soon. Audrey Hepburn was not very happy, but she immediately reacted. Thank you for your help. I mean, your work seems to be very busy. Maybe it will be easier in the future. Maybe this is life. Sometimes this kind of thing happens. Alan Wilson tilted his head and looked into Audrey Hepburn's eyes. We will meet again, won't we? Alan Wilson knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Now there were more important things waiting for him. The relationship between the two heads of the civil service was no longer as sweet as it was at the beginning. He could not reconcile this matter, but he just hoped that it would not affect his own plan. In fact, psychologically, he supported Norman Brooks' attempt to clarify the boundaries of ministerial duties and adopt checks and balances. But things in official careers are often unrelated to right or wrong, so it is better to stay away from them. But at least on the issue of the Newfoundland referendum, the two civil servants had no disagreement. Alan Wilson got Norman Brooks' revised plan. I thought the option of merging with Canada would be removed. Of course I want to do this, but London can't make such a decision. Norman Brooks took a deep breath and said, so the Newfoundland referendum, Alan, it's up to you. I will do my best. Alan Wilson nodded. This time when he returned to Newfoundland, he would hold a referendum. The future is still uncertain, and he is still a little worried at this time. Alan, Edward and I do disagree on some points, but we still have a lot of common views on many points, such as. Norman Brooks said this, and hesitated for a moment. He and I both think that you are a very reliable person and very trustworthy. Chapter 455 Referendum Date. I will do my best. Alan Wilson understood this idea and even repeated his previous words. Although he still felt uncomfortable in private, he had an instinct that made him judge the right and wrong of actions not from principles, but from success or failure. This instinct was half innate and half the result of years of handling and observing things, just like thousands of people in his class. Before leaving, Alan Wilson brought the Newfoundland representatives to London to experience the extravagance of the heart of the empire, which was also a celebration for everyone's work together. On the streets of London, the newly lit street lights became brighter and brighter, and the strong light turned the faces of the crowd grey. High above, large white clouds quickly and lightly passed through the dark purple sky. At the Whitehall Hotel, where civil servants gather, people in evening gowns have opened their coats and are briskly climbing the steps of the hotel door. Workers are wandering in the streets. Women, those who are particularly lonely at this time of the night, are walking alone in groups to the east, swaying slowly, with a look of hope in their manners, dreaming of good wine and a good dinner. Or occasionally, for a minute, dreaming of a kiss out of love. Everyone, without exception, has shed some of their own class, creed, and fashion, or wears a hat tilted, or walks briskly, or laughs, or is silent, which shows that they are all the same under the passionate cover of the sky. After this night, the next day, Alan Wilson has landed at the military base in Newfoundland in a trance. To be honest, he was still hungover, yawning until the cold wind woke him up. Although I understand that Newfoundland is not warm due to its location, the north is too cold. The south and north of Newfoundland are completely different worlds. In the same season, the south is like Paris, and the north is like Siberia. This is a bit exaggerated, but that's what it means. The advantage is that, if you are lucky on the day of the referendum, you may be able to prevent many citizens who want to merge with Canada from voting. However, judging from the current public opinion, this kind of trick is unlikely to be used. After all, he has been the chief executive for more than half a year, and at least he has some effect. No matter how bad it is, it will not be worse than in history. With such a bad result in history as a scapegoat, he thinks that any change can be attributed to the development of things in a good direction. In fact, from the perspective of the colonial empire, if this thing succeeds, it will give other European colonial countries great confidence. More flexible response to the surging independence wave in the colonies. Alan Wilson can't guarantee other countries, but France and Portugal will definitely think of a way. Especially in Portugal. To be honest, Charles de Gaulle came to power with the full support of the French military. The important reason why the French military promoted Charles de Gaulle to power was that they were tired of the political chaos in France. Supporting Charles de Gaulle to take power was actually to turn France into a state similar to a military government. Many military generals hoped that Charles de Gaulle would play the role of Napoleon and continue to support the army's Algerian war. Of course, in the end, Charles de Gaulle did not continue to entangle in Algeria. Alan Wilson believes that, if Portugal had the national strength of France, or vice versa, if France had a ruler like Salazar, it would almost have gathered the conditions to continue to suppress. Although Charles de Gaulle did not eventually become the Napoleon of this era, in modern society, it is a luxury to expect Napoleon to reappear. Although he is British, Alan Wilson also believes that Charles de Gaulle is already the most capable politician in Europe at this time. The citizens of Newfoundland will not know how far-reaching the result of the Newfoundland referendum will be for the future. Alan Wilson also paid too much. In order to save time, he took several flights for Newfoundland. Such a down-to-earth chief executive took a plane. Is there still a law? The next day, Alan Wilson and the Newfoundland representatives who accompanied him to London returned to St. John's. After returning to the governor's mansion, Alan Wilson directly called Savjevic to ask whether the situation in Newfoundland was stable during his absence. Governor, Mr. Smallwood has been subjected to many vicious attacks recently. Although he was very happy in his heart, he did not show it on his face. Wow. Alan Wilson sighed inexplicably and said indifferently, Mr. Smallwood, you shouldn't be treated like this. Although all of this is a spontaneous action by citizens, isn't it a bit too much for an old man who is no longer in his prime? In fact, it can be even more excessive. Alan Wilson is going to emphasize in the next broadcast that Joseph Robert Smallwood's personal behavior should not be blamed. Although for Smallwood, letting this matter pass is the best thing, Alan Wilson certainly can't let this matter pass. He believes that the truth will become clearer as it is argued. As for Savjevic, he said that everything is normal in the logging area. Tens of thousands of people are so obedient, which actually surprised me. I'm neutral and don't praise too much. Chinese people are second to none in the world in terms of respecting authority and discipline. What's more, many Chinese workers are soldiers like you. It's still possible to ban them immediately. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. For any established society, foreign population is a very sensitive place. Always mentioning it seems like making a fuss and being intolerant, but if you admit it silently, when the problem really occurs, it will generally not be a small problem. As for Alan Wilson now, he hopes that everything in Newfoundland will be stable, and the results will be out first, and everything will be settled. He can handle the problems in the future with ease. India and Pakistan are still fighting, each claiming that they are still okay, but in fact they are exhausted. The ceasefire date between Israel and the Arabs is almost over. Although these two things are also major events in the world, they have nothing to do with Alan Wilson. The biggest thing in his eyes now is the Newfoundland referendum, and everything else is a small matter. It's not that he thinks so. The three major battles have begun. Do Truman and Dewey have time to take care of it? Although he, a chief executive, cannot be compared with the candidate for the US president, the principle is the same. In the evening, Alan Wilson, who had just returned to St. John's, appeared on the radio again, explaining his gains from this trip to London and the three plans approved by Prime Minister Attlee. There was no Dominion plan in the three plans, so Alan Wilson gave a long explanation, mainly explaining that there was no essential difference between the Crown Territory plan and the Dominion plan. It still recognized Newfoundland's autonomy, but it considered Newfoundland's problems more comprehensively. In fact, with the population of Newfoundland, it is like sitting on a gold mountain, but it does not have the ability to protect this gold mountain. London took into account the disadvantage of Newfoundland's population and could not protect its own fishing grounds. That's why the Crown Territory Plan was proposed, so that the power of the Royal Navy could be used to protect Newfoundland's fishing grounds. Although this was a complete lie, most people in a society could not understand something too profound. Alan Wilson used the rhetoric of blurring the facts to talk about this matter. In fact, it was also for the benefit of Newfoundland citizens. Simply put, autonomy is the Crown Territory, and the Crown Territory is autonomy, so that the citizens of Newfoundland can realize that this is the best choice for Newfoundland. Then, through the plan to merge with Canada, Alan Wilson mentioned the recent criticism of Smallwood. The betrayal remarks that had gradually begun to subside were once again widely publicized through the radio. Although Alan Wilson repeatedly emphasized during the broadcast that Smallwood's proposal should not be the reason for him to be criticized. In fact, the fundamental purpose is to make the citizens of Newfoundland not forget this person. As for the final colonial plan, to be honest, I can't understand why this plan was retained. In my opinion, the biggest role of retaining the colonial plan is to make the remaining plan look more democratic. Dilute some of the hostility and confrontation that may be brought about by the two referendum plans. There is no other explanation. Alan Wilson's voice was transmitted to thousands of households through this broadcast. Finally, he set the date of the referendum. The time should not be delayed too long. After all, the World War has ended for 3 years. We will hold a referendum on the 1st of next month to determine the future destiny of Newfoundland. Dear citizens of Newfoundland, the future is in your own hands. You must seriously consider the precious power in your hands. The broadcast ended. Alan Wilson turned off the radio, stood up and stretched, and made a decision in his heart to go to the Anglican Church tomorrow. There is still half a month before the referendum. If God gives me face, Alan Wilson, the chief executive of Newfoundland, has a small request. He hopes that there will be a sufficient snowfall within half a month. This is absolutely selfless. He just remembered the saying that auspicious snow means a good harvest. He hopes that the future of Newfoundland will be better and better. Although the heavier the snow, the more disadvantageous it will be for the settlements outside St. John's. The referendum date has been officially announced. Supporters of independence and supporters of merging with Canada can open the stage for debate. This kind of thing cannot be stopped at all. Alan Wilson simply gave up the radio and let the supporters of both factions explain their reasons through the radio. Of course, some supporters of merging with Canada have a little problem with eloquence. They are tongue-tied. It has nothing to do with Alan Wilson. It may be that they are a little nervous for the first time. People are different. How can supporters of becoming a royal territory speak clearly? Chapter 456 Referendum begins. At times like this, not making trouble is helping. Alan Wilson's silence on most of the criticisms against Smallwood is in itself helping Smallwood. There is no doubt about that. Alan Wilson is an official who benefits the people of the land. No matter what the result of the final referendum in Newfoundland will be, he still has to do what he should do. Influencing people's subconsciousness does not necessarily require saying something, but doing something is actually okay, but it is indeed more difficult than giving a speech. Just pretend you don't know. Now the independence faction and the entry faction are accusing each other. Alan Wilson has officially established 3 departments. The Newfoundland Forestry Association, the Newfoundland Fisheries Management Bureau, and the Newfoundland Business Office. As the name suggests, these are institutions corresponding to forestry, fisheries, and tax havens. In the Newfoundland Parliament building, Alan Wilson did not mention the referendum at all. At least he would not mention it before the 3 departments were established. As the chief executive, who always keeps in line with the Prime Minister, Alan Wilson shamelessly linked the responsibilities of the 3 departments to the 3-ring diplomacy, supported by Prime Minister Attlee. To put it bluntly, these are the 3 pillars of Newfoundland's economy and the cornerstone of the entire economic development. There is no doubt that the location of the Newfoundland Business Office is the most important. Newfoundland's unique position will make it the brain of the Commonwealth. Alan Wilson actually wanted to say it would become the Commonwealth's office, but suddenly thought that this was not a good word. In later generations, India became a location for software and service outsourcing because of its large English population. India has been calling itself the world's office for a while, but of course everyone understands that there are definitely fewer people sitting in offices in this society than working as workers. Considering India's huge population, the increase in employment and huge population brought by software and service outsourcing in India are not worth mentioning, and in the end, Indians didn't mention it much. In fact, for the population of Newfoundland, doing well in two industries is enough to maintain a high quality of life. And I don't know if the distinguished committee members know about the tulip bubble. Although this is a happy trouble, we must remember that a society must maintain the quality of diligence and thrift to be a healthy society. The government led by Prime Minister Adli aims to combine the advantages of socialism and capitalism, guarantee the basic security of all citizens and build a prosperous society on this basis. So although logging is tiring and fishing is hard, Newfoundland cannot give up. Otherwise, if everyone speculates, it will be difficult to guarantee that the tulip bubble will not occur. Alan Wilson acted very sincere, and in fact he was very sincere. After all, this was the first place for him to practice. It would be a shame for this experience if he did not leave some useful legacy. We have all seen the work of Governor Allen, and I believe every citizen of Newfoundland has seen the changes over the past 6 months. In front of Alan Wilson's rather deceptive performance, most of the members of the Newfoundland Committee expressed their gratitude. In fact, before the referendum began, Alan Wilson did not need to explain to these committee members that the 3 departments could be established by signing an executive order, but he did not do so. He was not going to make a fortune before leaving. British India is British India, and Newfoundland is Newfoundland. The two are not the same. Although Alan Wilson did not express his position on the referendum results in words, what he is doing now is to strengthen the status quo in Newfoundland and keep the current development trend going. The waiting process was accompanied by arguments between the citizens of Newfoundland who had a sacred vote. Alan Wilson turned a deaf ear to this and kept his old habit of being in Newfoundland and paying attention to the world. At present, there are 2 major events related to Britain in the world, the Indo-Pakistani War and the Israeli-Palestinian War. The trend of the Indo-Pakistani War is developing in a direction that is not favorable to Pakistan. The most important thing is that Ali Jinnah died. At the last moment of the battle for Srinagar, the founding father of Pakistan left the country he founded with his own hands. The governor of the Dominion has been replaced by the Bengali Khalid Nazimuddin. Another thing is that the war between Arabs and Israelis has been reignited. Once again, the issue of whether Israel should exist or not, and fierce fighting, has been carried out in the west bank of the Jordan River. The soldiers of both sides have expanded several times, pushing the cruelty of the war to another level. It is not worth paying too much attention to this point. Israel has the upper hand and defeated the Iraqi-Jordanian coalition forces, which are the greatest threat to Israel and the largest number of people in the west bank of the Jordan River. But then the Iraqi-Jordanian coalition forces made a comeback, and the threats from Syria in the north and Egypt in the south still exist. Although they have occupied some disputed lands, they have not changed the trend of the war. Israel has occupied more land, won more battles, and killed more Arab militants. However, the war could not continue. In this situation, the United Nations General Assembly ordered a ceasefire between the two sides. At the same time, a US military unit in Greece, together with some Greek and Turkish soldiers, was directly transformed into a peacekeeping force and strongly demanded a ceasefire between the two sides. The United States has no intention of changing the status quo. It just believes that the war between the two sides has caused the birth of a large number of refugees and led to a humanitarian disaster. Alan Wilson took the telegram and read it in a sarcastic tone. He seemed to remember that decades later, the Gaza Strip had become a large prison, relying entirely on donations from all over the world to survive. The United States also turned a blind eye to this obvious humanitarian disaster. Why is it paying so much attention to humanitarian disasters now? The meaning of this statement is actually very simple. Although the United States is indeed taking sides, it still does not want to offend the Arabs on the surface. It happened that Newfoundland's son-in-law Su Yang was also there and came to talk about the progress of the logging area this month. Masters Antang, are Americans so reasonable? Not entirely reasonable. It is true that Arabs are not easy to mess with. The main problem is resources. In fact, it is similar to the problem of your extinct king dynasty. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, the most frightening thing about your dynasty back then was that it was a complete entity with a huge population. None of our European countries had the experience of dealing with such a country. That dynasty, is it still worth your attention? Su Yang was shocked and asked in disbelief. Su Yang, you should know more about what we British do in the world. I don't want to say who is right or wrong in the past wars, but you are not the only country that fell into the hands of us British. More than 100 years ago, most of North America was called New France. Alan Wilson swore that he was definitely not deliberately insulting France, but he could only use the most intuitive example to illustrate this problem. In the 7 Years' War, the North American New France and South Asian French India snatched from France alone were almost as big as China. It's the same problem with the Arabs. Americans know that the Arabs are not strong now, but even if they are not strong, they dare not offend this nation. When the number reaches a certain level, it can also be converted into deterrence. The population of your country made the European empires at that time think that they could not handle it. Whether it was us or the French, we only dared to think about it from the corners. Britain did not have colonies with similar populations, such as British India, but the imperial power of the King dynasty was too stable. We could not find an ally like Hyderabad to help us, and we never found a place to start. He didn't want to talk more about this issue. Countries are different, and civilizations are different. Chinese history will not have colonial expansion, but Europe can. Each civilization has its own characteristics. If it were China's atmosphere, would the 13 states of North America still want independence? Unless these rebels want to counterattack the mainland and succeed. Otherwise, if it were China, especially the Qing dynasty, it would just be a replay of Zhenghe. Europe is not China. The characteristics of the two civilizations are different. Alan Wilson didn't want to talk more about this issue. Let's talk about something light, such as what these Chinese workers think after returning to Malaya. Masters Antang, it seems to be snowing. The two were chatting, and Su Yang suddenly pointed outside the window and said. Alan Wilson stood up leisurely, with a strange expression on his face. It seemed that he had to give face to God. What should he bring? Whiskey? This snow came at the right time. The time for the referendum was getting closer and closer. The snowfall in St. John's had stopped, but the situation in other settlements was not so simple. On November 1st, the Israeli-Palestinian war had been forcibly stopped by the peacekeeping forces that arrived. Arab countries protested one after another. The Indian army had entered the capital of Kashmir. While Pakistan was still mourning the death of the founding father, the referendum to decide the future of Newfoundland began. The referendum result was based on a simple majority. If the supporters of a plan exceeded 50%, it would automatically become the final result. If none of the three candidate plans reached 50%, a second round of referendum would be held. The plan with the least supporters in the first round of referendum would be withdrawn, and the top two plans would be retained to continue. This referendum involves all citizens of Newfoundland, and there are a total of 77 voting locations in Labrador. The voting locations are guarded by the Ustashal led by Savjevich. Although it is not necessarily possible for all citizens to find them, the objective conditions are here, and we cannot expect too much. In St. John's, all the members of the Newfoundland Committee went out to call on the glorious citizens of Newfoundland to support their claims and use their power prudently. Hiss. Alan Wilson, who was standing by the window, exhaled white smoke and suddenly coughed a few times. The smoke was a bit hot today. One after another, people came out of the house and went to the referendum location. Smallwood did the same. In this short period of time, he had been abused no less than 10 times, and there was no one at the voting location that supported the merger with Canada. Alan Wilson did this entirely for efficiency considerations, and it was definitely not a moral kidnapping. It was quite cold on a snowy day recently, and it would be good for everyone to get the results early, so the secret ballot was abandoned. Chapter 457 Newfoundland Crown. At this point, the final result was no longer under the control of an executive. Waiting for the result was the only thing Alan Wilson could do, and he had done his best. At present Alan Wilson and the Chinese workers were the most idle because they were not citizens of Newfoundland. So Alan Wilson decided to take a break from the heavy work, have a drink, and wait for the final result. This day was a sleepless night for many people. Although Alan Wilson drank more, he still got up before sunrise the next morning. The executive who got up quietly opened the blinds and looked down in front of him. The conspicuous beach merged with a group of hazy bushes, and the water of the bay was vaguely visible under the starry sky. His head was still aching, but his heart was warm. Everything in front of him was exciting. Even if the mind was duller than his, seeing this scene would be suddenly enlightened. After a day, Alan Wilson didn't think that all the votes in Newfoundland had been counted, but the results of St. John's should have come out. This place accounts for about half of the population of Newfoundland. The results here, even if they are not 100% certain, can determine a direction. It shouldn't be the result of the Brexit referendum, right? Alan Wilson asked himself. It shouldn't be that kind of result. If the Brexit referendum in the UK is divided geographically, London and Scotland are in the EU, and all of England, except London, are in the Brexit camp. Although London is the largest city in the UK, it was eventually submerged in the vast ocean of the English people. The factors of Scotland are negligible. Although Scotland is a large place, its population is only 1/10 of that of the UK. The base camp for independence is also St. John's, the capital of Newfoundland. The Labrador region definitely supports the merger with Canada. Now it depends on whether the capital can defeat other settlements in Newfoundland. In this small bay, several sloops just passed by, and now a larger rowing boat is rippling on the microwave. Several fishermen rowed over to the rowboat, tied their small rowboats to the mooring, and hurriedly climbed into the big rowboat. As the capital, St. John's had completed the entire referendum process in one day, and now only the vote counting was left. Alan Wilson knew that Stalin had a famous saying that voters could not decide anything, but the vote counters decided everything. So it was understandable that the king was unwilling to lose. However, he did not quite believe it. The Newfoundland referendum was originally very tense in history. Could it be that his participation had a negative effect? The current situation in Newfoundland should be much better than the same period in history. There was no reason for the boat to capsize in the ditch. Alan Wilson, who left the governor's mansion, did not go to the polling station, the Parliament building, or even anywhere else. He just took Savevich around. He did not want to admit that he did not dare to take the initiative to inquire about the results, but walked around to relieve his mood. 2 or 3 miles south of the bay, on the sloping pebble slope of another small bay, a fisherman's strange sail dragged the boat to the shore. The bushes beside the sandstone on the seashore swayed mysteriously and then parted, and the fishing boat was pushed in. Alan Wilson had only seen this scene in the clip of Black Cat Sheriff, Cat and Mouse, who smuggled back from Africa. He wondered how a normal fisherman could be like a pirate. Mr. Allen, since you are very reluctant to let Newfoundland leave the UK, why don't you do more work? Savevich saw that Alan Wilson was worried and couldn't help asking, save yourself from being so troubled now. This place is too close to the United States. If we change to another place, for example, Northern Rhodesia, I will seriously think of a way. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and suddenly wanted to chat because of this question. Savevich, speaking of this topic, I have never asked you about Northern Rhodesia. Now I want to ask you, can you honestly tell me what the current Slavs in Northern Rhodesia think about the future? Mr. Allen, we are very grateful to London for giving us a place. Savevich pondered for a while. Although he could not be said to be extremely smart, he also knew that this question was not groundless and must be treated with caution. Once Northern Rhodesia is freed from its colonial status, it may evolve into a relationship between Israel and the Arabs. I remember that the population you have in Northern Rhodesia is not large, right? Even if you add the children born in the past few years, there are not many. It will take at least 10 years for those children to grow up, but the population of the black people near Northern Rhodesia is no less than that of the Arabs. Alan Wilson said meaningfully, once you choose independence one day, your situation will be more difficult than that of the Israelis. Do you think I'm right? Unless you start ethnic cleansing again and again, can you guarantee that you can hide it tightly every time? Alan Wilson used these words to clearly show that he knew about what happened in Northern Rhodesia. Seeing that Subjevic was silent, Alan Wilson whistled and said, "If I have time, I will visit Northern Rhodesia and have a good talk about your future." Of course, this premises that the Newfoundland referendum has the result he wants. There must be a good start to safeguard the interests of the British Empire, right? In this way, he will have the confidence to continue his efforts. He believed that the Slavs who had just arrived in Northern Rhodesia would not be as naive as the native whites who had already regarded themselves as locals. The long-term fighting would make the Slavs understand how to maximize their interests. While Newfoundland was still counting votes, on November 2nd, the 1948 US presidential election involving Dewey, Truman and the Progressive Party Wallace also kicked off. Alan Wilson's attention was diverted by the Newfoundland referendum, but Chittagong, who was far away in the east, was not so idle. Although the war situation was unfavorable, he believed that, as long as Dewey, who was shrouded in mysterious power, won, everything would be fine. It is worth mentioning that the campaign platform of the Progressive Party candidate Wallace opposed the Cold War, including the Marshall Plan and the Truman Doctrine. The Progressive Party also hoped for stronger government regulation and stronger control over large enterprises, demanded an end to discrimination against blacks and women, and supported the minimum wage. They called for the dissolution of the House Un-American Activities Committee, which was aimed at investigating communist spies in US government agencies and trade unions, on the grounds that the latter violated civil liberties. Given that Truman's popularity had been sluggish due to the split in the Democratic Party, Dewey seemed to be able to rest easy. Republican leaders believed that their candidate would be able to win, as long as he did not make any big mistakes, so they advised Dewey not to take any risks, and Dewey accepted it. Under such circumstances, American voters began to cast votes that would determine the future of the United States, just like the citizens of Newfoundland the day before. Many newspapers, magazines, and political analysis authorities believed that Dewey had already won, so they began to prepare articles to be published after the election in advance, offering advice for the upcoming Dewey presidency. In the last issue before the election, Life magazine published a large photo of Dewey with the title "The Next President Takes a Ferry Cruise in San Francisco Bay." Writer Alistair Cook published an article on the day of the election, Harry Truman, a study in the causes of failure. In order to increase ratings, the NBC News program built a model of the White House on the show site, with 2 elephant models inside, so that when the news announced Dewey's victory, the elephants could jump out of it. As for the Democratic Party, since it was bound to be defeated, the donkey model was simply not prepared. At the same time, Newfoundland was counting votes. For Alan Wilson, judging from the vote count in St. John's alone, the number of people who supported the merger with Canada was negligible, and even less than those who supported maintaining the colonial status. Judging from this result, the previous one-handed party's unity against dissidents was still effective. Among the 80,000 citizens of St. John's, more than 70,000 votes supported the transformation into a royal territory, which was an absolute overwhelming advantage. Now, as long as the prince and his wife, who had just left North America, had at least a little effect on their trip to Newfoundland, the result would be stable. It is very likely that there will be no second round of voting now. In theory, the result will appear after all the votes are counted. Alan Wilson also did not think that the Yin soldiers would be dispatched in Newfoundland. As the chief executive of Newfoundland, he did not play tricks, and it was even more impossible for others. Votes from all over Newfoundland continued to arrive in St. John's and were recorded in the presence of the members of the Newfoundland Committee. But when the 75,000th vote of the Crown Territory appeared, everything was meaningless. The voting population of Newfoundland was only 150,000 to 160,000, and the number of votes that had been cast to choose to maintain the colonial status had exceeded half in theory. Even if all the remaining votes were in favor of merging with Canada, it would not affect the result. Therefore, the Newfoundland Committee announced the referendum results in advance. The result of the Newfoundland referendum was that more than 50% of the population supported Newfoundland's transformation into a Crown Territory for self-government. This result was broadcast to every corner of British Newfoundland. This referendum that determined the future of Newfoundland had already had a result. Alan Wilson appeared and arrived at the Newfoundland Parliament building under the gaze of many citizens. In front of the Parliament building, Alan Wilson shouted, "I personally respect the decision of the citizens of Newfoundland. Now, in the name of the local chief executive, I will inform London of the results of this referendum. Long live the Crown Territory of Newfoundland. Long live the Crown Territory of Newfoundland." In front of the Newfoundland Parliament building, supporters cheered loudly, happy that they could thwart the conspiracy to sell out Newfoundland to Canada. Chapter 458. Some are happy, some are worried. Don't be happy too soon. I still have to give the result to Ottawa and Washington. Alan Wilson said this for no reason, implying that there might be changes in this matter. The public opinion is ready. Newfoundland is a feng shui treasure land. Both neighbors want to control it in their own hands. The rebuttal is simpler. Compared with the British mainland across the Atlantic Ocean, the two neighbors will only interfere in Newfoundland's internal affairs. From the perspective of maximizing interests, if you have to choose a country, of course, choose Britain. The referendum has a result, but it is not peaceful. The problem lies in the Labrador region. Newfoundland and Canada have always had disputes over the scope of Labrador. Of course, Canada is also most worried about the merger of Newfoundland and the United States, just like the United Kingdom. This will turn the land dispute between Newfoundland and Canada into a territorial dispute between the United States and Canada, which is very unfavorable to Canada. There is no need to worry about these things now. London naturally has a professional team to deal with them. In fact, after becoming a royal territory, Newfoundland's situation is similar to that of Greenland, a Danish territory. In the telegram to Ottawa, the explanation to the Governor-General of Canada, Harold Alexander, was to use Greenland as a metaphor, and at the same time, inform the result of the referendum, that the citizens of Newfoundland still had resistance to merging with Canada. In the end, they chose to transform into a royal territory to maintain autonomy. Harold Alexander is the current Governor-General of Canada, and Alan Wilson feels that he can communicate with him. This military-born Governor-General will definitely explain the situation in Newfoundland to Canada. The reason for this judgment is that Alan Wilson knows that Harold Alexander has been named Count of Tunisia. In recognition of his contribution in the World War, he is already a member of the aristocratic group, and should understand the importance of Newfoundland. As for the telegram sent to London, it is very official, and can be applied in the normal official document format. The two heads of civil servants are well aware of the affairs of Newfoundland. Even if they didn't think Alan Wilson had any way at the beginning, they now understand it. After doing all this, Alan Wilson felt relieved. Now for him, the affairs of Newfoundland are actually over. On the night of the referendum results, Alan Wilson made an affectionate broadcast to express his love for this land. He made it clear in the broadcast that, after being transformed into a royal territory, the Newfoundland Parliament will be restarted, and will resume its autonomy under the approval of King George VI. Regarding the poaching faced by the Newfoundland fishery, Alan Wilson proposed a solution, saying that the environment in Newfoundland is similar to that of Iceland, and the two places should establish a benign interactive relationship. Iceland is a Danish territory, and has been independent since 1944. Alan Wilson mentioned the role of Iceland. This is because Iceland's pillar industry is also fishing, which is similar to Newfoundland. In terms of natural resources, Iceland and Newfoundland are incomparable. It can be said that the fishery is the greatest wealth in Iceland's hands. In the broadcast, Alan Wilson also bluntly stated the similarities between Iceland and Newfoundland, and the fact that Iceland's basic conditions are worse than Newfoundland. Under such conditions, Iceland will definitely be more proactive than Newfoundland in maintaining the interests of the fishery. This is indeed the case. For decades after the war, Iceland's economy has relied on fisheries, and it has had several conflicts with neighboring countries because of this resource, including the famous Cod War with Britain. Alan Wilson feels that, if Newfoundland faces the future as a royal territory, it can also strive for policies similar to Iceland, which is good for Newfoundland. Iceland is actually the source of the claim of a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. It is precisely because Iceland has no good resources that it has been very radical on the issue of fishing grounds. Some people may not understand why the fishery resources around the two islands were still very rich at the time. How could it be easily allowed to be independent? The main reason is that the concept of exclusive economic waters does not exist yet. Whether it is the fishery resources around Iceland or the fishery resources in the Newfoundland fishing grounds, they are all common resources for all mankind. As long as you have the ability to drive a fishing boat over, you have the right to catch cod. European countries such as Spain and Portugal have already been fishing cod in the Newfoundland waters for hundreds of years. Since its independence, Iceland has begun a series of hard operations to protect local fishery resources. First, a 3 nautical mile coastal fishing ban was established in the name of protesting illegal harassment. Then a 4 nautical mile fishing ban was established in the 1950s to protect haddock and plaice. Then in the late 1950s, the territorial waters were expanded to 12 nautical miles. In the 1970s, the territorial waters were upgraded to 50 nautical miles, and then the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone that led the world was established. In order to protect its own fishery resources, Iceland has fought countless battles with European countries, all of which were classified as cod wars. Iceland also fought a cod war with the United Kingdom, but now that Newfoundland has become a royal territory, it is naturally not possible to consider the issue so simply. Since Iceland has established a 3 nautical mile fishing ban, this matter is very simple. Iceland has 3 nautical miles, and Newfoundland has 5 nautical miles. Because the results of the US election are about to come out, the Republican Party is currently in a state of explosion. Alan Wilson is ready to change his work focus and transfer his main work from Newfoundland to the United States, so he must leave a political achievement before leaving. I will discuss with the Newfoundland Parliament, which will soon be restored, several issues concerning the protection of Newfoundland's fishing grounds. Now I have to wait for London's reply. Alan Wilson's tone was quite tough, which left a deep impression on the citizens of Newfoundland after the referendum. Although many citizens speculated on how the chief executive would safeguard the interests of Newfoundland's fishing grounds. But there are no pure secrets in this world. The remarks on legislation to expand the rights and interests of Newfoundland's fishing grounds were still quietly spread among the people of Newfoundland. The 3 nautical mile fishing ban that Iceland had already implemented also became a topic of discussion among the citizens of Newfoundland. The discussion was very heated. Since Iceland could do this, Newfoundland could certainly do the same. The results of the Newfoundland referendum were also transmitted to the Royal Salute, which was heading to South Africa, via radio. Pamela Mountbatten proudly read the telegram that had just arrived. More than 50% of Newfoundland citizens support the transition to a self-governing royal territory. The referendum has ended, and the current results are awaiting a reply from London. Elizabeth, Alan has done it. Pamela, look how happy you are. Crown Princess Elizabeth smiled lightly, pointing out that Pamela Mountbatten's statement was not objective and neutral at all. But I believe that many dukes and earls will be happy. Of course, the order and cornerstone of the British Empire are finally stable. Pamela Mountbatten smiled, and the Prime Minister was just for fun. At the critical moment, her fiancé had to step in. Look at this. Princess Margaret, the crooked-mouthed war god, saw Pamela Mountbatten's proud display of merit, and she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Did she, her sister, think that whatever that man said was right? Princess Margaret remembered the scene she saw that night, and her face couldn't help but feel a little hot. In fact, if it is converted into a royal territory, it can be regarded as a solution. Pamela Mountbatten did not notice the love brain situation, and then praised her fiancé. He is like this. He likes to deal with very difficult problems. Then why not keep British India? Princess Margaret rolled her eyes, but she did not dare to say it out loud, for fear of being scolded by her 2 sisters. She also knew that, since the failure of exposing the hypocrite last time, the difficulty of saving Pamela Mountbatten has increased again. She cannot fight an unprepared war and needs to wait for the opportunity slowly. Alan Wilson did not know that there was a princess who was still thinking about me at sea. He was now reading the telegram sent from Boston. The results of the US election had come out. Contrary to the expectations of all mainstream media, Truman won. Except for Rhode Island and Massachusetts, Dewey won almost all industrial states in the East, but Dewey's advantage was so small that it was quite surprising. In some states such as New York and New Jersey, although Dewey won, it can be said that it was a narrow victory thanks to Wallace. The shocking election results came from the states west of the Appalachian Mountains. In the Midwestern states of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Colorado, the Democratic Party was far ahead in votes. Even in Dewey's home state of Michigan, Dewey barely won. And preliminary results from 11 western states showed that Dewey only had a certain advantage in Oregon. By midnight, the vote count in agricultural areas began to come out, still in favor of the Democratic Party. By this point, the election situation was very clear. Along with Truman's victory, the Democratic Party also won the congressional elections, regained the Senate and the House of Representatives, and 3 new Democratic governors emerged. No matter from which angle, this was a big victory. The most famous photo in the United States right now is Truman holding the newspaper of Dewey's victory. Alan Wilson finished reading the telegram. The photo was very famous, and he had seen it before. Well, dear committee members, the draft of the 5-mile fishing ban has been finalized. When the Newfoundland Parliament is officially restored, everyone will vote on it. Alan Wilson put down the telegram and said to the committee members gathered here, my term of office has not yet ended, but the focus of work may have to be shifted. After it is transformed into a royal territory, the power of Newfoundland will belong to the citizens, and there will be no need for me as the chief executive. At that time, I will shift the focus of my work. Now the Republican Party is in a state of confusion. Alan Wilson wants to go and see it, but it will be too late to see it later. When the committee members were trying to keep him and telling Alan Wilson about his contribution to Newfoundland, Boris entered the hall with a telegram. Chief Alan, a telegram from London. Let me see it. Alan Wilson received another telegram, scanned it, and congratulated the Newfoundland committee members. Dear gentlemen, London has recognized the results of this referendum. Now, let's talk about the Newfoundland parliamentary election. I believe everyone can't wait. Haha. The Newfoundland Parliament building was instantly filled with laughter and joy, completely different from the cursing in a mansion in East Asia. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, From Victory to Victory. Alan Wilson contacted the Boston consulate via telegram and was submitting to London an analysis report on Truman's re-election. In terms of hindsight, Alan Wilson could have used the final result to repeat it in the form of farts, not to mention that when he went to the United States last time, he had already stated in the telegram that Truman would not give up so easily. The Democratic Party of this era has 2 characteristics. The first point is that, because of Roosevelt's New Deal, opponents believe that the relationship with the Soviet Union is too close. The second point is a historical legacy, that is, the Civil War, and the Democratic Party is the party that supports slavery. But because Truman's approval rating is very low this time, candidates from 2 types of Democratic supporters have run for election separately, which has diluted the pro-Soviet and racist colors of the Democratic Party and deprived the Republicans of 2 excuses to attack. This election can be regarded as the most important election after the war, and it has decisive significance. We can make a judgment that the Republican Party, which has been strong since the Civil War, has become history. The 2 parties are now at the same level. Maybe the Republican Party will change its mind and reshape the American political arena. At the end of the telegram, Alan Wilson said that his duties as the chief executive of Newfoundland have actually ended. After dealing with the Newfoundland issue, he will perform another duty, which is the diplomatic work that he also took on when he took office. This report also caused discussion in the cabinet. Prime Minister Attlee had read the telegram that Truman would not admit defeat. In fact, given the current situation, Britain is of course also concerned about the US election. After all, among the main candidates, whether it is Dewey of the Republican Party or Wallace of the Progressive Party, they are opposed to the Marshall Plan, and the Democratic Party's election situation seems to be very bad. It's just that Attlee's concern is obviously not as concerned as Chang Gong. Using American money to do American things is the real way to win 1,000 miles away. Dear Prime Minister, this is the executive order signed by Alan regarding the 5-mile fishing ban in Newfoundland's fishing grounds. At present, it seems that this executive order will definitely be passed after the parliament resumes, and the citizens of Newfoundland seem to be looking forward to it. Norman Brook took an executive order and placed it in front of Prime Minister Attlee and said, Alan said that he has dealt with all matters in Newfoundland, established 3 collective enterprises as the pillars of Newfoundland's economic development, and formulated a policy similar to the 3-ring diplomacy by taking advantage of Newfoundland's special environment and status. Since taking office, he has cleared Newfoundland's fiscal deficit, and now he can leave office with honor. More than $10 million in debt. Prime Minister Attlee couldn't help but sigh. Although this is not comparable to the debt of the United Kingdom, it also shows how successful Chief Executive Alan Wilson is. If you compare it, after Attlee came to power, Canada's loan of $1.2 billion is probably equivalent to more than twice the per capita debt of Newfoundland citizens. But this chief executive cleared Newfoundland's debt in less than a year, which is amazing. European countries are rebuilding, which means that from now on, Newfoundland will make a net profit from transporting timber. Prime Minister Attlee wanted to say in his heart, envy. Really envious. Britain has only repaid short-term debts. Of course, compared with the huge debt of £3.7 billion when he just came to power, the current situation is much better. Attlee is going to announce the end of the rationing system 2 months later on New Year's Day in 1949. Norman, in fact, Alan can complete his term in Newfoundland. The diplomatic work will be shared by the ambassadors to the United States and the United Nations. He thinks life in Newfoundland is very boring. Norman Brook shrugged helplessly. The population of Newfoundland is indeed a little sparse, even less than that of Australia. And the current weather is cold. He himself will not want to stay there, and wants to try his luck in Boston. Well, whether the executive order of the 5-mile fishing ban is passed, is the business of the local parliament itself. Attlee pondered for a moment and said, the Royal Territory is autonomous, and London does not ask in principle. At this time, Alan Wilson was ready to pack up and leave. It was no secret. Thanks to his achievements after taking office, many people still visit the Governor-General's mansion, but Smallwood has disappeared since the referendum. According to rumors, Smallwood is preparing to immigrate to Canada. Alan Wilson doesn't know whether this news is true or not. If it is true, then this matter is very ill-considered. If Smallwood really immigrates, it will only make the citizens of Newfoundland think that Smallwood is really a Trojan horse planted by the Canadians. Psychologically, they are more disgusted with Canada's behavior, which is not a good thing for Canada's future relations. Gentlemen, thank you for coming to try to keep me, but I do have another job, and being the chief executive is a part-time job. I'm also the consul in Boston, but I have stayed here because my job in Newfoundland is more important. The situation in Newfoundland is now on track, and I personally will have nothing to do after the parliament is restarted. At this point, Alan Wilson took out a telegram and said, regarding Newfoundland's proposal for a 5 nautical mile fishing no fishing zone, London has stated that it will not interfere. We just need to wait until the parliament is restarted and passes it. Are you in such a hurry? Chief Alan, although you haven't been in office long, you are very popular with the citizens. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? One of the commissioners expressed his reluctance. This is not my credit, but the British Empire's extensive colonies, which played a role in optimizing integration. Newfoundland lacks manpower for resource development, and we have reliable labor to do this work half a world away. The biggest problem is that we all know that it is not so easy for people of different civilizations to work together. Fortunately, the regulatory measures are in place, and the communication is calm, so no accidents have occurred. Alan Wilson said this and emphasized, regarding the issue of salary, I believe that the committee members or the parliamentarians will not let me worry about it. Of course not. We also understand the benefits of this to Newfoundland. The committee members present nodded one after another, indicating that they would never default on wages. That's good. Newfoundland is really a good place. In the future, the citizens here will become the envy of the whole world. I have no doubt about this. Alan Wilson said with great satisfaction. He has already set a date for departure, and the rest of the time is to have a political conversation with the local elite. In fact, the royal territories have a unique constitutional status, with their own judicial and tax systems, and the United Kingdom is responsible for the diplomacy and defense of these royal territories. The British Royal Territory in later generations is just 3 small islands in the English Channel. How can there be such a large royal territory as Newfoundland? Regarding the struggle for the status of the Royal Territory, Alan Wilson said not to be anxious, and by the way, he pulled out small wood to whip the corpse, saying that a person who is anxious will do irrational things. Mr. Smallwood made an impulsive choice, because he was anxious, which should be a warning. Maybe there will be a seat for you in the House of Lords in the future. Alan Wilson held his chin with his hand and said jokingly, the House of Commons is in trouble. Those political parties are very reluctant to see their seats reduced. Oh, really? Many committee members looked happy. It is true that the House of Lords is a place for aristocrats, but they are not members of the British House of Commons, and they are not opposed to the political grave. Everything can be fought for. Isn't this also our British tradition? Alan Wilson said without comment. On November 5th, 3 days after the Newfoundland referendum results came out, and 2 days after the US election results came out, Alan Wilson packed his bags and set off again on his journey, just like when he came here, carrying a backpack like a migrant worker going to the city. The entrance of the governor's mansion was already full of people. Someone read the Newfoundland Committee's statement and asked Alan Wilson to sign. The Newfoundland Committee, Mr. Alan Wilson, is awarded the honorary citizenship of Newfoundland. Newfoundland is your home. Welcome our governor to come back often. Thank you, glorious citizens of Newfoundland, for granting me this honor. Alan Wilson, who was carrying a bag, raised one hand high, clenched into a fist, and expressed his gratitude to the citizens who came out to see him off. Sign it, sign it. On the streets of St. John's, many citizens waved flags and shouted, hoping that Alan Wilson would sign the last executive order. Okay, let's use my power for personal gain today. Alan Wilson laughed, took the statement, took out a pen, and signed the executive order involving himself, and then shouted, I'm extremely honored to have an opportunity to benefit society in Newfoundland. Goodbye, respected citizens. Goodbye, Governor. On both sides of the street, countless people waved their hands and said goodbye to Alan Wilson, the chief executive who had been in office for less than a year. Alan Wilson kept waving until he arrived at the dock to board the ship. Is there a big shot on our ship? On this British ship, some crew members whispered to each other, dumbfounded by the scene extending from the dock to the city. I heard that it's the governor of Newfoundland. This bureaucrat is so popular? One of the crew members was amazed, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he saw Alan Wilson carrying a bag on board. Would you like a drink? Seeing these crew members looking at him with strange eyes, Alan Wilson took the initiative to invite them, saying that there was still some happy water in his backpack. The freighter was heading towards Boston, and Alan Wilson was about to start a new job, which could also be described as moving from one victory to another. Chapter 460, The Confused Republican Party. Shock and hesitation are the common emotions of the current Republican Party. It can be said that this election has caused a huge impact on the Republican Party. Since the Civil War, in non-war periods, the Democratic Party has not come up with a super candidate, and it is impossible to compete with the Republican Party. The Republican Party has always been more favored by the Northeast and the Great Lakes of the United States, which is the most densely populated place in the United States. Often once the Republican Party nominates a candidate, it has almost locked the position of the White House. Now that the war is over, Truman does not look like a popular person, but he has formed a double kill against the Republican Party in the electoral votes and the popular vote. How can this not shock the Republican Party? You must know that even the Democratic Party's super candidate 50 years ago, President Cleveland, did not defeat the Republican Party in the popular vote. It is not an exaggeration to describe the current Republican Party as a face full of confusion. As for Alan Wilson's best friend McCarthy in the United States, he still retains his position as a senator, but the Democratic Party currently dominates both the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States Congress. When Alan Wilson arrived in the United States, the Democratic Party was in a carnival and Truman was tasting the wine of victory. The Republican Party fell into a deathly silence. Thomas Dewey's first half of his life was extremely brilliant. At the age of 33, he was the youngest district attorney in the country and an anti-gang hero in the Sin City, New York. At the age of 36, he ran for governor of New York for the first time and lost by a narrow margin. The public opinion believed that he had lost with honor. At the age of 38, he ran for the first time for the US presidency, becoming the youngest presidential candidate in history, only 3 years older than the legal age for running for election. At the age of 40, he was elected governor of New York for the first time and was subsequently re-elected twice. This election was originally due his best opportunity. After the failure of the first 2 elections, he had shed his youthfulness and became more mature. His 6-year brilliant resume as governor of New York also made him confident. But Alan Wilson remembered that after this failure, Dewey no longer ran for the presidency. In the next election, Dewey appeared as an aide to Eisenhower. It was well known that Dewey and Taft were at odds within the Republican Party. Taft's conservatives had a lot in common with the Southern Democrats, but Dewey was not so conservative. The 1948 election can actually be seen as a preview of the exchange of the Democratic and Republican bases in the 1960s. Truman, the Democrat, faced a split in the Democratic Party, and the hostility of Dewey and Taft on the Republican side also consumed the strength of the Republican Party. After Eisenhower's term, the transformation of the Democratic and Republican propositions had been basically completed. The scene of stealing each other's homes in the 1960s appeared. The Democratic Party, which had always been defended by white people in the South, was abandoned. The southern states turned to the embrace of the Republican Party, and the East and West Coasts, which had always been supporters of the Republican Party, began to move closer to the Democratic Party. Alan Wilson was just watching the excitement for fun, but the one who was really angry was Chiang. The first of the 3 major battles had already been defeated, and the most powerful heavy troops of the Cannon Party had been destroyed in the Great Northern Wilderness. He now believed that Chiang would not be angry at this time. After all, the life of kneeling and begging for food had to continue. He should still lick his big face and pretend that he had nothing to do today and come to Truman for food. Alan Wilson, who completed his glorious resume, came to the Big Apple again and lived temporarily in Greta Garbo's luxurious apartment as a host. He said to the Queen of Silent Films, "The food in Newfoundland is too hard," and the locals suggested that he eat soft rice. "I'm so inconvenienced, and you have the nerve to do that?" Greta Garbo was complaining with a bulging belly, but her face remained cold. Yes, she is an elderly mother after all. Alan Wilson took the initiative to help. After helping Greta Garbo to sit down, he bent down slightly and put his head on Greta Garbo's belly, sighing, "I will definitely be there when you give birth. If it's inconvenient, don't come. I have found a trustworthy private hospital. Confidentiality will definitely be no problem." Greta Garbo stuffed food into her mouth and said vaguely, "Although this is not the UK, once it is leaked, it will definitely affect your work. I feel like I'm very handsome." Alan Wilson said with a grin, "You are so considerate of me that I don't know what to say. My heart is full of gratitude. Such a famous star, whose beauty is recognized even by the head of state, is willing to have my child. It seems that you have completed your work in Newfoundland, and you come here to make American men jealous." Greta Garbo rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and gave her own comment, "Isn't that right? You can't say that. I also cleared Newfoundland's foreign debt of more than $10 million US. It also reflects my work ability." Alan Wilson denied it flatly. "My dear, you know how I feel about you. I can do anything except a marriage. Men's pursuit is nothing more than this little thing. I'm willing to give it up." "Well, that's the truth." Greta Garbo sighed lightly. She also knew that Alan Wilson could not find fault with this aspect. Many men also care about the bodies of female stars, but they pay far less than this man. Even want to get it for free. If Alan Wilson knew what Greta Garbo was thinking, he would definitely add this sentence. He was talking about Katharine Hepburn, who was as famous as Greta Garbo. After dinner, Alan Wilson helped Greta Garbo into the bathroom. The silent film queen lived alone. Since she began to give birth to life, cleaning work was not very convenient. As a man, he had no choice but to hold tight. Greta Garbo said unconsciously in Alan Wilson's arms, "No problem, but you have to go out with me tomorrow. I personally think that you should set a time to go out." It's not good to stay at home all the time. You haven't been out for years. You must correct it. Alan Wilson persuaded Greta Garbo in her ear. Okay. After a long time, Greta Garbo replied, I have a car, but I haven't driven it for a long time. I don't know if there is any gas left. I mean walking. Alan Wilson insisted on his opinion, not just because of his driving skills. What is the difference between sitting in the car and staying in the apartment? Greta Garbo walked out of the stone hallway of her apartment. At this time, the grey-white sleet was drifting impartially towards every luxury car driving on the commercial street and the dilapidated huts made of wooden boards gathered in the slums north of New York. The sleet washed the cars clean and soaked the garbage piled high in front of a row of buildings. Greta Garbo was walking on the road. She walked briskly eastward along Chestnut Street toward the bank. Only in this way could she prevent herself from bursting into song. She was wearing a beige raincoat, rain boots, and a yellow rain hat that barely covered her shiny chestnut hair. She was heroic and intelligent. Later generations had rumors that Greta Garbo didn't like men, but given her looks, it was normal for women to be attracted to her. However, her large sunglasses and mask prevented her from being recognized. If you don't come out, your body will rust, which will increase the danger when you really give birth. Alan Wilson had almost no nursing knowledge and was purely following his instincts. However, as a senior imperial civil servant, he had the ability to confidently say that he didn't understand the topic. He spoke like a senior gynecologist. Their destination was Chase Bank. Greta Garbo had been staying at home, but she still had to pay for her living expenses. She usually came out to the bank to withdraw her living expenses. Naturally, today's work was handed over to the gigolo king, Alan Wilson, who was energetic and had the momentum to teach me how to do things to help the silent movie queen to withdraw money. Banks all over the world have their own set of mysterious security measures, and Chase Bank in New York is no exception. The bank's set of measures never changes, but the security signal needs to be changed once a week. This week's signal is to pull up the soft blinds of a window halfway, which tells the employees waiting outside that the work of checking whether there are any hidden people in the bank who intend to hold the employees hostages in progress. The two people's luck is obviously not so bad. With the cash they took out, they supported each other and returned to the apartment. Dear, why don't you support me? Alan Wilson teased with a smile. I didn't expect you to have so much assets. It's amazing. I still have children to raise. Greta Garbo said coldly, a reason that was completely irresistible. Alan Wilson returned to Greta Garbo's apartment, holding a newspaper in his hand. That New York Governor Dewey admitted his defeat. After all, the election has only been a few days, and the current public opinion is analyzing why Dewey lost the election. This behavior of rubbing salt on the loser is quite despicable, but newspapers are keen to take advantage of others' mistakes. This is a common problem in public opinion in all countries in the world. Public opinion does not care about the truth of the matter, but only cares about sales. Alan Wilson has already made a plan for the next stage of work, but in fact, it is not the right time yet. The three major battles have been fought, and then there will be an opportunity for the Republican Party to stir up trouble. Moreover, the Republican Party has just been defeated. It is necessary to give the Republican Party some time to sum up the experience and lessons and make a comeback, right? So, we can't be impatient yet, and we must wait patiently for the opportunity. Chapter 461 Pro-Soviet Base Camp. Since leaving British India, Alan Wilson's life has been quite difficult. After all, there is no place for him to embezzle without restraint. Newfoundland is not a good place for embezzlement, and he has to use all the money to prove his workability. The final result is that Alan Wilson can accomplish something with a little more effort, but in the end he can only leave empty-handed. He felt this when buying baby clothes. Listening to Alan Wilson's narration of "You don't know how poor I am," Greta Garbo narrowed her eyes and asked curiously, "When you were in India, it was completely different from what it is now. So I've always wanted to find a similar environment to work, but I haven't succeeded yet." Alan Wilson sighed and put away some baby clothes, saying, "At that time, I would never have thought that there would be a day when even preparing some clothes for the children would be so troublesome." "You really didn't leave anything for yourself?" Greta Garbo didn't know what to say. In fact, with the current performance of Barbie dolls, if you had left even a little share, you wouldn't be in such a difficult situation today. I know I'm facing such an embarrassing environment today, but I won't regret it. Alan Wilson raised his head slightly, showing his pride, and said, "I'll do anything to get a woman like you. If I hadn't met you at this age, maybe I would fall in love with you." Greta Garbo looked into Alan Wilson's eyes and said this half truthfully, "It's not too late now." Alan Wilson came up to him like a dog. This was a face that the head of state had praised. With such external conditions, no matter how old you are, you can have fun. At least this face has remained eye-catching so far. For women, there is a kind of beauty called bone beauty. Even if a woman with a beautiful bone structure is older, her face can remain young for a long time. Joan Crawford once met you and was completely speechless. Is it true? Alan Wilson was quite curious about this kind of gossip. Your curiosity about the world is not limited to politics? Greta Garbo rolled her eyes at the man and then asked, "What do you think?" "Everyone is curious. If I hadn't come to see you, I would have stayed in Newfoundland. I could have waited until when the time came. There's no need to be so anxious." Alan Wilson wanted to say that he would come after the 3 major battles of the Cannon Party. There was still enough time, but he took the words back. "It seems that once I met Joan Crawford in the stairwell, and she missed her step and fell down." Greta Garbo recalled. Later, there was a newspaper saying that she felt her heart stop beating when she saw me. "It might be the thing you said." Wow. Alan Wilson rubbed his hands, looked at Greta Garbo's whole body, and finally his eyes fell on the bulging belly. He was a little overwhelmed. What is a sense of accomplishment? The experience of the governor of Newfoundland is far less than the current sense of accomplishment. You should think about your work. The newspapers you bought these days are all about Governor Dewey's defeat. Greta Garbo has long been immune to this kind of flattery. She touched her belly and asked, "What bad water is going to happen again?" "For confidentiality reasons, I can't tell you." Alan Wilson kept silent. Greta Garbo has lived in the United States for so long, it is hard to guarantee that she will not have some feelings for this country. It is better not to know. If the overall environment is not suitable, Alan Wilson would have raised the banner of Black Lives Matter and taught his rebellious son how to be a man. But isn't the environment not suitable? At least until the 1960s, there will be an opportunity to intervene by using the black issue. So for now, we can only settle for the second best and think of a way with McCarthy. It's still early, and Alan Wilson has a small request, hoping that Greta Garbo can agree. "I refuse." Greta Garbo heard the man's request and said without thinking, "Why do you want to take pictures of me being pregnant? What is your intention?" "I'm a British diplomat with a promising future, and the price I paid is no less than yours. After you give birth, you must let the child know that I exist. Otherwise, what will you do?" Single parent family life. Alan Wilson tried to change the idea of this home girl several times, but still couldn't change her mind. "You can't leak it." Unable to resist soft and hard grinding, Greta Garbo finally nodded and agreed to this excessive request. Alan Wilson has the habit of bringing a camera, and he completed the shooting of the 2 of them directly in this apartment. At the moment, when the camera was timed to shoot, Alan Wilson lowered his head and kissed the red lips of the silent film queen, with one hand on the bulging belly, and the picture froze. "You've gone too far," Greta Garbo said expressionlessly. "You're surprisingly bold in this regard. It's hard to imagine that you're actually a member of the bureaucracy. This is called being bold with great talent." Alan Wilson was very proud. This photo of great significance must be kept. After staying here for a few days, Alan Wilson must get into work mode. Investigating the current American environment is the top priority. In the next stage, Alan Wilson is going to go to Hollywood, the pro-Soviet base. There is a saying that goes, "You can't get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den." At the same time, while guiding McCarthy, he accumulated some evidence that was inexplicably powerful. Although in his heart, he understood better than anyone that the so-called Hollywood pro-Sovietism was just a superficial phenomenon. Why do you say that? Because the current Hollywood is already in a de facto monopoly. The development of Hollywood back then was a film base developed by filmmakers who gathered together to avoid the famous professional gangster Edison. At the beginning of the century, 7 American film production companies and 2 French film production companies jointly formed the Film Patent Company. Edison had the most patents, including many basic patents, so the company was actually controlled by Edison, and was sometimes directly called the Edison Trust. This company controlled 16 key patents for film technology, and obtained the exclusive right to purchase film from Kodak, using this as a weapon, to try to fully control the global film market. The Edison Trust often sent armed commandos to attack the filming sites of independent producers, snatch equipment, and smash cameras. Or they rushed into movie theaters everywhere to confiscate films that did not obtain Edison Trust screening licenses. Independent producers also hired armed guards, and the conflict between the two sides became increasingly intensified, with shootings and bombings occurring constantly. The so-called Hong Kong gangs infiltrated the film industry in later generations just for fun, and the real experts still had to go to the United States. The East Coast couldn't beat Edison, so independent filmmakers ran to the West Coast with their families and eventually settled in Hollywood. It was far away from the Edison Trust's base camp, almost across the entire United States, and the journey was hard and expensive for federal police and gangsters. Even if the patent lawsuit is lost, it is not easy to enforce it. In addition, it is close to neighboring Mexico, making it easy to evade legal constraints and sanctions. With the expiration of film patents, Hollywood has finally gained a firm foothold, but of course it is a different time. The story of a brave man turning into a dragon is the same in any industry. The current Democratic Party is still a party supported by the middle and lower classes, while the Democratic Party in the 21st century is supported by multinational giants. Why do the Democratic Party and the wealthy elites come to the same path? What kind of ideas and interests make them seamlessly connected? Shouldn't capitalists support small government and oppose big government? If you think about it carefully, this question is too simple. For those who already have huge capital, they logically do not want to have fierce competitors. Only by achieving a monopoly of collusion between government and business can their huge capital status be protected from threats and damage. The same is true for business and technology giants. The reason why some large American companies have come from behind, gradually grown, and then challenged old companies is that the United States advocates free competition and has a mechanism of survival of the fittest. Once they are about to become the target of others overtaking, they no longer want free competition. The pioneers set up barriers for the latecomers, which is most easily achieved under the conditions of resource concentration and monopoly caused by the big government. The same is true for Hollywood. The major Hollywood film companies are now in a de facto monopoly. What they like is the convenience given by the big government, not really like the Soviet Union. The so-called pro-Soviet base is of course fake. However, as a good friend of Senator McCarthy, Alan Wilson felt that Hollywood was really the pro-Soviet base, and it couldn't be more true. This time Alan Wilson visited Hollywood first to accumulate materials for MacArthur's attack later. As a friend, he was definitely very considerate. Greta Garbo packed her luggage and sent her to the door. Then she saw the man turn around and gave him a long farewell kiss until his breathing became rapid. "Go quickly, Vivian is waiting for you." Greta Garbo took several deep breaths in a row to adjust, maintaining an expressionless look, urging Alan Wilson to leave quickly. "Oh, dear, I can't tell that you are disguising yourself like this, and it makes me sad." Alan Wilson licked his lips, feeling the lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth, and said, "But then again, he really should visit the Great British Treasure, and he missed it very much after not seeing it for a long time." Of course, the main thing is to help the great close ally and eradicate the harm brought by the pro-Soviet base camp. Considering the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson has no choice but to do it. Big government and fairness, that is heresy. Free competition and the law of the jungle are the beacon of the capitalist world. That is the real America. For the real America, it doesn't matter if he works hard. A few days later, Alan Wilson had arrived in Los Angeles. It must be admitted that the environment here is much more livable than the East Coast. The only natural disaster that often occurs is a wildfire from time to time. The internet was disconnected after 12 o'clock. I remember that there seemed to be such a time in this book. Chapter 462 Reagan. Judging from the box office this year, it seems that the industry is having a hard time again. In the living room downstairs of Vivien Leigh's apartment, a group of women whispering to each other, just like the bird song in the morning, woke Alan Wilson up slowly. The seat next to the beauty was empty, and she was obviously greeting guests downstairs. Alan Wilson got up and put on his clothes. After a basic cleanup in the bathroom, he went downstairs in his bathrobe. Amidst the sidelong glances, he went to the kitchen by himself. The sound of chewing came from the kitchen. Several women looked at Vivien Leigh with surprise, as if waiting for an explanation. New faces. Before Vivien Leigh could speak, Alan Wilson had already come out of the kitchen with food. He looked at several people who should be actresses, but he had no impression of them in his mind. Lana Turner, Joan Bennett. Vivien Leigh introduced them softly, saying gently, "The food is cold. Shall I make you something new? How many shareholders of Barbie dolls?" Alan Wilson looked at the two actresses deeply, shook his head and said, "I don't have any higher pursuit of food. I'm a little tired. I'll go upstairs and sleep for a while. You can continue to chat." For Alan Wilson, he just came to the western United States for a vacation from the snowy Newfoundland. At the same time, he also took care of some work. As for meeting more beauties, that would be better, but it's not possible now. The big British treasure has drained him out. I said why Vivien is so radiant today. It turns out that someone is taking care of her. Lana Turner chirped, with an expression that I know. Which state is he from? What does he do? A businessman or a director? He's British. Vivien Leigh was a little unhappy. Lana Turner's words clearly meant that Vivien Leigh and Alan Wilson were engaging in a flesh trade, which was very outrageous. Obviously, they had decided last night that they would have a baby of their own to witness their love. Now hearing such words, Vivien Leigh felt quite irritated. "Lara didn't mean that." Joan Bennett explained from the side, "It's just that we have known each other for quite a while, and I haven't seen you have any personal feelings, so I'm a little surprised." The topic returned to the topic of the involution of the film market. After a while, Lana Turner and Joan Bennett said goodbye. Vivien Leigh went back upstairs and looked at the man who had been hollowed out. She couldn't get enough of it. "Is there a flower on my face?" Alan Wilson said with his eyes closed. "Are your two celebrity friends gone?" "Well, they left. The film industry is not doing well this year. Many people have a lot of time to socialize." Vivien Leigh looked at Alan Wilson's face and asked gently, "Are you full?" Alan Wilson suddenly opened his eyes, thought seriously and said, "Let's go to the kitchen and make something together." Strictly speaking, the golden age of Hollywood has ended, but many female stars left over from the golden age are still active. So the film industry is still star-studded to the public. This creates the illusion that the golden age is still there. For these first-line actors, no one understands the decline of the film industry better than them. Alan Wilson certainly notes that this is because American television is becoming popular and has impacted the film industry. This is the most fundamental reason, but is it? From the perspective of the UK, it can also have another reason. From this time on, the competition faced by outstanding film actresses in the industry is much more difficult than before the outbreak of World War II. In the 1940s, the American film industry was considered to be a group with a serious left-wing tendency. Many Hollywood filmmakers joined the Communist Party of the United States, or formed industry unions. More and more works expose social contradictions in the lives of the lower classes. Hollywood stars cannot be said to have political tendencies, because they try to always stand on the side of political correctness, such as humanitarianism, anti-war, anti-discrimination, anti-oppression, care for vulnerable groups, etc. Because the group of actors is relatively special, although big stars have enough financial resources, they still have to rely on their popularity to make a living. Naturally, stars cannot go against the public's thinking, so the star group likes to establish a persona. This time when Vivien Leigh came to the United States, she could clearly feel that the film industry was not as prosperous as when Gone with the Wind was filmed before the war. The United States has already begun to censor Hollywood for its pro-Soviet stance, and the Hollywood 10 case has already broken out. When McCarthy was in the limelight, he did not target Hollywood. At best, he could only continue the previous censorship, and the Hollywood 10 case had nothing to do with McCarthy. But now, with Alan Wilson, McCarthy's close friend, Hollywood will never be out of Senator McCarthy's sight. The impact of the television industry has only made Hollywood underestimated, but Alan Wilson is different. He thinks that the idea of taking half of Hollywood's life is not excessive at all. And as mentioned before, Hollywood is not so much in love with the Soviet Union, but it will never abandon political correctness. This is determined by the attributes of the actor group and the film industry. Most importantly, these groups who pretend to pay attention to political correctness usually kneel down and wave their fists and are very easy to bully. If they don't clean them up, it will be a shame to Alan Wilson's personal ethics of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Go back to Europe if the film industry is in recession, but don't go back to London. The air in London is becoming more and more unbearable at this time. If you want to settle down in Paris or Rome, I will arrange it, and I can visit you often. After skillfully making a fish, Alan Wilson and Vivien Leigh sat down face to face. After tasting it, Vivien Leigh praised him generously. You always give people surprises in this regard. I learned it from the Chinese. The thing that Newfoundland lacks the least is fish. I'm almost turning into a fish. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, but fortunately, I successfully completed the job and turned Newfoundland into a royal territory. This result is quite gratifying. You are always so humble. Vivien Leigh looked admiring and then hinted that they should be intimate. No one is coming anyway. Alan Wilson didn't agree with this. What does it mean that no one is coming anyway? She should say, so what if someone comes? In broad daylight, Alan Wilson, who did not get up, hugged the British treasure. His mind was clear, and even his thinking was active. I want to invite a friend to Los Angeles as a guest. Do you have any friends willing to host him? Don't get me wrong, it's not about any transaction. I want an actor who is interested in politics. By the way, who is the current president of the Screen Actors Guild? It's Ronald Reagan, but I don't know him. Joan knows his wife Jane Wyman. They seem to be suing for divorce now, because Ronald Reagan is obviously more interested in politics. Vivien Leigh hugged Alan Wilson's body like a kitten and whispered, many people think that the political atmosphere is killing Hollywood. Isn't this a good thing? Alan Wilson touched Vivien Leigh's hair and whispered, Vivian, I think you may be worrying too much. I believe that the president of the Screen Actors Guild is not that kind of person. Ronald Reagan? He was the one he was looking for. Alan Wilson couldn't think of anyone else except him. He invited McCarthy himself, and it would be more appropriate for Hollywood to have another person to accompany him. This third-rate actor, who suffers from Alzheimer's disease in his later years, seems to have a work called Reaganomics. Didn't President Reagan have a well-known Reaganomics? Tax cuts, financial deregulation, and government spending cuts. Under the guidance of Reaganomics, the United States officially changed from being dominated by industrial capital after the war to being dominated by financial capital. Debt economy, industrial hollowing out, and Wall Street globalization. These are all President Reagan's accelerators. Donald Reagan, the boss of Merrill Lynch, the world's largest financial group at the time, an important funder of President Reagan's campaign, and the 66th Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. Everyone on Wall Street knows that Reaganomics refers to Donald Reagan, the one who opened the floodgates of Wall Street. Ronald Reagan, an actor and host who was busy selling cigarettes at the time, has the ability to name an economics. President Reagan, is just the executor of another Secretary of the Treasury Reagan. It just happens that the two have the same surname, which makes people mistakenly believe that Reaganomics is his. Does he deserve it? If the opponent was not an enemy like Goto, Reagan's opponent could be replaced by any normal person. If they gritted their teeth and persisted for 10 years without doing anything, the United States would be defeated. Vivian, please help me. Given Reagan's interest in politics, I believe that, if he gets the news, he will take the initiative. I have no doubt about it. Alan Wilson kissed the British treasurer on the face and asked for help. Then it depends on you. Can you give me enough motivation? Vivian's eyes were about to drip with water, and her face was like a peach blossom, twisting her body. The meaning was self-evident. As an imperial civil servant who could give everything for the British Empire, Alan Wilson was loyal to the empire and would not care about personal gains and losses. Blood and sweat were nothing. Vivien Leigh is now the core figure of the largest group in the recession in Hollywood, so she is naturally very face-saving. Although this time in Hollywood was not as smooth as the last time, it has greatly expanded her network of contacts. As early as the British Indian period, Vivien Leigh, who had been taught by Alan Wilson, had made great progress in her social skills. She found a random excuse and went to Jane Wyman's house with Joan Crawford. Jane Wyman and Reagan were in the process of divorce, but the lawsuit was long, and although they were not well known, they were also public figures, so on the surface they were still at peace. Before the divorce, they still lived under the same roof. Women, when they are in love, will say anything. The news that the British consul invited the senator to be a guest attracted Reagan, who originally did not want to care about family matters, and he listened with relish. Chapter 463, Scoundrel Reagan. Although Alan Wilson was taking time to talk with Hedy Lamarr and had not met Reagan, he knew that this third-rate actor should be Hoover's man now. From a class perspective, Reagan's role was similar to that of a person who compromised with the capitalists during previous strikes and was generally called a scab by the public. However, the Soviet Union was an enemy, and Reagan's behavior could only be explained by patriotism. Alan Wilson still remembered the traditional skills of the British Empire, striving to maintain the balance of the entire world. This was not a mistake, as continental balance was the national policy of the British Empire. Who is prettier, me or Vivien? Hedy Lamarr entertained the man who came to cheat on her because Vivien Leigh was out on business. The man asked this question very seriously. People say that Vivien Leigh is proud of looking like me. People are different. The advantage of Vivien is that she is very sentimental. Alan Wilson took a puff of the cigarette, and commented objectively and neutrally, as long as she has a request, I will do everything possible to satisfy it. Of course, the same goes for you. The film industry is too difficult to work in now, and the pay is also decreasing. If it weren't for Barbie, this year would have been difficult. Hedy Lamarr sighed. Ingrid has always wanted to return to Europe, and she wants to take me back with her. This is a good thing. The European film market has been negotiated. Alan Wilson agreed. In a few years, the European film market will recover, at least not inferior to the United States. Alan Wilson expressed his appreciation for Ingrid Bergman's idea of returning to Europe without hesitation, and at the same time, encouraged Hedy Lamarr to go back as well. If the plan goes well, when McCarthy makes a big move in Hollywood, everything that happens in the United States will be widely spread as these actors return to Europe. And it coincides with the promotion of television and the general environment of Hollywood's lack of successes. I dare not say that it will kill Hollywood, but it is definitely worth looking forward to the establishment of Europe's own film industry to compete with it. This is definitely a good thing for Europe. Otherwise, Hollywood movies always compare how much better the United States is, and there will always be people who want to immigrate. If immigration can be reduced, it will be good for the development of Europe. As for whether the proportion of blacks in the United States will increase faster if European immigrants decrease, that is the American's own business and beyond the scope of his authority as a British civil servant. I'm still a little hesitant, but it seems that I can try it when you say so. Hedy Lamarr made up her mind that if Europe recovers well, she will go back with Ingrid Bergman. In the final analysis, it is still a factor of money. If the money earned is about the same, and there is no need to be constantly censored by the US government, of course, choose a place with a more relaxed atmosphere. After a parting kiss, Alan Wilson started his journey of time management. Before Vivien Leigh came back, he had already returned to the apartment. The great British treasure had worked hard, so he used his bone-setting skills to help the national treasure relieve fatigue. Ronald seems to have an extraordinary passion for politics. He is usually a serious person. Vivien Leigh was amazed and told everything she saw today. Oh, really? Vivien, when the Hollywood 10 case appeared, did the president of the Screen Actors Guild make any statement? Alan Wilson asked in a roundabout way, while trying to relieve Vivien Leigh's fatigue. He seems to have always been against censorship of Hollywood. Vivien Leigh thought about Reagan's several statements and said affirmatively, in general, his reputation is pretty good. So that's it. Alan Wilson sighed and had to say that Reagan's choice of actor career was really the right choice. Unexpectedly, in 1948, he had already started a double life. It turned out that he was not an ordinary person to be able to become president later. Have you movie actors ever received a pamphlet about film censorship? Alan Wilson relieved the fatigue of the British treasure and asked if such a pamphlet had appeared. There is such a leaflet, which says that companies cannot be slandered and ordinary people cannot be deified. It seems that there is something else. I remember that I left a copy. Do you want to see it? Vivian Leigh asked in confusion. Yes. Alan Wilson's face was full of interest. It is forbidden to deify ordinary people. What is the American dream? Isn't this just killing people indiscriminately? Isn't the American dream just propaganda that a person can realize his personal dream through hard work? Isn't this deifying ordinary people? It's a pity that Hemingway has won the Nobel Prize in Literature. Otherwise, forcing a Nobel Prize winning writer to death would definitely cause a sensation. Now it seems that this idea can only be postponed. For McCarthy, the just concluded US election was a heavy blow to the Republican Party. As a Republican senator, he also felt the same and was dumbfounded by the Republican defeat. At this time, he received an invitation from Alan Wilson, and with the idea of relaxing, he accepted the invitation of his drinking buddy and came to the west coast of the United States. Alan Wilson naturally couldn't afford the entertainment expenses, even the golf course fees arranged with McCarthy. Vivian Leigh paid for it out of her own pocket, but of course such private matters would not be disclosed. Two friends doing some entertainment activities would not attract the attention of the Ministry of Justice. After the entertainment activities were over during the day, Alan Wilson talked about finding a place to have a drink, and together with Reagan himself, who he met by chance, the three returned to Vivian Leigh's apartment. At this moment, Mi-6's killer instinct was activated, and the recording equipment of the Los Angeles consulate had been activated. Alan, I must admit that this defeat is an unbearable result for our Republican Party. McCarthy complained with a wine glass in hand. You are British. It is difficult for me to explain to you. No need to explain, McCarthy. We are friends. Alan Wilson, also holding a wine glass, comforted the current senator in the presence of future US President Reagan. I believe that in a mature democratic country, the Republican Party's ideas are still very popular, and your career has only suffered a small setback. It's not that simple, Alan. This proves that the Democratic Party's Roosevelt legacy has been accepted by most Americans. This is a reason why our party believes that we lost the election. McCarthy sighed and said, for the first time in decades, we have a feeling that we have no idea where to start, and we must find the weaknesses of the Democratic Party. As a foreigner, I shouldn't listen to this, but maybe finding an enemy is a good way. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and hesitantly suggested, this will easily unite people and ignore the existing problems. Diverting contradictions is a basic operation of mature democratic countries, and they are even more skilled than military governments. If the military government loses the bet, it will face the danger of the government being overthrown. Mature democratic countries are different. They only need to issue a regretful statement. If he talked about the internal affairs of the United States with other people, it might cause trouble. However, for someone like McCarthy who said everything after drinking, this concern can be ignored. A drunk person can be understood as a mentally disabled person. McCarthy is such a person in Alan Wilson's eyes. What's wrong with two drunkards talking about their illnesses? It's just pitiful that Reagan, who was accompanying him, watched the two drunkards talking about the country with his own eyes, and slowly Reagan's eyes became blurred. We have some problems in the UK that cannot be solved, but the United States has not been affected yet. It is not too late to solve them now. Alan Wilson sighed. In my opinion, the Soviet Union's military threat is not great, but the ideological influence is worrying. Now Europe is generally affected by this influence and cannot be solved. It is not too late for the United States to solve these problems now. Speaking of this, Alan Wilson suddenly stared at Reagan with drunken eyes. Ronald Reagan, don't you think so? Hollywood has been controlled by pro-Soviet ideas, and there is also academia. Many professors in American universities are secretly sympathizers of the Soviet Union, but compared with Britain and European countries, it is still very minor. Consul Allen, it is indeed true. The future President Reagan is now just the president of a small actors union. Not to mention, compared with the legitimate current federal senator, Alan Wilson is just as easy to manipulate as a foreign consul. Under Alan Wilson's questioning, Reagan showed a different attitude from that in public. In public, Reagan always refuted political pressure as the president of the Actors Guild and appeared as a protector of the interests of actors. Now, the two big guys in front of him had a clear anti-Soviet stance when they heard the conversation, so Reagan did not hide it and made his position clear in front of Alan Wilson and McCarthy. "I'm our man. Look," Reagan said so. Alan Wilson smiled drunkenly and said to McCarthy, "Joseph, even Ronald in front of us, we can't be sure if he is lying. Maybe he is a Soviet sympathizer and is deceiving us two drunks. Who can say for sure about such things?" Mr. Allen, I absolutely dislike the opinions of some actors in my heart. I think they were arrested and blacklisted because of their own fault. Of course, on the surface, I must also show a gesture of solidarity. But I actually think that measures should be taken. Reagan stated righteously, "Of course I agree with the arrest of Trump and others, but I can't say that the government is right." "Oh, Mr. Reagan, you finally put my mind at ease." Alan Wilson chuckled, very satisfied with the statement of the scab Reagan. "America is lucky to have someone like you to manage the Actors Guild. It's not enough to just find out the enemies hidden within the United States." Chapter 464. The overall situation is important. What do you mean? Reagan was stunned. Although he had initially met the conditions of a scab, he was not a real moral vacuum after all. He still had a lot to learn. Sometimes, for the sake of national interests, we have to make friends with bad people and occasionally abandon good people who don't cooperate. Alan Wilson drank a cup by himself. In fact, who cares whether these people are sympathizers of the Soviet Union? The key is that we must use some means to strengthen the thinking of the majority of citizens and not be deceived by the Soviets. In this case, it doesn't matter whether they are wronged or not. If we can save the souls of the majority, it is a necessary price for a few people to go to hell. Alan Wilson's meaning was very clear. There should be a movement similar to the Great Purge, but it must not be called this name. It may not be physically eliminated, but some people must pay a price that ordinary people cannot imagine in order to unite the country and confront the Soviet Union with dignity. He believed that McCarthy could understand that just over 20 years ago, social Darwinism was still very popular in the United States. Before World War II, Hitler's followers in the United States were also overwhelming. It was not long ago, and they were not forgotten so quickly. Alcohol covered Alan Wilson's true thoughts, and it was just right to speak out his true feelings after drinking. Today, Alan Wilson planted a seed, and naturally he had the patience to wait for it to sprout. Now it was just a preventive shot. Because at present, the second of the three major battles, the half-cooked rice battle, has just begun, and the situation is unclear. The United States has not been touched yet. It will be officially started when the Cannon Party is completely defeated, and the Republican Party starts questioning Truman. If the opposition party is not in power, it is tough to talk big, even if the Democratic Party is much tougher than the Republican Party in this era. If the Republican Party is in power, Alan Wilson believes that there is no way to deal with the Cannon Party who is in a sludge. If the Republican Party is willing to go all out and sell kidneys to support the Cannon, Alan Wilson can be sure that they will repair the sickle and hammer flag overnight, welcome the Soviet Red Army to liberate Europe, angrily denounce the US conspiracy to kidnap Europe and start the Cold War, and are willing to lead the glorious Red Army soldiers to Washington. Alan Wilson is very sure that the country that can support the Cannon Party did not exist on the earth in 1948. If the United States insists on doing this, don't blame Britain for showing the flexibility of old-fashioned imperialism, standing on the side of the righteous Soviet Red Army, and sweeping the rebellious Sun into the garbage. After 3 rounds of drinks, Alan Wilson sent his 2 friends out, and Reagan did not forget to compliment Consul Allen. "Only a man like you can conquer a woman like Vivian Leigh. The young man has great potential." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and accepted Reagan's compliment with a big grin. People always seem so approachable before they become successful. He has conquered more than just a big British treasure. There are many Hollywood actresses with whom he has close relationships. In fact, they are just like-minded friends. Alan Wilson said modestly, "We all work in the United States and take care of each other." McCarthy and Reagan laughed. Although they knew what was going on in their hearts, they agreed with it. "My friends, see you tomorrow." Alan Wilson waved to McCarthy and Reagan. As for whether Reagan would seize the opportunity to show that he was especially reliable in front of McCarthy, that was none of his business. After returning to the apartment, Alan Wilson turned off the monitoring device. Vivian Leigh came down from upstairs and looked at the man busying around. "This is America. It's very dangerous for you to do this. I'm nervous upstairs. There is a saying in the East, fortune and honor are sought in danger. This recording is too important for our British Empire." Alan Wilson took the recording and couldn't help kissing it. "Maybe it will be useful in the future. But aren't we allies with the United States?" Vivian Leigh stuck out her tongue. "I don't understand either. People say so. This suspicious ally is thinking about the vast colonies of the British Empire." Alan Wilson put the recording away calmly. "But the United States is too strong now. It is impossible for Britain to exert pressure from the outside. Let's try another way. We will join in and mess up the United States from the inside. Find more things for the United States to do so they won't come to trouble us. I just don't know about this. The government says we have a good relationship with the United States." Vivian Leigh said faintly. "The relationship is very good. The Lend-Lease Act drained the blood of Britain. We have to thank this vampire." Alan Wilson's eyes twisted, and then he whispered, "But it doesn't matter. There will always be a chance." Before the United States introduced the Lend-Lease Act, the United States required Britain to transfer some important company shares to the United States. Otherwise the United States would not guarantee that the Lend-Lease Act would be passed. The Americans only gave 72 hours. All these British companies are privately held companies, but the United States does not care. Britain must use national power to make private companies sell out. There are only 72 hours. So many top British companies at that time were sold to Wall Street in the United States by Churchill in 72 hours. Wall Street made a lot of money here. Morgan, a British company that was the world's #1 rayon company at the time, only gave Britain $54 million and sold it on the market for $62 million. Morgan made $8 million in one transaction, and the company's book assets were worth $128 million at the time. Wall Street made a lot of money from such blatant robbery. The Americans have been waiting for this moment for a long time. These British companies are the backbone of the British national industry. The United States directly discounted them and took them away. This is also one of the main reasons for the decline of British industry after the end of World War II. Before the outbreak of World War II, the United States reduced the debts owed by countless countries during World War I and kept collecting debts from Britain. Alan Wilson did not think that with the addition of himself, the British Empire would be able to return to its peak. It should shrink. The national strength can no longer support such a large plate. He just thought about it. Don't turn the shrinkage into a collapse and compare it with Britain decades later. He was wondering how the British could accept that the British Empire became a small island in just 20 years. From a comparative point of view, the losses of the British collapse are much more severe than the disintegration of the Soviet Union. It is not that the rhetoric of the old developed countries can comfort the past. He is not completely unacceptable to the fact that the times have changed. In fact, many British people have felt it since the outbreak of the World War. It's just that the current situation in the UK is far better than the same period in history. After 2 years of full-scale work in British India, the £1.2 billion collected may seem short-sighted, but it has played a huge role. The two wings flew together, and Britain had already returned to its pre-war level before the Marshall Plan was proposed. Saving Newfoundland was just a visible achievement, and Alan Wilson had reason to expect that there would be a future in which Britain would not completely withdraw to its homeland. Although he had been in the Senate for more than 2 years, McCarthy still drove himself. He did not need or want a driver, assistant, or bodyguard. Sometimes an intern would ride with him and take some notes, but most of the time he enjoyed the peace, wandering in the city traffic, while enjoying the classical guitar music on the radio. Many of his friends, especially those who climbed to the throne of the foundation, had large cars with drivers, and some even had luxury cars. McCarthy did not need it. It was a waste of time, money, and privacy. If he climbed to a high position, he certainly did not want a driver hanging around his neck. It was a burden. Besides, he liked to be alone. His office was like a madhouse. A dozen people jumped up and down, answering the phone, drafting documents, and serving the group sent from Washington to Wisconsin. There are two people who are responsible for raising funds. Alan Wilson did not find out what McCarthy's desire is. It seems that he can talk about anything except alcohol. Is McCarthy the kind of person who hides his ambitions, even if he has great ambitions? McCarthy did not deny that he likes to be unknown, likes rural life, and has good restaurants, small bookstores and cafes. He likes to watch plays and listen to music. He and his wife have never missed any performance at the music center. Because of alcohol, McCarthy expressed his approval of Alan Wilson and thought that the British consul was a person who could make friends. So when Alan Wilson asked about Reagan, he gave his answer, Ronald. It seems that he is very enthusiastic about politics. I even jokingly asked him if he would run for president in the future. Alan Wilson sighed with a strange look on his face, thinking about the possibility of McCarthy turning into a prophet. If the senator in front of him had even a little long-term vision, he would not end up like that. But he is a reliable person. McCarthy did not see Alan Wilson's reaction and said with a smile, he put forward many useful suggestions. What aspects? Alan Wilson really wanted to hear what the future US president had to say, but after hearing McCarthy's words, he couldn't help but evaluate in his heart that he was just an ordinary guy. Just like Reaganomics was promoted by Reagan's Secretary of the Treasury, not President Reagan. For an actor, we really can't expect much. Alan, I also want to hear your British methods to curb pro-Soviet thoughts. McCarthy asked, and it was obvious that the last time he drank too much, he was not completely fruitless. Our two countries have different national conditions, but there are a few methods, but they are more suitable for the Democratic Party, not for you Republicans. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, the Republican Party is more direct and easier to be recognized. Patriotism is not a crime. As long as the banner you raise is good, even if the result is not very good, it is not to be blamed. Chapter 465 San Fernando. If a kind of political correctness can be formed, it would be very good. Alan Wilson did not want to describe it as a literary inquisition, although it was actually a similar method. There are differences in details, but the purpose is the same. To be fair, if there was no very narcissistic Qian Long in the Qing dynasty, the level of literary inquisition would be similar to that of other dynasties, but with Qian Long's existence, it was a level higher than other dynasties in this field. Alan Wilson instilled the advanced experience of my Qing dynasty into the distinguished federal senator through the 4-color threatened one package. We in the UK cannot eliminate the infiltration of the Soviet Union in a short period of time, and the United States still has an environment to correct similar mistakes. From time to time, Alan Wilson also performed a play that My Great Britain has been irreversible and the future of the world is in the hands of the United States, and it looks quite lonely. This performance of wanting to kill the thief, but being unable to save the situation even made McCarthy feel a little sympathy, and asked, Alan, I can keep it a secret. Are you dissatisfied with the current attitude of Britain towards the Soviet Union? A drunkard said he could keep a secret? Alan Wilson looked at McCarthy deeply, and the other party seemed to be making him laugh, but still nodded indifferently. Of course. Of course not. Why would a civil servant oppose the Labour Party's nationalization policy? Isn't that a betrayal of the civil servant community? Does someone think that they manage too many things? Even if Alan Wilson didn't mention it, the United States would have gone the way of political correctness, but in the opposite direction. With McCarthy's manipulation, could Black Lives Matter have disappeared at the beginning? Impossible. The current black population in the United States is close to 1/10, and this proportion is not an easy number to suppress in any country. Even countries with a tradition of centralized power cannot directly solve the problem of people like in ancient times. The United States does not have this ability yet. The United States' ability to suppress internal affairs is very poor compared to Eastern European countries, not to mention China. Of course, as the source of the United States, Britain's foundation in this regard is not very good, and it is just as good as the rebellious son. But the difference is that Alan Wilson said that it was the United States that had time, but in fact it was Britain that had time. At present, 1/10 of the black population in the United States already exists, but Britain does not. As long as the fence is tightened, it will not end up like the United States. It is too late for the Republicans to think about blacks now. It will only make the ethnic confrontation in the 1960s more intense. I just don't know how intense it will be with Alan Wilson's blowing. As a federal senator, McCarthy still has a lot of things to do, but he feels that this trip is worthwhile. He has established a deep friendship with Alan Wilson and has his own ideas about how the Republicans can turn the tables. Of course, it is McCarthy's own idea. Alan Wilson dare not take credit for this. He hopes that the friendship he has established with McCarthy through alcohol will become more lingering as time goes by. After McCarthy left, Alan Wilson stayed in Los Angeles and lived a world of two with the British treasure. Of course, he did not forget his work. As a top student of the Oriental College, Alan Wilson took the time to submit an assessment report on the kneeling of the artillery party in a civil war in a certain country. The expert position must be firm. When the Americans kneel in the Korean War, I will definitely make an assessment of the US combat effectiveness from multiple angles and levels. Alan Wilson believes that enduring humiliation at this time is for the future accumulation of strength. One war is not enough. When the United States was defeated in the Vietnam War, it was basically concluded that the fighting power of this upstart was not good, not as good as the old European imperialism. I hope that the European colonial countries will still have enough cards left. After 2 consecutive defeats, I believe that even the Americans themselves should doubt whether their fighting power is as strong as they boasted. This is an opportunity for the Soviet Union to launch a full-scale attack, and it is also an opportunity for European colonial countries. Vivien Leigh's friends are all beautiful. This is Alan Wilson's intuitive impression. After all, women who have worked hard in Hollywood must have outstanding qualities. Alan, we want to go around. Didn't you say yesterday that we wanted to go around? Lana has a yacht. Let's go around California first, and then go out to sea. Vivien Leigh saw a man of the same status as her husband coming down, and immediately called out from behind, "What do you think?" Okay. Alan Wilson was a little surprised, and then a light bulb went off in his head. I heard there's a valley near Los Angeles. I haven't been there yet. How about going there to see it? San Fernando Valley? Joan Bennett was a little disappointed. It was just a small town, and there was nothing to see. Why not go to Puerto Rico? That's a good place for vacation. As a consul, Alan Wilson certainly had freedom, but why not go to Puerto Rico for vacation? Let's go to the San Fernando Valley first, and then go to Puerto Rico for vacation. Vivien Leigh looked at her group of girlfriends and asked, "Do you want to bring a male companion?" Seeing her girlfriends shaking their heads, the matter was settled, which was enough to show Vivien Leigh's status in this group. This made Alan Wilson feel very accomplished. The British treasure who is now happy is also due to her own contribution. In terms of appearance, San Fernando is a typical ordinary place, so there is nothing to write about. While waiting for the bus to arrive, many passengers use this interval to change their seats, massage their necks, light cigarettes, or chat with their neighbors. But there are also a few people, mostly women with fair faces and hands, who continue to look out the window, envious of the quiet and leisurely rural beauty of the suburbs. They wonder in their hearts what the social circle there will be like. What will it be like to become a member of the residents here? In the decades of development of San Fernando, there are countless buses like this every day. And, to the passing traveler, this quiet, secluded, conventional surface always prevails. And indeed, these clear buildings are so pleasing and familiar to the world, because San Fernando is to Los Angeles what Lake Forest is to Chicago and Scarsdale is to New York City. Vivien Leigh's San Fernando is just for fun, and as a veteran movie fan, Alan Wilson's San Fernando is far more familiar than Hollywood. Since San Fernando became an official part of Greater Los Angeles, without its own government, its boundaries have long been made irregular and repetitive by the combined efforts of local business promoters, real estate agents, and generations of weekly newspaper editors who read and threw away. There is such an environment that almost everything is oversized. The houses, most of them one-story buildings before the Civil War or modern ranch houses, are very spacious and built 60 feet or more away from the wide paved road. It is common to see a blonde woman in capri-tight shorts sliding into a car and slowly driving away, or a charming black-haired housewife in an expensive all-on gown standing on the front steps chatting with the head gardener, or a well-shaped lady in white trousers walking gracefully and skillfully around the estate. Since arriving in the valley town that is ordinary in the eyes of actresses, Alan Wilson seems to have become extremely excited. This brought a consequence. Vivian Leigh lived very comfortably during her trip to the valley. Although a certain British consul was suspected of being a gigolo, it didn't matter. Just like Jin Young's many chivalrous novels, Alan Wilson only loved the deer in the cauldron. Our Great Britain has its own national conditions. When we left the San Fernando Sanctuary and felt the warm beaches of Puerto Rico, the Battle of the King Mountain in a civil war in a certain country was at its most intense. Chan Gong was deeply disappointed with the level of his students and went into battle himself, ready to let the whole world see how the master of macro manipulation fought. At the same time, Ingrid Bergman guided her opponent to move the machine gun, then breathed a sigh of relief with a satisfied smile on her face. For Alan Wilson, this trip was extremely difficult and as difficult as the resurrection of the artillery party. Fortunately, I'm young, so I can withstand it. Alan Wilson sighed and felt that he had paid too much for the British Empire. Why did Lana Turner and Joan Bennett change into bikinis? Ingrid Bergman said suspiciously, while hugging the man's body. I remember when we first came out, we were the only ones wearing this kind of underwear. How would I know about your women's affairs? Alan Wilson said slowly, then tilted his head and looked at the Nordic goddess aggrievedly. Ingrid, you won't doubt me, will you? Why not? You have a criminal record. You used your power to force us in New Delhi. Ingrid Bergman pinched Alan Wilson and said unyieldingly, oh, it's broken. It will let others see it. Alan Wilson was startled and quickly looked at the place where he was attacked and then took a deep breath. Fortunately, there was no evidence left. Okay, I have also registered a film company through my friends in Paris and will return to Europe to start a new life. He will come with me. Ingrid Bergman gently touched the place she had just pinched. The market in Hollywood is not looking up. I want to go back and try my luck. Can you give me some convenience? No problem. Alan Wilson swore, saying that he would give convenience to the Nordic goddess, who knew him well. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Healthy Malaya Movement. Alan Wilson wanted to save these fallen souls from indulging themselves in meaningless dates, parties, charity, various activities, weekend flights and other idle confusion. As a result, they used whiskey, sleeping pills, tranquilizers, and various parties to make their feelings blurred and dull. Although Alan Wilson was very tired in this action to save women, he never prepared to let others do it for him, just like the heart of saving the British Empire, which was extremely sincere. Regarding the suspicion of the Nordic goddess, Alan Wilson felt that he had to remove the bottom with his own bone-setting skills. But this can't be blamed on him. After all, the actresses who came to Puerto Rico have experienced it. It is not appropriate to leave Lana Turner and Joan Bennett behind. As we all know, his attitude towards women is absolutely acceptable. The days in Puerto Rico are quite fulfilling. On the spotted asphalt circular driveway in front of the first floor, Lana Turner waved to Joan Bennett. After getting a response, he stayed on the driveway for a while. She looked carefully at the nearby yellow rose bed, paying special attention to the row of withered roses, reminding herself. At first, she had noticed the abnormal state of these roses a few days ago, but because she was moved by the scene and associated the flowers with herself, she quickly forgot about it. In the eyes of casual observers, they did not notice that the colorful flowers on the outside actually concealed a deep-rooted internal disease. Unless people looked carefully, they would not see anything wrong. She turned her eyes away from the rosebed, across the wide green lawn, through the thick layer of leaves that could block out anyone from the outside world, but could not block out the intrusion from herself. Not far away on the beach, Alan Wilson carried Vivian Leigh on his back and played wantonly in this corner of the world, and Lana Turner saw it clearly. This man paid such a high price for Vivian. Even if it were me, I would not be able to refuse. Behind Lana Turner, Joan Bennett came out in cool clothes, leaned on the fence of the hotel with a thoughtful look, and sighed. But Ingrid and Edie seem to have a different relationship with him. It seems that the two of them are going back to Europe to develop. Lana Turner sighed lightly. This is a good thing. There will be fewer competitors. Ingrid seems to be registering her own film and television company, called Woodpecker Company. Joan Bennett couldn't help but feel a little envious. But Lana, speaking of which, is Europe now like when Hollywood just appeared, with countless people thinking about starting a business, instead of like now, where film and television companies have the final say on everything? Lana Turner's heart moved after hearing this. If Ingrid and Edie went back with this idea, if they succeeded, they would be the owners of a movie giant, unlike the two of them, who would still be just actors with no choice. You're right. If they also want this man to give them convenience, if they succeed, they will be like Vivian now, holding the control of Barbie dolls in their hands. Even if they don't become actors, they can be on equal footing with several film companies. Lana Turner turned back to the living room corridor unhappily, moving forward between the exquisitely grooved columns, passing the tall potted cypress, and entering the cave-like, empty, and elegant house. She had a resistance and resentment towards the time in front of her. Once she entered the kitchen, she turned off the heating stove, poured herself a cup of steaming coffee without sugar, and carried it to the small white Bakelite dining table. After taking the first sip of hot coffee, she then concentrated on the ritual of the first cigarette when she opened the door in the morning. After a while of puffing, she felt temporarily comforted. She continued to smoke, and her slender fingers holding the cigarette, which were stained yellow by nicotine, also trembled less. After a while, she crushed the half-smoked cigarette into the porcelain ashtray. Lana, what are you thinking about? Joan Bennett came in with a puzzled look, looking at Lana Turner with a gloomy face. Her tone was quite puzzled. We women are like this. When we see a man who is strong enough, we want to pounce on him. Lana Turner sighed softly. Vivian has a company with annual sales of millions of dollars, and now Edie and Ingrid seem to have caught the opportunity, but we are still smiling like this, which is not fair at all. At this time, the coffee was only a little warm, and she drank it all in one breath. After being armed in this way, Lana Turner took Joan Bennett and walked out of the hotel. If it was really a treasure, then everyone who saw it would have a share. Looking back on the day of the breakthrough, Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh that he was a humble social tool. How could he be so favored? And now he was quite surprised. The key is that he is a British, and these actresses are too politically insensitive. It can even be said that during this period, the United States made more small moves against Britain than against the Soviet Union, but they were all carried out secretly. Although British India was lost, Britain's global empire was still there. As long as the United States felt that the time was right, it would always want to come and poke to see if Britain's global empire dream was dead. Alan Wilson still trusted Vivian Leigh more. After all, Vivian Leigh was British. As for Lana Turner and Joan Bennett, he regarded them as potential FBI informants. The sugar coating could be eaten, but the cannonballs must be shot back. Why can't I control myself? As a person who thought he was going to do great things, Alan Wilson was very distressed about his repeated failures in the face of stumbling blocks on the road to success. After learning from the pain, Alan Wilson remembered his responsibilities. After leaving Puerto Rico, he returned to the Boston consulate and contacted Jared Edward, the British Commissioner of Malaya. As a diplomat who liked to send telegrams, Alan Wilson heard that Japanese women were going to Malaya to make a living. This question received a positive answer from Jared Edward, indicating that such a trend has indeed emerged. Japan is now quite poor, and some women have left their country to make a living in Southeast Asia. Did it bring about the spread of venereal disease? Alan Wilson asked in the second telegram. Once again, he received a positive answer. Alan Wilson proposed a suggestion to Jared Edward in the telegram to organize a campaign to eliminate venereal disease and publicize it widely, and by the way, to make the current situation in Japan real and inform the residents of the British Malaya colony. Japan, which had previously clamored for the whole nation to die in glory and fight a decisive battle on the homeland, after announcing its surrender, the Metropolitan Police Department Security Division began to establish a national agency to mobilize manpower, material resources, and financial resources to provide female sexual services to the occupying forces. The Japanese really took care of the US military in every possible way. For the nurses and homosexual soldiers among them, professional counterparts, they used preferential conditions such as clothing, food, and accommodation to attract their own people to contribute to the country. The right-wing element, who had been the most arrogant in clamoring for war, were making huge profits through the prostitution industry. The price of sexual services was 100 yen per time, which was equivalent to twice the average monthly salary in Japan at that time, but most of it fell into the pockets of these entrepreneurs and philanthropists. Because of protests in the United States and the spread of venereal disease in the US military, the formal specialized agency was cancelled. Gerald, we should let the residents of Malaya know the exact situation in Japan now. This is what an authoritative media should do. As for the syphilis in Malaya, it certainly never existed in the colonies of the British Empire. The reason it exists is that it was spread by Japanese women. We will eliminate these infectious diseases under the leadership of the colonial government, and at the same time, this campaign will be able to instill a deep-rooted impression in the local residents. That is, Japan is essentially the same as Malaya. It is a colony, and a colony that is being retaliated against. Emphasizing the fact that Japanese men watched women comfort the occupying forces will, I believe, contribute to the stability of Malaya. We are not lying. This is a fact that exists. In this matter, the media should play the role of a carrier of real information. It would be best to find a few more Japanese women who have been to Malaya to tell their stories. Don't forget to publicize in the prisoner of war camps and launch a healthy Malaya campaign. I believe the effect will be very good. Jared Edwards, the British High Commissioner of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur, put down the telegram, picked up the phone and said, contact the commissioners in various places to count the foreign population in the jurisdiction and focus on Japanese immigrants. I want to know how many people have sneaked in. A few days later, Jared Edwards, in the name of the British High Commissioner of Malaya, ordered an executive order to investigate the spread of foreign syphilis virus in Malaya. There are two main ethnic groups in British Malaya, one is the Chinese and the other is the pacifist. It happened that both ethnic groups were very conservative in this era. Besides, this topic was indeed enough to attract the attention of the working people and suddenly became a topic of discussion on the streets. As the topic fermented, the real situation after Japan's defeat also spread. The image of Japanese men changed from a vicious warrior who would rather die than surrender to a flatterer who was submissive to the American occupation forces and offered his wife and daughter. There were already hundreds of thousands of newborns in Japan whose fathers were unknown, and Japanese women cursed their own men on the streets. Rumors such as these also spread at an alarming rate in the British Malaya colony. At the same time as this kind of speech was being spread, the British Malayan colonial government launched a propaganda offensive, which changed the image of Japan from the light of Asia to the shame of Asia, and at the same time, claimed that the colonial government was responsible for fighting this foreign disease. Alan Wilson hid his achievements and fame, and went to New York to accompany Greta Garbo to give birth. Those were all Malaya's affairs, and had nothing to do with him as the Boston consul. Chapter 467 The Commissioners return to London. Ireland's withdrawal from the Commonwealth is a wake-up call for the current UK. The short telegram was turned over and over in Alan Wilson's hands, and it seemed that the content of the short telegram was far more than that. Greta Garbo, who was holding the baby, saw this and asked, "Are you leaving?" London summoned the colonial commissioners to return to London. Alan Wilson's eyes swept over the baby boy in Greta Garbo's arms, and said apologetically, "In fact, it has nothing to do with me. It's just that my position as the chief executive of Newfoundland has not expired. So I'm on the list of recalls. Since it is the London government that summoned you, you should go back." Greta Garbo said sympathetically, "Don't worry about me. I still have the ability to take care of a child. I just feel that time is running out." Alan Wilson was a little sad, but it was not entirely because of time management. He was in a heavy mood. He had just completed a job in Newfoundland, and more than a month later, Ireland withdrew from the Commonwealth. This life was too difficult. On December 21st, Ireland officially left the Commonwealth. For Alan Wilson, who had just achieved great ambitions in Newfoundland, it was like a newly risen flame of hope being extinguished by a pea. I haven't recovered yet, so I won't send you off. Be careful when you return home. Greta Garbo gently put down the sleeping baby and said in a soft voice, "Little man who is busier than the Prime Minister, do you have any doubts? How about taking a family photo, right here with you? When the child grows up, he should know who I am, right?" Alan Wilson heard this considerate words and immediately made a reasonable request. Greta Garbo squinted her eyes, saw the expectant look on the man's face, and nodded gently. The awakened baby kept crying and was finally coaxed to sleep by his mother, so that this family photo was completed. Newfoundland is Britain's earliest overseas colony, but if Ireland is counted, there is a different explanation for this issue. Britain's rule over Ireland began in the 12th century. After centuries of British rule, Ireland is the earliest and most recent colony of Britain, rather than a British territory. If it were another civilization, even if it were a peaceful Christian, after such a long period of rule, Ireland would not be easily independent today. But it is precisely the land closest to Britain, and has been ruled for hundreds of years, that Britain has always been unable to deal with. Riots against Britain broke out during World War I. If Britain had not been keeping a close eye on it during World War II, Ireland would have joined the German camp. The religious atmosphere in Europe is actually much stronger than that in the Middle East. Britain is the source of the Anglican Church, while Ireland has always been a Catholic region. In addition, Britain is at the bottom of the world in terms of ethnic assimilation, which has caused a series of problems. Although the potato disease swept across Europe, it hit Ireland hard. It can be said that during the British rule, Ireland was a standard heretic that was more hateful than pagans. If the Irish nobles had been taken seriously by the British Indian princely states, things would not have evolved into what they are today. Only when he really began to serve Britain could Alan Wilson feel the inherent problems of Britain itself. He had a deep understanding of the advantages of different civilizations. During his time as the governor of Newfoundland, Britain did not take any action. For example, it sold 3 giant aircraft carriers to Canada, Australia and the Netherlands respectively. The HMS Respectable, which was sold to the Netherlands in May, together with the previous battleship HMS Warspite, made the Royal Netherlands Navy a maritime force that should not be underestimated. This time, London summoned the colonial commissioners to return home, and Alan Wilson was just one of them. However, he returned home very quickly. The time for McCarthy in the United States to stir up trouble had not yet come, and he had nothing to miss. Moreover, even if he was not included in the call for the return of the colonial commissioners, he would find a way to squeeze in, not to mention that his name was already on the list of summons. This time, the call was caused by Ireland's withdrawal from the Commonwealth. It was the order of Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke to discuss the problems encountered by the major colonies and their countermeasures. It was Christmas when he arrived in London. After Alan brought a gift to Hepburn, Alan Wilson went to Whitehall to report and was received by Ice May, the current permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office. Ice May was the Secretary General of British India. After returning to the country, he took over as the permanent Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs. He is now responsible for the daily work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and has met Alan Wilson. Please sit down. You should have heard that Ireland has announced its withdrawal from the Commonwealth. Since the end of the war, the territories of the British Empire have been on fire everywhere. First British India and Burma, then Newfoundland, and now Ireland. Ice May asked Alan Wilson to sit down, and then his mouth was full of words of decline. Of course, the problem of Newfoundland has been handled very well. London has communicated with Ottawa. At present, Washington has no objection. If it weren't for the Irish problem, maybe we would be happy for a while. Ice May was once the Secretary General of British India. He deeply knew how Alan Wilson emptied British India in 2 years while diverting attention. What surprised him most was that this assistant to the British Indian Commissioner, who had proved to be extremely destructive, went to Newfoundland and transformed himself. In the position of chief executive, he cleared Newfoundland's debts in less than a year. It also made local citizens recognize the transformation into a royal territory. Ismay had to admit that he had made a mistake. This son-in-law of Mountbatten seemed to be more than just a saboteur. What surprised him most was that the two previous cabinet secretaries valued this young official very much. When Norman Brooke recalled the colonial commissioner, he specifically mentioned that the list should include Alan Wilson. "Dear Permanent Secretary, are you the one who presided over the meeting?" Alan Wilson asked. "The Foreign Office, the Colonial Office, the Indian Affairs Office, and the Commonwealth Department have changed very frequently in the past 1 or 2 years, just like the territories of the British Empire are on fire everywhere. This time, the major colonial commissioners returned to the country, and it was unknown what they were going to discuss." "No, Sir Norman personally presided over the meeting," Ismay answered very calmly, and he didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. He also took the initiative to say, "Sir Norman asked you to meet him after you come back." "I understand, Sir Ismay." Alan Wilson stood up to express his respect, and then walked out of the office backwards. The colonial commissioners who were called back to London this time included British Basutoland, British Bechuanaland, British Togo, British Cameroon, British Gold Coast, British Kenya, British Nyasaland, British Sudan, British Zanzibar, British Malaya, and the Protectorate Commissioner of the Persian Gulf. In fact, Britain has a group of islands in America, but they are not included in this recall. Similarly, Cyprus and Gibraltar in Europe are no longer within the scope of recall. After Alan Wilson left Ismay, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, he went to the Cabinet Secretary's office to wait. Not long after, Norman Brooke summoned Alan Wilson. "Alan, is it boring to be the consul in Boston?" "A little bit, but I have been trying to find something to do, and it can be regarded as some gains. Although the biggest gain is a son, this matter is a private matter, and Alan Wilson believes that Norman Brooke does not need to know." Norman Brooke nodded, then said, "I believe you already know about Ireland's separation from the Commonwealth. What do you think about it?" "It diluted my good mood. I have just made a little progress in Newfoundland." After hearing the news, the feeling of complacency disappeared. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly and told the truth, "But there is no way. There is no reason for the Irish problem. It is caused by the incompetence of generations of British for 800 years. We have already lost the opportunity to solve the problem, unless we are French. Do you think that, if the French ruled Ireland, it would be better than the situation we face today?" Norman Brooke narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you consider this issue from a religious perspective?" "Yes, if Ireland is part of France, I believe that Ireland is still an inseparable part of the Great France to this day. Of course, it may not be a good thing for us in Britain." Alan Wilson told the truth, and did not avoid the main issue, because the Irish issue is Britain's pain. First of all, France is the most powerful agricultural empire in Europe. If Ireland is in the hands of the French, the Great Famine will not occur at all. In addition, because of the different thinking of island countries and continental countries, France will not treat Ireland as a colony for a long time, and will grant it native status sooner or later. Unlike Britain, which began to conquer Ireland in the 12th century, and could not even do basic assimilation work after 800 years. No matter whether the French Catholic filial son is joking or not, France and Ireland have the same faith, and they are certainly not like Britain, where practicing heresy is more hateful than pagans. Well, now that things have come to this, it is not too late to correct it. This time I summoned all the commissioners of the African and Asian colonies back to London, to decide on a solution. Norman Brooke pondered for a moment and said, "Alan, you should also know what colonies mean to civil servants, right?" Alan Wilson nodded. Of course, he knew it well. Politicians would not lose anything if they lost colonies, but civil servants would lose their jobs and the space to fight against politicians. Any abandoned colonies would be a loss of flesh for civil servants. Of course, he could not directly say the role of civil servants, but to express the interests of the British Empire. From the current situation, every loss of a colony will be fed back to the mainland, and constant turmoil is not conducive to the economic development of Britain. Chapter 468, End of Rationing. Alan, are you talking about the independence of British India? Norman Brooke smiled. The cost of British India is too high. We should have created a barrier between North and South India, instead of connecting the entire subcontinent with railways. As time passed, nationalists spread to all parts of India. But dear Sir Norman, the role of British India can be replaced. The subcontinent has a large population, but cannot exert its true strength. In fact, I think that, as long as Malaya develops all its potential, it can completely replace the role of India. If we change to another place, we can completely merge colonies in Africa, and create a huge colony, but I don't recommend doing so. The colonies in Africa should follow the example of the partition of India and Pakistan, and be managed separately. Norman Brooke nodded slightly and said, this time, the commissioners from various colonies were summoned back to come up with a response plan for the sake of the real British Empire. Make a plan that is beneficial to us. The real British Empire in Norman Brooke's mouth naturally includes all existing colonies. As for the United Kingdom in the cabinet's mouth, it is just the British Isles controlled by the party. As for the plan that is beneficial to us, it is of course a plan that is beneficial to the civil service system. Although Norman Brooke did not say it explicitly, Alan Wilson understood what he meant. Wait until they all return to London and come up with a feasible plan. You should also be present. Although the work in Newfoundland has been completed, the performance of £400 million extorted from British India in the last 2 years is enough for you to have a say. Norman Brooke encouraged, go back and prepare. I hope that you can come up with a solution that will make people's eyes shine at the meeting. I'll try my best, Sir Norman. Alan Wilson nodded, and he was looking forward to this meeting. How to maintain the interests of the current British Empire. Alan Wilson once talked about it in general in the Colonial Assessment Report to Prime Minister Attlee, but this time, facing the same group of imperial civil servants, he could do something practical and help to make some plans. In fact, before World War I, the global market had been initially established. After World War II, due to changes in the global pattern, the practice of plundering raw materials was even more expensive than the normal cost of purchasing from the international market, so there was no need to maintain the original colonial system. However, this is not a reason to abandon colonies, because the current industrialization is not just the UK. There are still many competitors, so the imperial preferential system must be maintained as much as possible. In terms of the way of treating colonies, France is actually very different from Britain. Compared with other powers, France's colonial policy is very assimilative. French civil servants are used in government agencies, the official language is French, and the French political system is completely copied. In education, children in France have the same textbooks. The textbooks all have my ancestors are Gauls, and this sentence is used in colonial textbooks without any changes. This is also the main reason why Alan Wilson said that, if France occupied Ireland, maybe Ireland is now an inseparable part of France. After all, Ireland is also a white ethnic group and Catholic faith. The ethnic and religious problems faced by France will disappear, and assimilation can be said to be very easy. However, in reality, this is a double-edged sword for France to maintain its colonies. Although before World War II, this policy helped to enhance the sense of identity of the natives in the French colonies with France, and even thought that I was French. Most of the French regarded the colonies as provinces of equal status with the French mainland, and the most representative of them was Algeria. The state machine has one aspect of cruelty, that is, the more it strikes its own people, the more ruthless it is. China, also a continental country, has lost half of its population on paper every time it changes dynasties. Therefore, after some colonies rebelled, the native French often showed their truest side. The first choice was to suppress them, and they would never allow these places to be independent, unless it was absolutely necessary. However, France's current attitude of strong suppression is not necessarily a bad thing for Britain, because there are still many overlapping places between the British and French colonies, and the facts of Vietnam can be used to warn the people of Malaya. Use the actions of the French army in Algeria to cover up the actions of the British army in British Africa. In the final analysis, each country must consider its own interests. Britain and France must unite in the general direction, but Britain itself must be more united. Christmas in 1948 had a special meaning for the citizens of London, because on this day, Prime Minister Attlee announced the abolition of the rationing system, which was originally to be announced on New Year's Day in 1949, in the third year after the war, which put an end to the impact of the World War on Britain. At present, Britain is the first country in Europe to make the rationing system a history, a few months earlier than the Soviet Union in history. A few days in advance can be regarded as providing a good mood for British citizens. Alan Wilson was also in a good mood, holding Hepburn's hand and strolling in Hyde Park, of course wearing a mask. How about the magazines that Lord Sheffield helped to find? Are you satisfied? Alan Wilson asked gently, wanting to know what Hepburn thought about appearing in the public eye. Very good. I heard that this magazine has an annual sales volume of 1.5 million copies. I also went back to the Netherlands to shoot an advertisement, and it looks good now. Audrey Hepburn said with a smile on her face. This is all thanks to you. Any man will help a girl like you. Alan Wilson said flatteringly, I'm just an ordinary one in a huge group of men, but it is really gratifying to see that you have gotten out of the predicament. Thanks to you for asking Mr. Alim for help, but my mother still minds his skin color. Audrey Hepburn sighed. Actually, I think it's okay. I don't know why my mother is like this. From an individual perspective, the proportion of kindness and evil in people everywhere is similar, but when South Asians gather together, it is very surprising. I have worked in British India and have some understanding of this. Alan Wilson thought for a while and explained, studying the issue of national character is doomed to be useless. If you see a book that evaluates others from a national perspective, don't waste your money. They are all lies. I have only seen individuals and have never seen any people. Hearing Hepburn's words, Alan Wilson remembered an incident that happened in Chinese history, but also in India. Starting in 1856, Hindu Brahmins and peace mullahs joined forces to spread prophecies throughout northern India. British rule would end in 1857, 100 years after the Battle of Prasad. Village after village made pancakes to pass on contact codes, preparing to start an uprising together. There was a rumor among Indian soldiers that the bullets were coated with lard and butter. Finally, in 1857, a massive Indian national uprising broke out. This rebellion was of course a failure, and the British captives' fate of not having 100 years obviously did not become a reality. So the occurrence of similar things does not mean that similar results will occur. Otherwise, France is stronger than Britain in any hardware at the time. Why didn't the Industrial Revolution break out from France? Alan Wilson has always avoided mentioning the issue of politics when getting along with Hepburn. He just said from the perspective of Alim. Alim is a good person, but it does not mean that Indians are good. Every time you get to know someone, you have to slowly get in touch with them to build trust, and the relationship of interest will be established faster. With his fiancée not in London, Alan Wilson spent this Christmas with the Hepburn family. In fact, given Hepburn's current situation, Alan Wilson could have made a fait accompli and used his connections to silence Hepburn. But he didn't need to do that at all, and didn't even want to use the money spending tactics he used on other women. He just wanted to get along with her in a relaxed manner. Hepburn's mother knew that Alan Wilson's parents were gone, so she was quite tolerant of this young man. On Christmas Eve of 1948, Alan Wilson spent his Christmas Eve at the home of Hepburn and her daughter. After dinner, he stood up and said goodbye, and declined Hepburn's farewell. Have a good rest. I will come to see you when I have time. Before New Year's Day, Alan Wilson still followed his old habit and drank with his colleagues in Whitehall, as if nothing had happened. It was just that Lord Sheffield would ask in private, has that innocent looking little girl been taken down? This kind of thing should be done as soon as possible. Looking at Lord Sheffield, who looked like everyone was a man and he understood, Alan Wilson nodded in agreement. It didn't matter if he didn't hear a word. It was not a bad thing to nod first. Finally, Jared Edward, the British Commissioner for Malaya, arrived in London, ending Alan Wilson's days of doing nothing, so there was one more person at the Whitehall civil servants gathering. Did my suggestion have any response? Alan Wilson asked secretly about the healthy Malaya movement. The effect is very good, Alan. You understand the mentality of the Malayans too well. Jared Edward exclaimed. I wonder what the respected cabinet secretary wants us to come back for. It's related to the development of the colonies. I don't know the details. Alan Wilson told the truth. He really didn't know. In the following days, the commissioners of the British African colonies arrived one after another and received a notice that the meeting time was set on January 2nd. The commissioners of each colony were prepared to manage the colonial information themselves so that they could discuss it during the meeting. All the commissioners who had a holistic view of the colonies were like they were facing a great enemy. Ministers generally did not pay attention to what officials in a certain colony were doing, but the cabinet secretary would, and they could also replace them. At 8 o'clock in the morning on January 2nd, the commissioners who returned from the Asian and African colonies arrived at the Foreign Office building in Whitehall, together with May, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, waiting for the arrival of Norman Brooke. Alan Wilson diligently expressed his goodwill in front of his old boss, Sir Baron, to prove that he was a reliable person until Norman Brooke came in. I will only update 2 chapters today. Actually, I'm still confused. It is a little better than yesterday, but I still haven't figured out how to make a plan. Chapter 469 Colonial State Enterprises. Sir Norman. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was choked, and everyone stood up and greeted Norman Brooke, who walked in at the same time, as if they were supreme authorities ready to devote themselves at any time, in a uniform and shocking manner. Norman Brooke nodded with an almost imperceptible amplitude, pointed a finger at the seat next to him and said, "Alan sits here. Gentlemen, please sit down." Norman Brooke sat down leisurely, and Alan Wilson took small steps to sit on Norman Brooke's left-hand side, and on his right-hand side was Sir May, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office. Ireland has announced its withdrawal from the Commonwealth. If nothing unexpected happens, London will recognize this decision within half a year according to the procedures and processes. The Irish incident has passed, but many things are still happening. We have an obligation to the future of the British Empire, not to mention that you are an overseas commissioner, and we must come up with a feasible solution to deal with the current chaotic situation. Norman Brooke finished his opening remarks word by word, and then said, "From the overall situation, we need to reach a conclusion on the current threats to overseas territories, where they come from, which territories are most likely to be shaken, and so on. So now the meeting begins." Sir May then said, "The current overseas territories are concentrated in Africa and Asia. Africa is larger in area, and Malaya in Asia is more important. From a global perspective, Malaya is more likely to face threats from enemies, or allies. I agree with what Sir May said. Let me introduce the situation in Malaya." Jared Edwards said immediately, "Malaya is relatively calm at present. Since the war has not yet ended, Malaya's main task is to close a population balance between the 2 major ethnic groups and avoid a recurrence of the situation in British India. With the addition of new immigrants, judging from the current ethnic groups in Malaya alone, the 2 major ethnic groups can be said to be evenly matched, and the population is very close." Jared Edwards' words made Norman Brooke and May nod, and Alan Wilson asked, "If we look at it from a static standard, this work can be said to have been completed, but if we consider the surrounding situation, this is still not enough. Has the population of Dutch Kalimantan been calculated? This has not been calculated. Of course, considering the factors of Java and Sumatra, the current situation is indeed not stable." Jared Edward pondered for a moment and said, "Alan's reminder is very good. The country that can threaten overseas territories at present is not the tank army that is displayed openly, but a country with a tonnage that is even larger than the Royal Navy. Malaya controls the Golden Waterway and has accumulated resources, so it is very important." Norman Brooke frowned and said, "Be good at taking advantage of the surrounding situation and think of ways in diplomacy. Let me introduce the news in this regard. The base of the Royal Netherlands Navy's aircraft carrier battleship fleet has been moved to Kalimantan Island. As for the most remote Dutch Guinea, the Netherlands has signed a mutual assistance treaty with Australia. The third party to this treaty is us, the United Kingdom, but we are in secret. Australia is very satisfied with this treaty. Canberra is eager to help the Netherlands consolidate its position in New Guinea." Jared Edward immediately said, "The Netherlands is ready for Java Island to get out of control. It will follow the example of the partition of India and Pakistan and cut off Kalimantan Island and Dutch Guinea. This has been coordinated by us and Australia. Before I came back, the Netherlands launched a second police operation. Jakarta, the capital of the Republic of Indonesia, was occupied. Sukarno, Hatta and other Indonesian leaders were captured by the Dutch army. The territory and population of the Republic of Indonesia were greatly reduced. The Indonesian army retreated into the mountains again, persisted in guerrilla warfare, and established guerrilla administrative regions throughout the country. All Dutch expatriates have evacuated to Kalimantan Island. We can't delay any longer. The United States has begun to pay attention to the Dutch East Indies at the United Nations. Norman Brooke turned to Ismay and asked, "Is the news in Alexander's telegram true?" Seeing Ismay nod, Norman Brooke immediately said, "Telegram returned," and immediately announced the partition of the Dutch East Indies. "We will immediately join Australia to announce the recognition of the partition. What do you think, Alan?" Alan Wilson recalled the time when Indonesia appeared, which was probably when the artillery party was about to kneel, and said, "Yes, once the Americans really put pressure on us, it will be too late for us to do anything. The police operation is futile and must be terminated immediately, together with the Belgian and Spanish troops, to evacuate to Kalimantan Island. With the help of the Royal Netherlands Navy and the Royal Navy Pacific Fleet, we can quickly withdraw. As for the United Nations, let Alexander do some work and unite the French representatives to create some procedural obstacles." Norman Brooke made the decision. "It's settled. I will go to the Prime Minister after the meeting. Gentlemen, as we just concluded, the current threat to overseas territories is that suspicious ally." Alan Wilson said slowly, "Once the Dutch East Indies collapses, Malaya will be the first to bear the brunt. What we hope most now is that the French can hold on a little longer in Vietnam. I wonder what the situation of France in Vietnam is like. So far, so good." As the chief executive of Malaya, Jared Edward was well aware of the war in France. "It won't be a big problem for the French to deal with the Vietnamese, but we have to consider extraterritorial factors. In the current Chinese Civil War, the balance is moving towards pro-Soviet forces. Once the Chinese game comes to an end, it's hard to guarantee that the French can be as relaxed as they are now. If it's Malaya, we can use the Navy to threaten Java Island. By the way, are there any captains in the Pacific Fleet who are about to retire? We can take an action to support the Netherlands, such as shelling Jakarta or something, and demonstrate the solidarity of the Brussels Treaty Organization." Alan Wilson spoke in front of the group of colonial commissioners. "Sometimes you have to pay a moral price." Norman Brooke calmly picked up a glass of water, his Adam's apple surging. "For the safety of British Malaya, of course we can't let the Netherlands leave. France and the Netherlands are the protective layer of Malaya, there is no doubt about that. But shelling Jakarta? Try another way and use bombers." "Yes, Sir Norman." All the colonial commissioners agreed in unison. Speaking of this, since Indonesia has a similar environment to Malaya, their products actually have quite a few overlaps. I personally suggest burning down the rubber plantations, blowing up the power plants, and demolishing all the railways. Let the Netherlands use this as a condition to negotiate with the leaders of the Indonesian independence movement so that they can buy time for evacuation. Even if all of these are destroyed, the world's demand for these resources will still be there, and this will become an opportunity for British Malaya, isn't it? Very good. Norman Brooke turned to Ismay and instructed, "I want to meet the Dutch ambassador by chance. After all, London is such a small place." Ismay understood and said, "Fate is so wonderful. With the presence of the French and the Dutch, the situation in Malaya is actually much better than that in British India." Sir Baron said with great relief, "The French in Vietnam are not like they were in French India, where they never came back. Unfortunately, British India does not have this environment." Although Sir Baron was in the Persian Gulf, he still expressed his concern for the place where he had lived and fought before. In 1948, France and India reached an agreement that the people of French India would vote on its future affiliation. In fact, France has already let go of French India. The only remaining power in the subcontinent is Portugal, the weakest colonial country. If we want Malaya to be stable, the most important thing is to make Malaya a powerful supplement to the mainland, rather than a simple colony. After solving the basic security problem, the next step is to consider development issues. In terms of science and technology, the British Empire is not worse than the United States and the Soviet Union, but our mainland population is insufficient and cannot be converted into national strength. We can't rely on the 50 million people in our mainland to produce 3 times more goods per capita than the United States and the Soviet Union, right? If Malaya can take on the role of British India, we can say that we will not compromise with these 2 countries. As for the remaining colonies in our hands, we can still support the development of a colony. But Malaya's population is not large, and there is no market as large as the subcontinent. Ismay frowned. Respected Sir Ismay, I'm not talking about the market. We have the market, but what we lack is a production base. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, we all know that the textile industry is the industry that can best solve the employment problem, but technology is advancing, and the textile industry has no added value. We can't be on par with the United States and the Soviet Union by buying clothes. After 2 world wars, technology has greatly advanced, new industries have emerged, and some backward industries should be transferred. The place to be transferred must be reliable. Norman Brooke frowned and said, all the commissioners present can talk about whether you can support a production base. The commissioners of the Gold Coast, Sudan, Togo, and Rhodesia all spoke up, mentioning whether the resources in their jurisdictions can support Malaya's transformation into a production base. I have an idea, I don't know if it is appropriate, this is just my personal idea. Alan Wilson listened to the commissioners from all over the country speaking freely, and said embarrassedly, if you have anything to say, you can say it at this meeting. Norman Brooke's words set the tone. Why can't we set up nationalized enterprises in the colonies? Alan Wilson's eyes rolled around, scanning the faces of every colonial commissioner, especially in mineral resources. The gentlemen working there can also serve as managers of the enterprises. Chapter 470 Integration and Division of Labor. Wow. After a meaningful and continuous response, all the colonial commissioners showed a knowing smile on their faces. The British Land Commissioner lowered his voice and said, in principle, there is still room for discussion on this matter, but for the sake of the British Empire, I personally will never shrink back. You know, from the first day we went overseas, we have been prepared to give everything for the country. It's just that Land only has diamonds to show off, which is very embarrassing. Like Togo, we only have some diamonds locally, and of course there are some rumors of gold mines. If we can get domestic support in some aspects, I personally am willing to work hard to find gold mines for the British Empire that can help the country develop. The British Togo Commissioner said reservedly, in terms of diamonds, we have to admit that women do like them very much. Cameroon's resources are not rich, there are only grasslands and forests. I don't know what they are used for. The British Cameroon Commissioner shook his head with a wry smile. As long as it exists, it cannot be said to be useless. Any construction requires resources. Now Europe is using Newfoundland's timber for reconstruction, and once Malaya is transformed into a production base, there will be demand. Moreover, we all know that Australia's environment is very harsh, the land is not fertile enough, and timber consumption needs to be provided from other places. Alan Wilson said that this was wrong. Forests and grasslands can never be said to be useless. As long as there is demand, it is a false proposition to say that they are useless. Similarly, this is also an advice to the British Commissioner of Kenya, who also believes that the resources he manages in the colony are not rich enough. Currently, the largest colony in British Africa is Nigeria in terms of population, with an estimated population of 30 million. Surrounded by French Africa, it can be said that, as long as French Africa does not have problems, Nigeria is very safe. Alan Wilson remembered that Nigeria seemed to be a powerful country in Africa. Although it was largely supported by population, it also had a foundation of a strong country in terms of resources. In the future, relying on the total population and resources in Africa, it has a high voice in Africa, and should be considered a tough character. As for the visible problem, it is the rapid population growth. In Alan Wilson's time, Nigeria's population had exceeded 200 million, and it was still rising at a fast rate. If no measures were taken, Egypt would be Nigeria's future. A group of colonial commissioners also knew the situation in Nigeria and conducted a lot of discussions. Based on the experience of British India, if the population of a single colony exceeds that of the mainland, it must be split, while the control is still there. This has become a consensus in Whitehall. Nigeria, with a population of 30 million, is still in a safe state. From Uganda to Tanganyika, from Swaziland to Sudan, the resources discovered in each colony today, as well as the resources that are rumored but not confirmed, are all discussed by the commissioners of each colony. It's best not to compete with each other. Some colonies are large, while others don't have such abundant resources. God is not so fair sometimes, so as part of the gentleman group, we should discuss it. Don't form internal competition. Alan Wilson said this and then added, of course, diamonds and gold are exceptions. I mean general industrial resources. We should discuss it, and give some colonies with inconvenient transportation a chance. After all, we all serve the same country. We are all glorious gentlemen, and have received higher education. It depends on which university you received higher education in. The British Sudanese commissioner joked with a smile. Both universities count. Alan Wilson answered with understanding. Oxford and Cambridge should remain united and serve the country together. Obviously, the colonial commissioners are not opposed to the possibility of adding more burdens on their shoulders, and are even eager to try. They are all ready to go through fire and water for the British Empire. This is also in response to the call of the Labour Party government. These civil servants are not opposed to the emergence of nationalized enterprises in the colonies. According to the Soviets, this can stimulate productivity. Currently, the country needs a large amount of resource input, and a large amount of resources can also make the pound more stable. Alan Wilson talked about the benefits of nationalized enterprises. Africa's mineral resources will definitely need the help of local people, and we can use this to cultivate some pro-British forces. Gentlemen, let us first imagine the worst possible scenario. As we all know, a large part of the current world order is still established by Britain. In the eyes of the Americans and the Soviets, this is a remnant of the old order. From the various words and deeds of the two countries, when World War II was still going on, we are not unaware of their purpose. One wants national self-determination and the other wants to liberate the world. No matter which one it is aimed at colonial countries. Then we will follow the example of the Soviet Union and carry out a nationalization movement in the colonies while cultivating pro-British forces. If, I say if, there comes a day when we really can't stay in the colonies anymore, we can hand over the local government to trustworthy people, dismantle the nationalized enterprises, retain everyone's shares, and cooperate with independent leaders. So in the matter of nationalization, we will not take all of it. We must give a part to the local forces that are optimistic about it and tie up the interests. This is not a loss. If there is help from local forces, the mining volume may have an explosive growth, and we will still make a profit. In terms of resource development, the major colonies cooperate with each other to ensure that, if there is such a day, if the colonies become independent, there will be only a single industry to rely on, so that we can still exert influence. We integrate the major colonies in the mode of international division of labor, which can also be said to be a concrete embodiment of the imperial preference system. This is an explanation to the Conservative MPs. Norman Brooke nodded at Sir Rice May beside him. The main content of the imperial preference system is, for imported goods between member states, the tax rate is reduced or tax-free. For imported goods outside member states, high tariffs are imposed to prevent the United States and other countries from infiltrating the British Empire market. After the war, the scope of application and role of the system gradually narrowed, because the United States forced Britain to relax restrictions. Many newly independent federal member states have cancelled the preferential treatment previously given to British goods. At present, Britain has no intention of kneeling down, and the £1.2 billion that were urgently scraped out have caused great trouble to the major colonies, but as long as the mainland recovers, it can continue to fight with the United States. It's just that the entire British India was lost on paper. Earlier, on the issue of World War I debt, the United States had always targeted Britain. Even Axis countries like Italy received the generosity of the United States to reduce half of their debts. Germany even received tens of billions of dollars in investment, and France was also greatly reduced in debt. Only Britain was particularly stingy. The establishment of large-scale nationalized enterprises in the colonies. I think once the Americans find out, they will definitely put pressure on us. After listening, Sir Ismay smiled bitterly and said, I hope to conceal it for as long as possible. There is no way. The Americans want to dismantle the imperial preference system immediately, but we can't let it disappear for the time being, because we don't have the power to resist the industrial scale of the United States, unless Malaya can share the pressure one day. Alan Wilson said indifferently, nationalization will cause inefficiency, but it also depends on which industry. For example, the mining industry should be the easiest industry to play the advantages of nationalization and avoid the disadvantages of nationalization. We start with the most basic raw materials, provide British companies with the most cost-effective raw materials, and improve the competitiveness of British private enterprises. We can explain the Labour government with nationalization, the Conservatives with maintaining the imperial preference system, and the colonial elites with interest binding. At present, only we humble social public tools will suffer, right? Norman Brooke smiled, but there is no way. Who made us born to serve the empire? These grievances cannot be publicized everywhere, so it's decided. Yes, sir. Nearly 20 colonial commissioners answered in unison. Ismay, keep the minutes of the meeting. Let's stop here for today's layout of British Africa. Norman Brooke raised his wrist to check the time. He was going to have a chance encounter with the Dutch ambassador and prepare to give a pleasant report to Prime Minister Attlee. This meeting seemed long, but in fact it only discussed the problems of Africa, or more precisely, the problems of Black Africa. The problems of the Persian Gulf and the Suez Canal were not discussed much, and the plan for Malaya was also briefly discussed within a safe range. After the meeting, after the necessary inspection, that could not be called a body search, the colonial commissioners left the Foreign Office building. Of course, every commissioner who walked out of the Foreign Office building had a smile on his face. Although the burden on his shoulders was heavier, everyone was happy to accept it under the inspiration of the glory of the British Empire. Alan Wilson also walked with a breeze. After thinking about whether he had enough time, he went to find Hepburn. He had topics to talk about even if he didn't talk about politics. Her serious attitude made him very happy. He began to outline the British literary world and history. Hepburn's uneasiness disappeared after a few minutes. As if she was the only one sitting in the world, he talked about British literature to Hepburn's pair of dark eyes. And these eyes would ponder, smile, and blink with appreciation. Alan Wilson remembered that during his short study at Oxford, he would leave his teachers aside, but this time he left everything aside. Alan Wilson considered whether to carry out the candlelight dinner plan today or wait until all the colonial issues were settled and there was enough time to discuss it. In the end, he decided to postpone it. Now was not the right time. Chapter 471 Arms Race. Audrey Hepburn said to the eagerness that flashed in Alan Wilson's eyes, "You are very good at giving lectures. You seem to be particularly happy to talk about interesting things in the author's life. Every writer in that period of history is alive." Alan Wilson avoided the question. Every short poem and every article is a small autobiography. This is the charm of literature. Audrey Hepburn tilted her head and faced his gaze and said, "That's very well said. Very insightful." Alan Wilson smiled. "I'm quoting others, but when will you show me your artistic life? Why? Do you want to see me clearly, or do you want me to see you clearly?" There was provocation in her tone. Audrey Hepburn responded quickly, and he felt that talking to her was very refreshing. She smiled. "Just don't always stare at my face when you show off." Before he could answer, she added another sentence, but suddenly turned around. Obviously blushing, she stepped onto a stone step, said goodbye, but did not look back at him. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets, but held his head high. The sun was beginning to spin out from behind the thin clouds. He closed his eyes, and in the dazzling golden flowers, all he could see was Hepburn's smile. "Why can't I control myself? I always think about these stumbling blocks on the road to success." He forced himself to calm down. The British Empire still needed him now, but he couldn't help but follow Audrey Hepburn. He said he would take Hepburn home. Although the candlelight dinner plan was temporarily postponed, it was okay to find a restaurant for a rehearsal first, so as to strike while the iron was hot. The two entered the dining room and found a place to sit down. Alan Wilson pointed to a table with an index finger and sat down. Hepburn's eyes were bright and her smile was very moving. Alan Wilson closed his mouth solemnly. His eyes were slightly shy and very funny. This table in the corner of the restaurant had a sense of privilege, as if only big shots had dinner here. This hypnotic atmosphere made Hepburn very happy. The waiter wore long leather pants like a cowboy in the American West, with a thin figure and a very respectful style. "I won't ask about your job. Maybe one day you will just disappear, like you did last time." Hepburn smiled and said, "The world is so big, I don't know where to find you. I raise some freshwater dolphins in Malaya." Alan Wilson sighed, "But I haven't seen them yet. Where is Malaya? Is it where black people live?" Hepburn was confused. "What is a local culture like?" The main residents in the area are divided into two major ethnic groups. The most obvious culture is that local men can marry many wives. Alan Wilson said with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, men pay attention to these things. Do you also want to marry many wives?" "I can see it at once." Hepburn said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you to think so. I thought you would be very special. If most men think so, but I don't, doesn't that mean there is something wrong with me?" Alan Wilson smiled helplessly. "Don't talk about this issue, Audrey. Let's solve the problem of eating first." After dinner, Hepburn walked home. She walked fast, but not too fast. She walked easily, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, with a woman's demeanor that was self-aware of her graceful figure, and therefore hoped, and was not afraid of people distinguishing her from others. However, under that calm appearance, she was always paying attention to the man following behind her, until she stood at the door of her house. Hepburn turned around and bowed slightly to express her gratitude to Alan Wilson, who usually followed her. Alan Wilson nodded slightly, watched Hepburn open the door and enter, then stood at the door for a while, before returning the same way. "Mother." Hepburn, who watched Alan Wilson leave through the cat's eye, turned around and whispered, "Alan seems to be very worried. I don't know what's going on, but I can feel it." The next day in the Foreign Ministry building, all the colonial commissioners were not tired at all, but were in high spirits. Those who didn't know would think that they had encountered the three major happy events in life, but for their commissioners, this was more joyful than anything else. I don't know if I dreamed of the dawn of wealth when I went back to sleep, but in short, after a day of meetings, no one felt tired and was full of energy. A relaxed mood is contagious, even if today's topic is not easy. To maintain contact with overseas territories, it is essentially necessary to rely on the Suez Canal. After all, today's colonies, except for Nigeria surrounded by French Africa, all other territories must be connected to the Suez Canal. In essence, the outbreak of the Suez Canal War was inexplicable. Even if NASA took back the Suez Canal, it would not cause any economic losses to Britain. It was nothing more than the loss of the privilege of the Suez Canal. I don't know why the Prime Minister at that time suddenly felt the glory of the British Empire in his heart, and he had to use Egypt to scare the monkeys, but he became the chicken killed by the United States and the Soviet Union. We still have places that the Americans are concerned about, that is, the Suez Canal and the Strait of Malacca. There are currently the Netherlands and France near the Strait of Malacca, so there is no need to worry for the time being. But we are no longer completely in control of the situation near the Suez Canal. Greece and Turkey, the influence of the British Empire has been replaced by the United States. And on the edge of the Suez Canal, there is also Israel, which was established with the support of the United States. Our current plans are all based on the fact that the Suez Canal is still unobstructed. Alan Wilson frowned and said, "What if one day, the United States, whose strength has surpassed the Royal Navy, pressures us to give up control of the canal? Do we have a plan?" In fact, Alan Wilson has a way to prevent Prime Minister Eden from making a mistake, as long as Eden loses the election and fails to become Prime Minister. Eden had a routine gallstone operation, but he didn't expect it to become a turning point in his life. Due to a mistake, the doctor cut off his bile duct. In order to stop the severe pain, the doctor used a new special medicine, amphetamine, which was later called ice. Drugs are not only highly addictive, but also make people lose their minds. Of course, this matter was kept strictly confidential. 2 years later, Eden successfully became the British Prime Minister. If Eden was addicted, then when Eden was running for election, the news could be leaked. In this era, Britain did not have the idea of being happy and being done with it. Most people could forgive it, but it was absolutely impossible for the Prime Minister to win the election if he got this problem. But what if Eden was fine and still won the election? He began to think that the British Empire was still okay, and he had to shake the imperialist prestige, which would be a big problem. The old boss, Sir Baron, is now the Commissioner of the Persian Gulf. In fact, he is also very clear about the problem of the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal, the throat of the Mediterranean, the lifeline of the British Empire, the main international shipping route connecting the three continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and one of the most important waterways in the world. Once something happens in the Suez Canal, for Britain, the control of the entire colony will be greatly reduced. Except for Nigeria, which will not be affected. All existing colonies will be affected. Whether it is the Persian Gulf, Malaya, or the major colonies in British Africa, they will feel this shock. Alan's concerns are very reasonable. In fact, the Foreign Secretary is also very worried. The importance of the Suez Canal to the British Empire is self-evident. No matter how much preparation is made, it is not excessive. When Norman Brooke heard this question, his expression became obviously serious. Egypt has also called for getting rid of Britain. Once there is a problem here, everything we talked about yesterday is just wishful thinking. Don't daydream. Many colonial commissioners were so happy that they couldn't sleep. Did today's meeting become a wishful thinking? In order to avoid wishful thinking, many colonial officials expressed their opinions and proposed ways to strengthen the supervision of the Suez Canal. I have an idea too, but it may not be politically correct to say it out loud because it would make the Jews the boss. Alan Wilson said hesitantly, Egypt and the Middle Eastern countries are similar to Britain in one respect, and that is that the local monarchs still have strong thinking. In fact, in terms of national attributes, they should become Britain's allies. Of course, and the Arab world is vast, and no country will offend it too much, not even the United States. Sir Ismay nodded in agreement. This Israeli-Palestinian war can prove this point. Neither the United States nor the Soviet Union wants to offend the Arab world too much. But the United States eventually sent troops. Alan Wilson laughed and said, do we remember the speech Congressman Churchill gave in the United States after he lost the election? Of course. The colonial commissioners, including Sir Baron, leaned back in unison, waiting for Alan Wilson's next words. Congressman Churchill's idea is to have an all-round confrontation involving politics, military and diplomacy, but not to actually fight, but to wear down the opponent. Prime Minister Adley believes that this is not good for Britain. In fact, it is very disadvantageous. The United States is across the Atlantic Ocean. If we really confront, we will have to pay the price. Even if we pay an equal price, the United States still has the spare capacity to attack our colonies, but we don't have the spare capacity to protect those territories. At this point, Alan Wilson suddenly changed the subject and said, the confrontation must wait until the mainland is not affected. But if it is not in Europe, it is not that we can't use similar operations. We mediate in the middle, gather all Arab monarchies, launch a blockade and arms race against Israel, and then push the Egyptian Sultan to the position of leader. Will it change the situation a little? Alan Wilson meant that the Cold War could start in the Middle East, and now is just the right time. Britain can export military equipment and use the power of the Arabs to divert conflicts. Chapter 472 Committee on Foreign Assets. After all, there are so many Arab countries, and their population is dozens of times that of Israel. Even with its oil resources, Britain cannot stand against Arab countries. The Sultan of Egypt, that thief. Sir Baron looked down on him, not impressed by Farouk, the ruler of Egypt. The most professional aspect of this Egyptian ruler is his theft skills. Farouk once learned from a thief. After learning, he went to various balls and evening parties in the palace, stealing among the VIPs, and keeping the stolen items as his personal collection. His most famous feat was the successful theft of the pocket watch of British Prime Minister Churchill. In the end, Farouk returned the pocket watch to Churchill, because of the British government's serious protest. Farouk also stole the burial objects from the body of the Iranian king when the funeral procession passed through Egypt in 1944, including the sword, belt, and medals. This has nothing to do with whether or not one becomes a ruler. Alan Wilson wanted to use the example of the carpenter emperor of the Ming dynasty, but he suddenly thought of the cabinet secretary next to him, Norman Brooke, whose hobby was carpentry. He choked back his words and said, as long as we are willing to brag, Egypt is the natural leader of the Arab world. Egypt has the largest population in the Arab world and has the qualification from a historical perspective. Of course, respected Sir Baron, we are not supporting Egypt unilaterally. In the final analysis, it is for the safety of the Suez Canal. I have prepared some materials for this purpose. Standing up and distributing the prepared materials in Egypt, Alan Wilson pointed to the first item in the materials and said, the first thing we have to do is to cut off Sudan from Egypt. Once Sudan is out of Egypt's control in a legal sense, Egypt will be a country with very serious shortcomings. 97% of Egypt's territory is pure yellow sand, and only 3% of the land can produce crops and is settled. Currently, there are 16 million people living on 30,000 square kilometers of land, and this number is still growing. Egypt has no oil resources, and there is so little habitable land. It can be said that the most valuable thing in the whole of Egypt is the Suez Canal. Alan Wilson said this in front of many colleagues, pointing at himself and said, from now on I'm an Egyptian. My country is only endless desert, and the only place for production and life is on both sides of the Nile. As Sir Baron just said, the king is a running dog of the British. If I want to change this country, do I have to overthrow the king, the British agent, first? Hearing what Alan said, Egypt's innate conditions are so poor. There is really nothing but sand. Jared Edward frowned slightly and smiled bitterly. His statement at this time showed that he had partially agreed with Alan Wilson's statement. Norman Brooke took a sip of black tea and nodded gently. Keep thinking. My colleagues are willing to listen. They are all Arab countries. I will take Iraq as an example. Since before the war, the Kingdom of Iraq has experienced a series of coups. The important source of the coup is the army. If it were not for the close watch of the British troops in the Persian Gulf, Iraq might have already had a revolution. This world war is over. Compared with before the war, we must consider the overt and covert infiltration of the Soviet Union and the United States. The army is the most deadly place. If the United States and the Soviet Union begin to infiltrate Egypt, the army will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. In Iraq, my suggestion to Princess Badiya was to form a royal guard with Christians. Judging from the Israeli-Palestinian war, the Kingdom of Iraq seems to have accepted my suggestion. We can also use it as a positive example to promote the Kingdom of Iraq as a secular kingdom that treats all ethnic groups in the country equally. Isn't that great? There are Copts in Egypt, concentrated in the Nile Delta. Sir Ismay whispered to Norman Brooke, mentioning this ethnic group that believes in God. The Ottoman New Army, Louis XVI's Swiss Guard. Norman Brooke chuckled and motioned Alan Wilson to continue. We just hope that this royal guard can protect the safety of the Egyptian king. Once something goes wrong, it can buy time for intervention. It is not to use the Copts to oppress the Arabs. I think religious equality is something that no politician can openly oppose. For the current Britain, the biggest advantage is stability. Maintaining stability is the most important task of the current overseas garrisons. We must find a way to send Egypt to the position of a leading Arab country and at the same time protect the safety of the thief so that he will not be controlled when no one can react. The next step is the issue of the Suez Canal. Even if the Egyptian king is in power, facing only 3% of the available land and a rising population, it is inevitable that he will eventually set his sights on the Suez Canal. In the final analysis, this involves the survival of Egypt. People including Norman Brooke nodded. Egypt has nothing but sand. Even if the king has always maintained a pro-British attitude, it is inevitable that he will be swept away by public opinion in the end. For Egypt's current conditions, the two most important problems are water and financial resources. The problems lie in the Nile River and the Suez Canal. That is to say, no matter who is in power, they will face these two problems sooner or later. Sir Baron is worthy of being a veteran overseas civil servant head. The only difference is that the king may act later. Once a coup occurs that we cannot react to, the coup makers may take action after seizing power. So we have to think of solutions from these two places. First, we have to separate Sudan from Egypt. In this way, Egypt will be a flawed country and easier to deal with. On the premise of protecting the king, Ethiopia and Sudan will strangle Egypt's lifeline, the Nile River, upstream, which can affect the safety of 16 million lives in Egypt. We still have influence on these two places. Build a dam to control the water source. Support the Copts to establish the Sudanese Guard. Increase the prestige of the Egyptian Sultan. And help Egypt become the leader of Arab countries. But these actions are all to maintain the special status of the Suez Canal to Britain. Without Sudan, even if Nasser came to power, Egypt would not change. Alan Wilson's suggestion was approved by the British Sudan Commissioner. Governor Robert has actually thought about this problem, and it seems that he and Alan have the same idea: optimization and integration. Just like we let each colony have defects, only when they are together to serve the British Empire can they exert their strength. This is also discovered in the work of British India. I believe that the old industrial area of Calcutta is now no longer as prosperous as it was before. Who made India and Pakistan divided? Alan Wilson expressed his apology with a smile, causing laughter in the conference room. Naturally, even if Egypt is out of control, Sudan and Ethiopia upstream will try their best to maintain British influence. From improving Sudan's authority, to Copts protecting the royal family, to the issue of the source of the Nile River, all of them exist as insurance for the safety of the Suez Canal. As for supporting the Arab and Israeli arms race, it is naturally impossible to support a single country to confront Israel. Instead, it must involve the entire Arab monarchy. It can also be seen from this war that a single Arab country is at the level of being beaten by Israel. Then the Middle East Cold War version is simple. Stacking the numbers, Israel has 100,000 troops, and each Arab monarchy has 100,000 troops, and they blockade Israel together. As for weapons, Britain actually still has a lot of World War II antiques. Alan Wilson remembered that until India hit the Himalayas, Britain still used the arms left over from World War II to aid India. Then I suggest that we convene a meeting of Arab countries in Cairo. Having such a meeting will also facilitate our manipulation of public opinion. Sir Baron said thoughtfully, then let Farouk I, according to our discussion today, first propose to initiate an arms race. If you are questioned, why don't you attack Israel? Norman Brooke asked. The United States and the Soviet Union support Israel behind the scenes, and the United States also has peacekeeping forces. Sir Baron said without thinking. The Arab monarchies have joined in, and it is easy to play the advantage of strength in numbers. Alan Wilson nodded in his heart. Unlike history, Israel was considered a winner in this Israeli-Palestinian war. But in the end, it had to ask the United States for help. Regardless of whether the United States was in a mess during the election, the United States really sent peacekeeping forces. This is equivalent to personally supporting Israel. Arab countries do not have the ability to confront the US military, and the US military is unlikely to help Israel take the initiative to attack Arab countries. Doesn't this look like a Cold War environment? Then using the arms race to initiate confrontation is an option that can be provided. Okay, adjourn the meeting and go back to prepare a report on colonial minerals. Sir Baron, the matter of contacting Arab monarchies is left to you. Norman Brooke stood up and said, Alan, follow me. Alan Wilson followed Norman Brooke out and left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building together. Following behind Norman Brooke, he also felt a kind of heartfelt respect from others, but they were all for Norman Brooke in front of him. Arriving at the cabinet secretary's office, Norman Brooke returned to his seat and sat down and said to himself, I want to establish an overseas asset management committee. What do you think of this idea, Alan? I agree very much. This is a very far-sighted idea. Alan Wilson's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Coordinating colonial resources and promoting local development is amazing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Convincing the Prime Minister. After all, Alan Wilson is also a civil servant. He would never oppose the emergence of such an institution at any time. This is just like a problem in Britain a few decades later. Most British people are against the aristocracy, but at the same time, if they only look at the royal family, most British people support the royal family. On the one hand, the British know that there is unfairness in the aristocracy, but if there is no royal family in Britain, it will only be harmful to Britain, because the only bond that Britain can show in front of Canada and Australia is the Queen of Britain, the Queen of Canada and the Queen of Australia. If the royal family is left out, the British have no capital to show off in other English-speaking countries. The situation in each country is different. For Britain, the country is composed of efficiency and nobility. The king represents nobility, and the government represents efficiency. The king is responsible to God, and the government is responsible to Parliament. Only when the two cooperate and support each other can the country be long-term, stable, and prosperous. If this Overseas Asset Management Committee is in the hands of the civil service group, Alan Wilson thinks it is definitely better than in the hands of the party. He thinks that in a parliamentary country, the party is simply a natural weakness. It can be affected by various factors. It can even be said to be a model of incompetence, among which Britain is just an average one, and Japan is the real master. Although in Alan Wilson's eyes, Japan is just a country at the level of Spain, it does not prevent him from despising Japan. Colonial resources are so important that they must be handed over to reliable people. Norman Brooke was very satisfied with this attitude and said that he would communicate this issue with Prime Minister Attlee immediately. Alan Wilson expressed some suggestions for the Overseas Asset Management Committee. This agency can allow the heads of civil servants to directly connect with the nationalized enterprises in major colonies through this department, so as to mobilize colonial resources, carry out integration and optimization, connect with local companies, and learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. Of course, these nationalized enterprises will not conflict with local enterprises overseas, but one thing is certain, when banks lend money, it is relatively easy for nationalized enterprises to borrow money, and almost every request is met. This is the biggest advantage of state-owned enterprises over private enterprises. Moreover, Sir Norman, you can also issue orders directly to colonial enterprises through the Overseas Assets Control Committee, which is much easier than the conceptual imperial preferential system. Alan Wilson was full of admiration, analyzing the benefits of the emergence of this committee, of course, for civil servants. Alan, it's not all benefits. Any power and obligation are related. Norman Brooke said with a reserved look, what if the opponents use monopoly as the focus of attack? How to explain it? Sir Norman, first of all, these overseas enterprises are not necessarily monopolies. Even if they are monopolies or near monopolies, they are accompanied by a very heavy burden. The Overseas Assets Control Committee can directly ask for money from enterprises without going through procedures. Only an administrative order is needed. Alan Wilson used his brain to explain, and the salary control of these enterprises must be very strict, which will not cause the gap between the rich and the poor. These overseas enterprises have many non-profit functions, which private enterprises do not have. We can't be like the United States, one-sidedly hostile to this business model, which is not conducive to national interests. Norman Brooke nodded in his heart, remembering these words in his mind, ready to persuade Prime Minister Attlee. Now the benefits of the Labour Party in power have emerged. If the Conservative Party is in power, it will be even more difficult for Norman Brooke to accomplish this. I'm thinking, who is more suitable to manage this committee? There are many people in Whitehall, but not many suitable candidates. Norman Brooke seemed to accidentally let out a leak. Although Alan Wilson did not realize that this might be the most important question and answer he had ever faced in his life, his instinct drove Alan Wilson to give a decisive answer. Except for Sir Norman, you have this prestige. No one else is suitable. Oh, really? Then I'll take advantage of your good words. I hope this wish can come true. Norman Brooke said with a disrespectful smile. Make a plan with me these few days, and then we will go to see the Prime Minister together. Oh, I'm so honored. Alan Wilson looked glorious, and then left the Cabinet Secretary's office under Norman Brooke's approving eyes. It is the United States, not European countries, that cannot tolerate nationalized enterprises. This was different between Europe and the United States during the Cold War. Moreover, the Labour Party is now in power, and Prime Minister Attlee has completed such a large nationalisation movement in his home country. It is even simpler in the colonies. There is no need to use money to sell private enterprises for nationalisation. Just set up a company and say it is state-owned. Private enterprises label themselves as having a sense of crisis and training people. Private enterprises label state-owned enterprises as eating and waiting for death, with no sense of crisis. However, it seems that no one has figured out that a sense of crisis and a crisis are two completely different concepts. The so-called sense of crisis lies in being prepared for danger in times of peace. I emphasize that it is safe. Then be prepared for danger. What private enterprises are doing is completely different. The last one is eliminated, the welfare is very poor, and no performance will get out. In the final analysis, it is to create crisis and maximize profits. For example, state-owned enterprises and private enterprises are standing on the seashore at high tide. The state-owned enterprise tells employees that you have to go to higher places, otherwise you will drown. Private enterprises directly kick employees into the sea and let everyone flutter to the shore. Then the private enterprises said, look, my employees are exhausted, but your employees don't even have their trouser legs wet. They are just waiting to die, without any sense of crisis. Of course, nationalized enterprises have their own problems. Alan Wilson certainly notes that the attacks of private enterprises on nationalized enterprises are not completely unreasonable, but private enterprises never talk about their own problems. Fortunately, the scope of nationalized enterprises applicable to this meeting is the most basic mining industry and other ore materials, and they are all overseas and will not expand the already large-scale nationalized enterprises in the UK. However, the intrigues of state-owned enterprises are intrigues, while the intrigues of private enterprises are generally called ability. Employees of nationalized enterprises bow and scrape to their leaders and are regarded as bureaucrats. It seems that when the workers of the American Steel Company saw Darroch, they were not much more stubborn than the employees of nationalized enterprises. What civil servants like most is stability. Nationalized enterprises are definitely more stable than private enterprises. The worst thing for losers is to sit on the bench. There is a possibility of making a comeback. Although it is impossible in most cases, it is theoretically possible. As for private enterprises, losers are usually fired, so what's the point of making a comeback? Therefore, nationalizing enterprises is very suitable for civil servants, especially now that Attlee is in power and trying to alleviate the harm caused by the World War to Britain as much as possible. It is the right time to propose this idea. A week later, Alan Wilson followed Norman Brooke to 10 Downing Street to discuss the establishment of the Overseas Asset Management Committee with the Prime Minister and persuaded the Labour Prime Minister to approve it. Looking at the material that was thick enough to fill a palm, Prime Minister Attlee coughed softly. To put it simply, it is to establish nationalized enterprises in major colonies, which will promote the local economy. Of course, dear Prime Minister, Norman Brooke coughed softly, consider it from the overall perspective facing the British Empire today, not limited to the local perspective. After careful discussions and studies, the permanent undersecretaries of various departments and colonial commissioners, I have observed the effects of your nationalization in the local area, and we can conclude that the local nationalization has been very successful, and it has an irreplaceable role in getting rid of the post-war difficulties and the end of the rationing system. Oh, is that what you think? Prime Minister Attlee was very happy to hear this and said, we have combined the advantages of capitalism and socialism to achieve today's results. While Prime Minister Attlee was boasting, Norman Brooke played the role of a good listener. When he heard the key points, a hint of understanding flashed across his face, and sometimes he looked surprised, as if he had only realized the profound meaning of the great Prime Minister at this time. It was a pity that Alan Wilson was standing behind Norman Brooke and could not learn the essence of how to be a cabinet secretary at this time. It was a pity. In order to solve the current open and covert means of the United States and the Soviet Union against the British Empire, we have come up with such a plan, which is essentially an expanded version of your idea, Prime Minister. We expect that after the establishment of nationalized enterprises in various colonies, the role of the imperial preferential system will be improved. Norman Brooke said that the idea of civil servants was just for fun, which was actually the idea of Prime Minister Attlee. After these years of hard work, there are finally some achievements. I'm very happy to see Britain recover from the war. Attlee accepted all of Norman Brooke's flattery and believed in these words. If he had not seen the effect, Norman Brooke would not have proposed to expand the local nationalization movement to all the current territories of the British Empire. This shows that Norman Brooke also agreed with his policy as Prime Minister. I have no problem with it in principle. Of course I still have to discuss it with the ministers. Attlee nodded, obviously convinced. As for the Conservative Party, I don't know how to deal with it. Dear Prime Minister, it's time to show your courage as Prime Minister. The opposition party is not qualified to object. Norman Brooke said casually, if it doesn't work, you can say that it involves state secrets and refuse to answer. Yes, I remember Churchill. He once used a similar excuse as he faced the Lend-Lease bill in Parliament. When Prime Minister Attlee heard this, he remembered Churchill's response when he raised questions. Chapter 474 Allen's professionalism. The Overseas Assets Control Committee is what Norman Brooke cares about most. Allen Wilson actually only provides some management suggestions, which do not include regulatory facilities. Because Allen Wilson can't think of any regulatory methods at all, and he won't use them, even if he thinks of them. This kind of thing involves human nature. There is no solution, except that technological progress makes privacy invisible. Besides, Allen Wilson wants to show that he is one of us among the colonial commissioners. How can he do such a thankless task? Since everyone is ours, some things can be discussed. The opportunity is rare. While the main colonial commissioners are in London, Allen Wilson wants to build some connections. His idea is not excessive at all, not to mention that his old boss Sir Baron is among them. By the way, Allen Wilson asked if there were any details about the Israeli-Palestinian war that ended not long ago. As long as it's a war, the weapons used are secondary. Sir Baron said expressionlessly, I actually went to Jordan once after the ceasefire. After the war, the scene in the field hospital was more cruel and terrible than the war itself. There was a long row of stretchers on the ground, with the unfortunate people lying on them. Doctors gathered around the stretchers, holding tweezers, saws, needles, threads, and scalpels in their hands. They checked one dead body after another, and they tried their best to revive each corpse. Knit here, sew there, stuff cotton wool into the wound, turn the blood vessels over like a glove, and put them back in place. There were more sutures than blood vessels, but after all, they were repaired and sutured. If a patient died, all his intact parts were used to repair another person's limbs and organs, and this cycle continued over and over again. The most troublesome thing is dealing with the intestines. Once they are scattered, you simply don't know how to put them back in place. Sir Baron successfully got Allen Wilson to end the topic and find someone else to build connections. After this former subordinate left, Sir Baron's mouth curled up with a look of complacency. Sir Baron couldn't say that he had nothing left for this former subordinate who always wanted to take advantage of him, so he could only use this method to make him give up. Now it seems that this method is very successful. While the colonial commissioners talked to each other and exchanged experiences in managing colonies, Prime Minister Attlee was also persuading cabinet members to support his idea of promoting the nationalization movement from the mainland to the colonies. That's right, it was his idea as the Prime Minister. Didn't Norman Brooke himself say that it was inspired by his nationalization movement in the mainland? So this was of course the idea of Prime Minister Attlee himself, and the Prime Minister also thought so. Prime Minister Attlee in 1949 had been Prime Minister for more than 3 years, since he defeated Churchill in the election. Judging from the current feedback, the Conservative Party cannot be said to be without any threat, but it is too early to talk about a comeback. Although the famous troll in the House of Commons, Churchill, maintained a high presence as always, he did not have the ability to shake the Labour Party in a short period of time. The opposition party was not a big deal, and Prime Minister Attlee's position in the Labour Party was naturally unchallenged. Naturally, with the support of Prime Minister Attlee, Norman Brooke directly established this department called the Overseas Assets Management Committee, and led it personally. Apart from building connections in front of the Colonial Commissioner, Allen Wilson didn't know what to do. The whole house was filled with the aroma of strong coffee that had just been ground into powder and brewed. Alan Wilson stretched happily in the quilt and habitually stretched one hand to the other half of the couple's big bed. He stretched out his hand and immediately retracted it. His fiancé had been with the crown prince and his wife for some time, and he knew she was not at home, so he didn't forget this, even when he was half asleep. But as time went on, Alan Wilson always couldn't help but want to find the feeling of hugging a woman to sleep. Alan Wilson jumped out of the quilt briskly, waved his hands a few times to speed up blood circulation, put on a sanctimonious outfit, and went into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he came to the kitchen with a clean-shaven beard and a scent of perfume. After filling his stomach, Alan Wilson went out. His current position is the old position, the chief executive of Newfoundland and consul of Boston, but the land he is currently standing on is the British capital of London, which means that Alan Wilson actually has no work to do. Work is for others. He is currently a salaried idler. There is nothing to do in London. The problem is that, if he returns to the United States, there is nothing to do. The major international event is the current half-cooked rice battle. When the colonial commissioner was discussing the nationalization of colonial minerals, there was an unexpected change. Chiang Gong finally sent 800,000 troops to death through macro manipulation, which determined the direction of the most evenly matched battle among the three major battles. Why don't I go back to see the kids? Alan Wilson wanted to go back to the United States. Although it was not the best time, he wanted to see if the Republicans would take advantage of the defeat of the gun party to attack Truman. After learning from their mistakes, he was thinking about reporting to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If there was nothing else, he would go to see Hepburn, or he could go to see the chairman of the Conservative Party at school, Miss Margaret. Anyway, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Alan, Philby wants to see you. Milton, the personnel director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said that Mi-6 wanted to see him after seeing Alan Wilson coming. I have made contributions to Britain and I have shed blood for Britain. Alan Wilson wanted to say this instinctively, but when he heard Milton mention the name of the Soviet spy, he was no longer panicked. Then I'll go and see Sir George. Although Alan Wilson was not very familiar with Mi-6, it was not his first time here. After entering the door, he asked Philby why he was looking for him and did not forget to say hello. What department do Burgess and Maclean work in now? Since leaving office in Burma and Ceylon, Burgess went to the Australian embassy and Maclean went to South Africa. Philby did not hide it. After all, his personal relationship was not a secret. Alan Wilson nodded, as if it was not an important place, and then sat in front of Philby, jokingly saying, "Do you want to wear handcuffs or something, so that you can get into the atmosphere more easily?" Alan, stop joking. This time I have something to talk to you about, and it is related to your major. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is evaluating the trend of the Chinese Civil War, and whether it will affect our interests in the Far East. Philby flipped through the documents and asked, "You have lived in the Far East before, maybe you can help us analyze it, huh? What's wrong with you?" Philby looked up and looked at Alan Wilson's face full of complicated expressions in surprise, and didn't know what was going on. I was thinking, how long have I not touched professional things? In terms of work experience in recent years, I almost forgot what my major is. Alan Wilson rubbed his face and said with nostalgia, "I'm sorry, I was a little excited for a while. Your sense of humor is really exactly the same as that of Americans. I don't know if it's because you work in Boston." Philby teased with a fake smile, not knowing whether it was a compliment or sarcasm. The smile on Alan Wilson's face gradually disappeared. He felt that this was irony. As a reliable person, he must love the British Empire more than the Soviet spy in front of him. There is no doubt about it. If you have any questions, just ask directly. Alan Wilson said nonchalantly, "I dare not say other countries, but I'm a top student at Oxford University on East Asian issues. I even know Chinese, and can communicate with Chinese workers without any translation. That's something I've heard." Philby nodded and took some information, not forgetting to say, "We want to analyze the direction of the war and its impact on Britain. Just leave it to me. Are you in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, I will send it back tomorrow." Alan Wilson was full of confidence. What China experts are just for fun. At the critical moment, he has to go out in person. It's not bragging. Even if you search the entire British Empire now, you won't be more professional than Alan Wilson himself. No one knows the true level of the artillery party better than him. After getting the information, Alan Wilson wrote an assessment report in a fluent manner. At the same time, he also mixed in the news that according to the news from Lubyansk, Chang Gong used American money to do American things in the US election some time ago and supported Du's campaign. The most important thing is that this matter has been known by Truman. Foreign aid has basically been cut off. Alan Wilson wrote this report with a very regretful tone. If the United States sold kidneys to support artillery, perhaps Britain would not have to work so hard and stand up to the United States and the Soviet Union. It's a pity. It's a pity. At the end, Alan Wilson said in a decisive tone that the artillery party would fail completely within a year. Unless the United States immediately formed an expeditionary force to rescue, it would only be sooner and not later. As for the British position on this matter, Alan Wilson said that Hong Kong could be used as a touchstone. If Hong Kong was attacked, there was naturally no need for contact. Hong Kong was safe and sound, which meant that contact was possible. It is also strictly forbidden for the Far East Fleet to intervene. If it must intervene, the United States is more qualified than Britain. If the United States can remain calm, Britain does not need to wade into the muddy water. After completing the report and writing his own name on it, Alan Wilson returned to the MI6 headquarters and handed it to Philby personally. In the field of intelligence, it is rare to hear such an affirmative tone. Philby looked at Alan Wilson and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it's not accurate, I'll go to Newfoundland to be a fisherman. Alan Wilson raised his head slightly, as if he was not surprised that Philby doubted his professionalism. Indian rebirth in 1840. Introduction. Marshall, a high school physics teacher, was reborn in the United States in 1840 and became an Apache Indian. He must save his own nation. Keywords: 19th century, America, Mexico, colonization, Indians, blacks, Chinese workers, railways, science, industrial revolution, civil war. Available on April 1st. Chapter 475. Oriental Studies Expert. Oh. Philby flipped through the pages a few times, then suddenly looked at Alan Wilson and asked, is there no possibility of peace talks? If the United States mediates, mediate like Germany now, will it become a situation where no one can eat anyone else? Alan Wilson shook his head as he spoke. This is impossible. If you know a little about Chinese history, you will know that that country can pay almost any price for unification. How can it mediate? Like Germany now, with hundreds of thousands of troops on one side? Then according to the size of China, it would take 3 million Red Army soldiers to the north of the Yangtze River and 2 million American soldiers to the south to keep it under control. Will the United States do this? The level of the Cannon Party is completely the opposite of any good words. Alan Wilson couldn't even pick out words to describe it. In the 8-year War of Annihilation, the manufacture of 130,000 rifles. Who dared to believe this number? During the Opium War, the King Court produced more hot weapons than the Cannon Party. This is not incompetent, as if anything related to manufacturing could kill the Cannon Party. Like Germany? Haven't we always been maintaining the unity of Germany? Philby frowned slightly and said, it's just that the crimes of the Third Reich have not been settled yet, and it's not time to form a coalition government yet. Oh, Philby, you have access to so much intelligence, you should understand that the division of Germany is a foregone conclusion. We have been reluctant to officially announce the merger of the 3 occupation zones, just to get the United States to agree to some conditions. Alan Wilson sighed. After all, most of the Ruhr area is in the British occupation zone. We still want the United States to give some benefits. We can't give it up for nothing. Otherwise it's better to let the Trade Commission continue to work. The mountain is the mountain. The mountain is the mountain. The German problem is not within the scope of the two people's communication. Now they are talking about the problem of the East. Alan Wilson gave answers to any doubts Philby had. At the same time, whenever Philby said that it might be saved, Alan Wilson gave a firm rebuttal. There is no country in the world at present that has the national strength to save such an incompetent party. We can still strive to protect Britain's interests, and don't worry about how the United States responds. I suggest that British companies in the Far East go to Hong Kong, and then wait and see, and the fleet withdraws from the inland network. The sea is our world. After the artillery partying out, there were still many foreign-funded companies left there, among which British companies were the most. Britain is a country with special characteristics in the capitalist camp. In view of Britain's special characteristics, China has adopted a different attitude towards British companies in China than towards American companies in China. However, although it was not confiscated, the general environment has changed, and British companies still encountered operating difficulties. In response, Alan Wilson said that an imperial retreat should be carried out to evacuate companies to Hong Kong to wait and see. Then we have to send troops to defend. Philby said to himself after listening, "What are you defending? If you have that energy, you might as well think about how to defend Malaya. Why should you defend that place? Where do we have the manpower to fight against millions of troops? If they want to take it away, we can't keep it. At this time, we should be more straightforward. It's like a woman who looks ahead and behind, and will only be seen through." Alan Wilson was talking about the chairman of the Conservative Party in a certain school. Blackmail also depends on who you are targeting. In other words, Argentina is indeed too ridiculous. If it were Brazil, maybe London would think carefully and give up in the end. Philby was actually more interested in Germany's affairs. Alan Wilson said that this was not his business. He himself was just an idle person now and didn't know what to do. Nothing comes for nothing. Britain and France have no obligation to help the United States fight the Soviet Union. Now at least the political core of London has recognized that the Soviet Union has suffered a heavy blow in terms of manpower in this world war. Conventional troops only look scary, but before really launching a world war, at least 10-year-old children need to grow up for another 10 years. Although the source was Alan Wilson, he also carefully verified the result of his guess. After all, Churchill had always wanted Germany and the Soviet Union to be in the morgue and the operating table respectively. The former Prime Minister made such an appeal. Could it be that Alan Wilson's conclusion was wrong? Since the conclusion was verified, it is not that Prime Minister Attlee, who was far less enthusiastic about the Cold War than Churchill, could not cooperate with the United States, but it was definitely not unconditional cooperation. It is normal for the boss to make rules that are beneficial to him, but sometimes you have to bleed. Prime Minister Attlee was waiting for what conditions the United States could use in exchange for Britain's agreement to give up the interests of the British occupied area. The current situation is that, since the late stage of the war, the United States has had to need Britain to continue to bleed, so it agreed to the four-nation division. The area occupied by the United States is not as prosperous as the British occupied area or even the French occupied area, and the area is far less than that of the Soviet occupied area. But just like the facts in many fields, the United States now wants to change this division that is not in its favor, and has been working hard for it, hoping that London can make concessions. If, as in history, Britain needs others, then forget it. But it has been 3 years since the two wings flew together. London officially ended the rationing system and cleared short-term debts. It is obvious that it does not want to let go of the British occupied zone so early. Ismay, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has been working for half a year to pull France to take a common position and negotiate the merger of the three zones advocated by the United States. Originally, it was the joint pressure of Britain and the United States that finally succeeded in the merger of the French occupied zone and the double occupied zone. Now it has become Britain and France, in the name of establishing a coalition government, to prevaricate the United States' request for merger. This has also received support from the Soviet Union, which believes that this is the United States dividing Germany, while Britain and France do not want to see Germany divided. This is of course not true. Britain and France are also happy to see Germany divided, but the interests of the occupied zones are hard to give up. However, considering the cooperation and struggle, Britain and France are also willing to put the blame for the division of Germany on the Americans. When the United States is willing to pay an appropriate price, Britain and France will give up resistance and let the United States bear the main responsibility. Norman Brooke, who who was busy with the establishment of the Overseas Asset Management Committee, sent Alan Wilson to ask whether the report on the trend of major civil war submitted was authentic or just nonsense. "Dear Sir Norman, this is a question to a gentleman," Alan Wilson said righteously. "Oh." Norman Brooke looked up and down at Alan Wilson and asked, "Is it a gentleman questioning?" "Of course." Alan Wilson straightened his back and emphasized, "A gentleman who graduated from Oxford. The Prime Minister is also very concerned about the situation in the Far East. Although it is far less than the United States, we also have interests." Norman Brooke took a deep breath and said, "If such a large country becomes a country with a Soviet system, it may bring unusual reactions. It is hard to say what the future will be." Alan Wilson opened his mouth and wanted to say something about the domino theory, but he still didn't say it out loud. He just said indirectly, "The situation on the Korean peninsula is similar. It is also in an environment divided by the United States and the Soviet Union. We all know that China's position in the Eastern world, if it causes a demonstration effect." "Oh, will this happen?" Norman Brooke frowned, his face uncertain. "But it is not necessarily a bad thing for Britain, right? It just allows the United States to continue the Pacific War and realize the wishes of some gentlemen." Alan Wilson imagined with a relaxed face. The so-called certain gentlemen are a group of leaders who know Britain very well in the late World War II. After the end of the European battlefield, there are actually many people in Britain who really hope that Japan will keep its promise and fight a decisive battle on its homeland. This is exactly the opposite of the European battlefield. European countries will provide support, and the US military will fight hard on the battlefield. On the one hand, this will continue to get US aid to restore its vitality, and on the other hand, it can use Japan's resistance to weaken the United States. Among these certain gentlemen, there is even Pamela Mountbatten's father. General Mountbatten has been encouraging the US military to fight Japan and thoroughly settle accounts with the entire country of Japan. Mountbatten is certainly not going to lead the British army to complete this task. He just hopes that the US military will be led like European countries. The most optimistic people believe that Japan will let the war last for 2 years and exhaust the United States. But with the successful explosion of the nuclear bomb, this wish has not been realized. Norman Brooke has obviously heard such remarks. He lowered his voice and said, "Write a report and give it to me. Don't let anyone know, my expert on Eastern issues." Alan Wilson nodded in understanding. Reports like this, that have already made clear the results, are actually very easy. Just fill it with specious and far-fetched content. Most of the China experts are actually at this level. The so-called China experts are just labels to make a living. Not to mention, Alan Wilson is at least a real talent. It is not difficult for him to pile up words to come up with such a report. The biggest difficulty is to make the report boring and long, so that the Prime Minister and ministers can't understand it and just feel that it is impressive. This report is full of utilitarianism. It is written from the perspective of how to look at the excitement in the United States. Fortunately, the confidentiality level is very high. Otherwise, if it is leaked, it will not be a joke. It will damage the special relationship between Britain and the United States. The significance is incomparable with the importance of the report given to Phil B. While Alan Wilson was busy, the delegation of the Royal Territory of Newfoundland arrived in London, forcing Alan Wilson to slow down the progress. After all, his term as chief executive has not expired yet, so of course he has to handle the reception work himself. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.